If you want to do meditation, your homework, or simply clean your kitchen, you want to learn a lot in Planet Zoo, or maybe even fall asleep, this 6.5 hour supercut of Hirschegg is gonna be exactly for you. Hirschegg is a project designing a wildlife reserve in a forest somewhere located in the midst of the Black Forest in Germany. This project has been done on my channel a couple years ago, and it was meant to be a chilled, relaxed, easygoing park featuring the nature of Central Europe and going really into the animals that can live there, would be living there, and are native to this region. It's gonna focus a lot of natural building. It's gonna focus on making things look nice and tidy and as they would be in a wildlife reserve, and it's not going to be your typical zoo. So if you enjoy that one, let's have a go on 6.5 hours. Enjoy. Hey everyone, and welcome back to Planet Zoo, and welcome back to another speed build today in a brand new series. This series is going to be our winter series, and it's called Hirschegg. And this one is literally translated a deer corner, or basically, it's not really completely accurate to be honest, because the German word more or less describes an area in like the forest where the deers are basically living. So Eck means, well, literally translated, it means corner, but it's it's more likely if you say it's just around the corner, and this is how it would translate into English, if you will. And this is the idea about this little forest over here. So it's going to be like a pretty much a very standardish Central European wildlife reserve. It's not going to be a zoo. It's more of these forest areas that have a nature reserve in themselves that you can visit, and they're most likely separated by some mesh fences, not crazy things. And once you're in, you even have some animals roaming around. So it's pretty cool, and we obviously used to go to a lot of them when I was smaller, and it's, I don't know if it's like, I think it's, no, it's not coincidence. I think it's meant to be that way. But obviously, due to the fact that I'm having a lovely little daughter who's getting older and older and more capable of doing things, we did actually visit some of the nature reserves close by lately. And so I'm very much into the nature reserves. Very much at the moment, and so this is a perfect fit. And with the European pack, or the Europe pack, it's definitely going to be one of the coolest series you can do. However, I did not really expect to do this series, to be honest, because I thought this pack is not really kind of making me start a new series, but I don't know, it just sparked so many things in my creativity in the back of my mind that I thought, you know what, we're just going to start a new series here. It's going to be a short series. I know whenever I say short, we end up with a 100 episode Yosemite Valley, but I promise that's not going to happen over here. I will limit myself to the Europe pack animals and maybe one or two additions that you guys can come up with. I'm going to talk about that in the real-time part. But I will try to make this series a little bit more cozy, a bit more relaxed, a bit more enjoyable for those of you who maybe just want to relax during a speed build and just focus on the build, focus on the beautiful forest. The main target is really to build a lovely little enchanted forest here, and it's, in my mind, located in the Black Forest in Germany, even though that's not super close by. But, you know, Black Forest is something very unique and also very well known. And this viewing platform over here, this build is especially taken from one design that is pretty famous in Black Forest. There is one more modern looking watchtower. It's not looking exactly this way. The reason for that is you've seen me struggling quite dramatically with the pathway. Still not really happy with the result, how the path ended up being, but there's not that much I can do about this, mainly because you all know it, the path system sometimes is limited and this is, meant to be very positively put. But yeah, I tried to come up with an idea how to make this watchtower look meant to be this form, because it technically would have been so much more nice if I could make this whole staircase a lot more close to each other and a lot more tiny, so that this really looks like a thin little tower. But yeah, it's just no way of doing that. But I definitely wanted to make that functional and not having it just as a cosmetic tower somewhere in the background. So no, the target definitely was to make that one functioning. And, you know, I succeeded at least in that task, and I think it's still looking decent enough. Now, going on, I did some blueprints here of some of the plants, just to make sure that we have always a tree and then some ground foliage with it. I ended up doing it more of a homeopathic kind of doses here. It's really not, you know, I didn't put down too many trees and stuff quite yet. I will, however, do this in the future to make this a really dense forest. But I think in terms of building, it's very much recommended to not have too many trees at the beginning, simply because it's gonna set everything into shade, and then you can't see anything. So yeah, no, I tried my best, but some of the things just didn't work out with putting everything down, and so I just tried to make it only in these areas where it counts. And this is also going to be our philosophy throughout this series, making sure that only in these areas that the guest will be able to walk by, I will focus on a very dense foliage, and then the further away it is from the eyesight of the people or of the visitors, we are going to work a lot more with like bigger foliage. The clear target is to finish that well into the February, maybe at latest March of next year. Maybe even quicker, who knows. I've got a couple of days off between Christmas and New Year's Eve, so maybe I'm going to sit down and do some stuff here and then maybe even finish that. Let's see how that rolls. But there are so many other games at the moment that I think it's fair to say, to have a bigger horizon and just, be easy on the timing, because as we all know, most of the timings I set myself are not realistic with my everyday job and stuff like that. So job always comes first, family always comes first, health always comes first, so many things that come first. So I try to be a bit more easy on my timings now, but let's see how that rolls. You can see I'm also integrating a little bit of it's not really a waterfall, but what you used to see in forest areas a lot are a little water dribbling holes that carry some little creeks and stuff over into another area, and this is exactly what's going to happen over there. So to the top of where the water is coming from for the deer habitat, there is going to be the ibex area, and this one is going to also feature a little creek that is running through it, and I'm mainly focusing on integrating that also into the pathway in terms of a little dribbling item in which the water is going through, and then just getting over into the actual little creek that runs into the one that is in the deer habitat. Yeah, speaking about decals, you can see I'm using them all over the place here, making sure that this parking lot is also looking a bit more used and weathered. It's not like fully functioning yet, it's not like completely done, and for some odd reasons, I don't know why exactly, but the game decided to turn on weather, which clearly wasn't activated, and all of a sudden it just did. That was freaking weird, but whatever. And now we come to my favorite little element of this episode. I will also upload this to the workshop so you guys can have it ASAP. So this is going to be a very standardized entrance version into one of those nature reserves we have over here. So basically what this is kind of a rotating door system with these iron guiders, and then you can go through, push yourself through. It just rotates and keeps most of the animals from going through there because they simply don't understand this mechanism, and you can clearly also close that off at night. So that's the main idea about these gates. They are not like super secure. It's like you could easily break in there if you want to, but I think they are more of a security for the animals than it is something to prevent people from breaking in, because if some of the deers or boars or whatever you have in these parks are loose, they can mostly roam around in the nature reserve if they want, because there is just another fence around the reserve, so it's not like that big of a deal. But if they would get onto the streets and stuff, that would be a big deal, because that's becoming very dangerous for them. And so these things help to make sure that they won't escape there. And I'm quite happy with all these new very tiny pieces. As you can see also here with the boulders, you can add just so much more detail, and I don't know, it just looks all so much better, inevitably better by using so cool pieces. You can see until now we were really we needed pieces like we were really dependent on how weathered pieces were out of the box from Frontier, as you can see with this plank over here from the African pack, which is clearly already a bit more of a weathered texture, where you can change the texture, but you can't the color, but you can't change the texture. And now with all these wonderful little details in the decals that make things look weathered, you can use a perfectly modern looking wood and make that also look used, which is really adding to the overall versatility of the pieces. And yeah, you can see this is the entrance. Made a little entrance sign here myself, tried to go a little bit in style with these beautiful new little pieces. They looked a little bit like tiny birch wood pieces, that's what I wanted to say, and I ended up using them. But yeah, that's mostly about it. There are a couple of changes I did off screen, so be there for the real-time part in a couple of seconds, because then I'm going to show you everything in detail. I hope you guys enjoyed this voiceover, which was hopefully a little bit more peaceful with the music, piano music I like a lot now in this winter time, and I really hope you enjoyed that one. So thank you so much for watching, and I see you after the cut. Hey everyone, and welcome to the real-time part of Hirscheck. our brand new series on Planet Zoo, which is going to cover the winter month into early spring with the brand new Europe DLC and the functionalities, obviously, of 1.8. Now, you've heard already the time lapse, and we are here in the real-time part. This is the arrival little parking lot. As you can see, it's gonna receive a massive overhaul, but as we all know, starting a first episode with a parking lot might not be the best idea. Did I say that right, Sean? Sean McBeard? Yeah, just you listening? If you're listening, you know what I mean. I like you too. Now, this is the Hirschegg, and I just want to point out this entrance real quick. I have talked about that briefly in the voiceover, but oh my boy, that was so much fun to build that. Also, can we just quickly... I tuned this up for another recording, but I just need to get this sound down a bit. Oh, that's better. Now, this is the entrance, and that is a entrance as you would see that in most of the wild parks or like wildlife parks we have around here. And so if you go here, obviously there's this like turning thing, and then you just go here, push that over, it would rotate, and you are in. So that is just, first of all, obviously making sure that the guest flow is okay and it's not like massive, and also at the same time it prevents the animals from going out, or most of the bigger animals, if they would break out of their areas, which most often than not they are actually roaming in free, and there are some gutters in between, but they are not like super secure. So this is another way of keeping the animals in, because you can obviously lock that in the evening. You can see there is the lock just hanging down here. So also custom sign, was a lot of fun building that, using the this one down here as well. And then coming in, this is where the fun begins. Now, we will use mainly this small area in here and a tiny bit up here. That's all we will do. And we will also have the badger in here. We will have the lynx in here. We are also going to have the deer, which is the star of today's episode. As you can see, they're roaming around over here in the back. We will have them all in here. And yeah. So the Ibex will also make it in, and then maybe we are going to use some of the animals, maybe even a reindeer, who knows, maybe you are going to do that and see what else we could find, typical animals that would potentially live over here, as Europe is not really that much represented in the game already, so we have to use what we have. But yeah, so I'm very, very excited to bring this to you over the next couple of weeks, and honestly though, I have not expected to start a new series on this pack. It hit me a little bit with surprise that I wanted to do that, but I just felt so good when I had the update. And the more I look at all of this, the more I'm a bit more positive that they're actually keeping themselves in smaller groups, which is pretty cool. Yeah, the grazing mechanic we've already talked about. Look at all the poop. And then we have this special tower design over here. Yeah, I talked about that already in the speed build. This is a bit inspired by one of the Black Forest watchtowers that they are. I had a huge struggle, as you've seen, making this one kind of look good because of how the path was doing some weird things. I think the design is pretty okay in the end. I have to adjust a couple of little things, do a bit more detailing, and obviously all around there's going to be a lot more dense forest. You can see the backdrop is already pretty dense, but as soon as I have layouted everything and know where things belong, I will make this all a lot, like massively foresty. But the idea will be to make especially the pathway and everything around the pathway like super detailed, and everything beyond will just be like filled in with some basic foliage, because anyways, like, you don't need that, you know. If it's gonna be rendered, you don't need to go that crazy, because it's gonna be rendered anyways just in the foreground. So why would you bother making the backdrop so much? Yeah, we've got a bit of a viewing experience over here of the deers, like a bit secured, so you wouldn't technically go in here. I decided against keeping it open because that would have been a massive struggle to bring them all together. So I wanted to keep the habitat actually alive. But what I'm planning to do, I'm planning to get some gates, like some fake gates in here, in which the guest could potentially go into a trail that we are still about to do in one of the future episodes. Like, in terms of layout, I think my target is to have the big restaurant chill out central area here, which will also feature the lynx habitat in a way, which I'm not quite sure where it goes. Maybe it's going to be here, maybe it's going to be here on the back side. We have to look into that. I think the tendency is to have it here on the back side, to be honest. The badger will be somewhere in here. Tendency for the badger at the moment is going to be either here or either that area here, and the ibex is most likely going to get this area, which or like this area pretty much, which is going to be a lot more mountainish, and we have to make the road look a bit better as well. Yeah, that's about it. I hope you guys like it. Please, now it's your turn in the comments. As you all know, engagement in the videos is the best thing you can do to help me out, blah, blah, blah. No, I'm just very curious for opinion. What you think, what should we put in here? What kind of animals would you love to see in this park, and what type of things would you love to see? Have you visited such a typical wildlife park in Central Europe already? If yes, tell me which one, and also what you would love to see. Obviously, one big thing that I'm hoping for is secretly that at the end of this project we might already know what the next DLC is, and I'm just saying it, but birds would fit very well in here. I'm just not, I'm just saying that, saying it how it is. Anyways, guys, I hope you guys enjoyed it. I certainly did enjoy making this park. Gave me a little boost here, and yeah, I hope you guys have a good time. Talk to you in the next one. Stay safe and goodbye. Hello everyone, and welcome back to the second episode of Hirscheck, our brand new Black Forest winter series. And today we are building a badger area, and this badger area is basically the Badger Inn, which is a restaurant that features also the habitat for the badgers. And there's a couple of things I want to talk about during this time lapse, but also in the real-time part at the end of the video. You can, if you are someone who loves the real-time part, it's like 15 minutes in, but until then we're going to talk a lot about this build today, and also kind of a little bit of what's coming up the next days, because I need to change my schedule a tiny bit due to the fact that our Christmas has a little bit been busted, because we have some COVID cases in the family, and that means that our entire Christmas planning is going to be a bit more different, which also means that I have a different schedule for making videos, but that's something I'm going to talk about later on. But no worries, everyone is fine. It's just like a measurement of security, so to say, just to be fine. However, this build over here is one of my favorite ones, and I gotta say that this build really turned out super beautiful in the end where it is sitting, actually. And I have to say as well that I used this for the decal tutorial, and I redid some of the decals for the actual build, but I also did a couple of things that I have already done in the tutorial. If you have no idea what kind of tutorial I'm talking about, I'm gonna link this to you again, as always, in the info card, so you can click on the info cards and just jump right away into the tutorial of the decals. And I think the decals in general, especially for this Black Forest project, are a major game changer, and you can see that in every tiny gap, in every tiny area. And if I will have the time, it's very unlikely that I have the time, but if I will find the time after Christmas, I will delete all the decals, and I'm going to make like a fly through with a direct comparison between with and without decals, because I think it is so impressive to see how these subtle details change the overall appearance of your area. I think if you would have done this project without the decals, it still would work and would look kind of cool, but it's actually lacking exactly what I was looking for, and that's the basic character of a forest area like that. So you have to imagine, this is something that has been built, like a wildlife reserve, has been built around some buildings that potentially have been there already, in a forest that existed already. So nothing about this is planned as in a planned zoo or theme park or anything. So the buildings and stuff most likely have been existing for a while, and especially in the forest, they have to withstand a lot of weather effects, weathering and stuff is a huge thing to these buildings. There's a lot of humidity, there's a lot of wet soil there's a lot of rain, there's a lot of leaves, there's a lot of stuff going on in the forest in terms of, attacking your build quality and your build materials. So these buildings most likely show the signs of the time. You can really tell that these buildings have been through something, and it's, for me personally, it really makes the character of a building like that. I think there is barely anything more cozy than a little forest chalet, or like a forest build like this, where you have some guest apartments in, and then imagine you make like a huge forest walk. The weather is kind of cold, very humid, very very wet, rainy, cold and breezy, I don't know, like all these kind of things where you really feel that you've been in the nature. And there are so many different things that are so important to just have a warm place to finally be in. Here you can see, by the way, putting down all the decals that I used for the tutorial, but I thought it was a great idea to keep that in the build here as well, so you guys can see what we were using. And this is the whole range of all the decals with the flexi color ability, and all these kind of things really played out very very well indeed. But yeah, in a couple of seconds you will see a huge cut, there you go, to the final position in which it is in our Black Forest project. And I think this episode alone will show you exactly what I'm planning to do with this area. To be frankly honest, I made sure that none of this existed in the first episode, even though I had some blocks and stuff already put down, to really keep this open and exciting for you. But I think with this build, you can really see the idea behind this, and this coming together. But just a little bit jumping back to the idea of the building. As you can see, I'm hiding a restaurant in here. That was something I was planning from the beginning, but I completely misjudged how freaking gigantic this building. It is a 3x2 by 4 meters. It's like a 3x2 grid block, and then it's 4 meters tall. Like, it's very huge, as you can see. But I think I managed quite well to put it in here, and we will go on in the next episodes detailing it a bit more. I started the idea was that this has been like a station in which they had some reintroduction programs and, make sure that the lynx can survive and stuff. So this habitat previously would have been a lynx habitat, but I built this in mind with the idea that this has already repurposed into the badger area. And one very important thing about this build, and the same will apply also to the lynx habitat that you will see in one of the next episodes, my main point about this is that all of these habitats are in fact semi-open to the nature. So these are habitats that you can close off, but they always have an opening that the animals can go back into the nature. In this case specifically, the badgers can, well, in fact in the game not, but in my imagination, they can go into the deer habitat quite easily, because there are some little kind of little gates that swing open once they go against this, and so they could go into the deer habitat. And this is the main idea about this nature reserve, that none of the habitats are fully enclosed and the animals are not held in captivity. It's really more like a nature reserve in which the animals can come here, get some food ready and stuff, and even if there's like some health issues, they can technically bring them here and close off the habitat temporarily to keep them there and not make them run away until they are fully cured, but then they can just reintroduce them into the wild. And as it appears, this is quite often a thing that happens in real life, and animals tend to come back very often. Simply because it's easier to get to food, especially in winter times. It's a very convenient thing to get back to these things where the humans are throwing food at you, other than just searching for it and hunting down some stuff. So that's in fact the thing. By the way, I just heard a very interesting documentary about wolves in Germany, because the wolf is coming back to Germany for a couple of years now. It has almost been completely erased from the landscape of Germany, but now there are over, I think 180 packs back in Germany, 7 of which are here in Northern Australia. And it's kind of funny because this is exactly pretty much in line with what I said with the other animals that come back to grab some food. The biggest issue about the wolves is that they are starting to attack animals that are within the range of, let's say, like a farm or something. So the farmers are having a big interest in killing the wolves, but in fact you are not allowed to kill wolves here because they're endangered, at least in Germany, and so they have to be secured, and this is like a big point of dispute. However, and that's one very important thing to note, the main reason for the disaster is that the wolves become so lazy and not kill the deers and stuff that are in the forest, and there are enough of them. No, they just will appear to go to, well, as they call it, the cold buffet, or buffet, or whatever you want to call that, to grab some pre-made food, that's what they do. Anyhow, it is time to wrap up the voiceover for the time-lapse, because I'm a little bit short on time. The reason for that is that baby is actually pretty active at the moment, and she's not having any of it to have a sleep at daytime, so there's barely any time for me to record in the daytime. And the last evenings, honestly, I've just been way too tired to record something. So there is a lot of material, but I just don't have the time to record. And I want to do good recordings and not just, some recordings in the middle of the night where I'm like super sleepy and stuff, because that's not stuff you guys deserve. So let's jump over into the real-time part. There's about 4 minutes left of the time-lapse, so enjoy it with some cozy music, and I'll be back with you in the real-time part. Alright everyone, here we are in a real-time part. As you can see, we are looking at the wrong direction, so let's turn around, and there you can see this is the badger in from backside actually, something I haven't shown too often in the video because we've been focusing on this side, but I want to keep the excitement a little bit higher, so I'm effectively on this side. So, you know that Tajet Cam always is a tiny bit too high, as you can see. We are a little bit too tall for the people's actual size. I wish Frontier would adjust that because it's like I don't know, it almost feels like we are a little bit too tall because this also makes these buildings look a little bit wrong, but in fact they are completely right. I will open this up a bit more, so as if this is a counter to the outside, but before we talk about this restaurant and what's going to happen, I'm going to show you around real quick here with the other stuff. So we are going to go all the way around here, and I'm just going to take a little shortcut here through the forest, which you'll not be able to do later on, but this is where you come down here, this little pathway, and then, oh, it's actually more like a trail, and then on the left hand side you can see some of the, you know, wonderful habitat for the deers, and some of the deers are like in front of us here, as you can see. Look at that, it looks beautiful. The little baby deer as well, getting some food, and then now things changed quite significantly, because on the right hand side, and you can see now that this actually became a significant area that makes a lot more sense now, as you have the viewing to the left hand side for the deers, and on the right hand side it really connects beautifully with the badger area. And these are also the gates I was talking about. Let me just quickly go around here and then just zoom in a tiny bit, and you can see these are the gates that would leave the badgers going into the big ol' forest, you know, which is in fact the deer habitat, but I just, in our imagination, this is the forest, okay? So the deers are living in the forest, and they just come by the river down there anyway, so this is why you can see the deers most often, since that is their, well, actually their territory, you know? And then this is the deer habitat, the badger habitat. And as I said, this is inspired by a previously existing lynx habitat, and this is also why it's a bit more hilly, and you can see there's a wonderful badger burrow down here. I tried to really make that go in line a bit more with the landscape. We have this gazebo style building, which is more likely the building that has been existing here for the lynx. You can see some broken down wall here from the tree that fell over, some rocks and stuff, some boulders. There's another piece that, you know, was falling over, and then you can go in here, and actually there's a couple more things to witness. You can see there are some of the badgers right in front of our eyes. Wonderful, as if this was planned. There's even another one, but if we go around the corner, you can see you go up a little bit, and so you get a better view of all these. So it's very foresty, but there is obviously also an indoor area for them, which I can't do because in fact the restaurant is behind there. But the idea is really to say that this is also obviously for them in the winter if it's cold or whatnot. They can find shelter in the building if they want, and there are the gates for them to be opened. And you have another burrow right over here in front of your eyes that they can use. And so this is the badger habitat. They do have exactly as much space as they require in the game. So technically this could also be a habitat for the game with all the game requirements. So it's not only a nice thing for the sandbox, but it's actually working in real as well, which I like in the game. Look at the badgers there. Oh god, I love that. I love the view from over here. I love the fact that don't prove the badger in. Oh my god. I was afraid it's gonna take the badger. But yeah, you can see that. I like this view, by the way, as well, with the lighting and so. That looks really cool here with the backlighting and just giving the cozy vibes away. And you have always the building here in front of you, made a lot with the decals here, so it's looking down, run down a bit more, as I was talking about. And oh, look at that, the badger just running away there. Love it. It's so cool. It just works very well together. And this is like more or less like a little bit of an area which, well, you can look into, but they're it's lesser probable that they're over here. I'm going to put some more enrichment here so that they might go up a little bit here every now and then. But yeah, so this is then the restaurant area. And again, it's not been done completely now, but I will do, this is going to be like the backstage access for the staff members. But if you go here, this is the entrance to the restaurant. And I did in fact do some stuff, and don't let yourself be confused by the height here. You've seen the people are smaller, but I still have to readjust the heights of the building a little bit. It's a tiny bit too low, but you know what, I'm just going to jump out of Tangent Cam and I'm going to actually fly in this cam so you can see that a bit better from the actual height. So going in here, this is the height we are considering, and you can see this with the staff member. It just kind of works, but in fact these buildings sometimes are that low because people in the past have been a lot smaller than we are on average, so this is why. And if you go in, you can see there's a tiny bit of styling done already, but this is just bare bone. I will do a lot more. There will also be like a second stage on here where we'll have some more tables. Actually, the problem is just that the building is like so freaking high, and we will in fact open up here and there will be more tables around in this area, getting to use the gable of the building a bit more, closing that off, making this like a proper solid room so that it almost seems like you can even go in there as like a meeting room or something. And that is going to be the story about this. And we will go and open this up to this side, so you have like a little bit of a view from the inside to the outside, and vice versa. But I just like that. I like that with how the sun is just, you know, falling down in here. Just imagine getting here after a long walk and just grab a little hot chocolate, you know. By the way, this is like salt and pepper here and like a little table, and it's pretty much sunken in, but it's working pretty well. I like that a lot with these tiny pieces from the Europe pack. It really works together super well. And yeah, now this is the area so far. And you've seen the teaser in snow. It also looks pretty dang great in snow. This is also why we're just going to turn on snow real quick here, so you guys can see that actually in snow. Just gonna speed up the game a little bit so we don't need to wait for so long. But just to give you a little bit of an insight what is happening next. Now, you can see that this area here is more or less like the center of interest, so to say. And we are going to make this entire area with buildings. So we have got this area here, which will have like a beautiful outside area. We are going to make like a little well down here with like a little bit of a water play. And then up here, we will have like a little Christmas market style, like with some market stands and stuff. And at the same time, this is basically the point where we'll have the Ibex habitat. This is going to be in this slot over here. So you will have more viewing points from this side and from this side as well, which is going to be very interesting. And also, we're going to have the Lynx habitat. This is going to be featured, and let me just zoom out a tiny bit, and also we could stop the snow at this point and just go to cloudy, I guess. And you can see on this blank space, this is going to be where the Lynx habitat is going to sit. So, oh my god, see you later, snow. I didn't know it's gonna go well. Then just give me some sun again. No, there you go. But yeah, this is going to be where the links is going to be featured. So we will have some viewing here from the roundabout, and then we will have like a dedicated viewing here. And the same thing applies. All of the habitats will have an opening into the forest. So we will have to enlarge the forest in this direction anyways, and we will obviously, enable a bit of a part in this side as well. And since you guys have been proposing so many cool animals, we will have more than just the Europe DLC animals. I have some in mind that will make its appearance in here, and I can already confirm that the wolf is going to make its appearance in here. Not quite sure where at the moment. My tendency is to make this into the wolf habitat, a very nature-inspired one, and just really trying to keep it as much natural as possible and not really giving them anything down here, because then also the tower would make a lot more sense. You have then the viewing this direction, but also in the other direction, so you can see a couple of things from there, and this should be how a tower is made out. And what we will also do, and this is something I had in mind for quite a while, we will make like a lake here in the background that is visible from this tower. So that's also one of the ideas I had in mind. But that's about it. And now it's your turn to let me know in the comments down below how you like the story of the Badger Inn. What's your best story about, like, getting into a building like that after a long walk, after being in holidays or whatnot, and what kind of defines coziness for you? That's something I really would love to know. So make sure to comment as much as you can. It helps the video, but also I'm very curious to understand what you guys have for stories and stuff. So thank you so much as always. Have a wonderful Christmas time. If we don't speak until then, I wish you guys all the best for the Christmas days. Stay safe, everyone. Stay healthy. And until then, goodbye. Hey everyone, and welcome back to Planet Zoo, and welcome back to Hirscheck, our Planet Zoo Black Forest project. And today we are going to build the Eurasian lynx habitat, or better to say, it's actually going to be a lynx reserve, because it's, again, just as the other habitats, only a partially enclosed habitat. The rest of it will be free in the wild, but more about that in the real-time part. Now, stick with me. This is one of my best builds. I know I say that rather often, but I think it's a good thing, because that means I'm improving constantly and builds get better. But this one in particular is pretty awesome. And there are some reasons to why it is so, but I want to start with the first and most obvious one. The Eurasian lynx is a great animal, and I was lucky enough to see one in the wild once in my life, which they are not really that common over here. I mean, they are not like super mega seldom, but they are very, very hard to see. And it's kind of a lot of years ago when I was on a walk with my grandpa back then. We saw one, and that was really, really special. But I think these animals just in general have something special, especially here in Europe, because these are the only, like, I don't want to say even big cats, because technically they're not, but, bigger cats that live in the wild. And otherwise we only have some foxes and stuff. So it's not like that we see lions all over the place. So they are kind of special. But also, because I'm building this in a wildlife or, open wildlife reserve kind of style, in German, you say Wildpark or Nature Park, whatever you want to say that. But Wildpark is most likely the translation that would, make most sense. And I think they have a special place in my heart, because as a kid, you've been dragged there so often by grandparents, parents, and so on and so forth. It's like a different type of zoo to me, because in comparison to an actual zoo where you have a lot of animals that, don't really live in your area, the lynx and, in these wildlife parks and wildlife reserves, they have only local animals. And I think this is in specific a very good thing, because this is something where you learn about your own environment. And to be fair, you tend to forget about what kind of amazing animals live over here. And I want to basically not control, but just more or less, just get myself back onto track and say, hey, you know what, I just made a little mistake by anticipating that the Europe pack wouldn't be so cool. Because at the end, I need to correct myself. These animals are great. It's just a matter of perception that I thought they are not as cool, simply because I'm so used to them. And this is a classical mistake, a very common mistake that people do about things that they think are very common, but they are not. Like it's a typical case of selective perception. For me, it is special, but for many other people, it's not. No, the other way around. For me, it's not special, but for other people, it is. And this is something I really thought about a long time during the last couple weeks, and this is also the reason why I'm so happy with this project, because I finally can enjoy something that is so used to me and start to see the beauty in it again, which it starts to get a lot more philosophical here, but I really mean that by heart. Now having a kid and being on the verge of doing exactly this again now with my kids opens my eyes again, because my little one has not seen a deer in her life. Well, actually she has last time we've been there, but maybe she hasn't perceived a deer yet. But all of these animals that I'm so used to because I know them by heart, she's never seen in her life. And for her, a lynx is as special as a lion or as a dragon. You know what I mean? There is no difference for her because she has to learn that everything the same way. And seeing that from a perspective of a parent now really brings you back down to what it is all about. It's not that things are not special by default. The thing that makes them special is the perception of them. And this is why I love this episode so much, because I took my time to really think about these reserves I've been to myself. I looked at a lot of photos that I have myself, but also on the internet. I browsed through different locations on Google Maps that I know we've been to, especially in the Black Forest as well, but also here closer to us. And I figured that I want to do something that really comes close to what I enjoyed seeing. And so I wanted to really bring this back into this video, and I'm very happy with how it turned out. Now I think it's finally time, after 5 minutes of this very long intro, to talk about the real build here. And I wanted to have different things embedded that I'm a big fan of. And ignore it at this point. I really hope they fix it somewhere along the next month, so that would be amazing. But other than that, I'm just ignoring that and just go full on making habitats look good. Now, speaking about the habitat again, it is very important to mention that the lynx can jump. They can jump quite crazily. And I kept that in mind to really make sure that they, first of all, obviously, as I said, that they can't escape via these climbing issues that we have in the game. But also, second of all, that we have a lot of jump-proof fences. So they're quite tall, and they have also this kind of overhang to ensure that they can't jump over it, even though it would technically be low enough. So you have this overhang from the inside. So yeah, I really do hope that helps. Also made like a little custom lantern over here. Tried several things because the pieces are so small now that you have so many possibilities to make custom lamps that I figured, just do one as well. And I wanted to have something, some kind of little lamp that is very common in these foresty little shelters, almost like a hunter would have them. I wish I would have like a little lantern, but the lanterns are still too big and I wanted to have something even smaller. Also, I'm very sorry for subtle cuts in today's video. My voice is still not 100% back and I am trying to find my voice here and there. So I'm just cutting a little bit and drink something just to ensure that my voice is back for a couple of seconds. Now, things have to be told. We are here in, is it actually, I'm not even sure if that's the first Planet Zoo of the year. I think it is. So for all Planet Zoo fans, Happy New Year, if I didn't say that already. Now, 2022 is going to be a special year for me on this channel, and I want to quickly give you a little insight. If you guys are not interested, I highly recommend to just skip forward to the real-time part, which is about 14-ish minutes into the video, and until then I'm going to quickly talk about that. For those of you who are a fan of all the details of this build, I'm going to, as always, talk about them in the real-time part. Now, speaking about my channel, I am very happy with the development last year. I really wasn't sure what the development will be, especially with the little one, because, it has been the first time that I got daddy, and I had no idea how this will influence the channel. The only thing I knew was that I wanted to continue. I had no idea how exactly that's gonna work, and I'm very happy with how it worked out. Obviously, I don't really have that much time as I had before, and for this year, that means that I will somehow try to take upon that change and embrace that change now. That means I'm trying to get into a rather stiff schedule. That means we will have videos every Wednesday, Friday and Saturday. That is my target for this year, and it will obviously change during DLC and game release times, when obviously I have to stick to the dates that, announcements, blah 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 happen. But for everything else, which is the normal kind of content, it will be on these days. And I'm even trying to juggle between currently Planet Zoo, Jurassic World Evolution 2 and Prehistoric Kingdom. I won't say anything to a certain focus or balance at this point in time. I can fair and square say that Jurassic World Evolution 2 videos are doing by far the best on the channel. Planet Zoo is by far the best game for me when it comes to just creating stuff, because I'm so used to the game, and Prehistoric Kingdom is somewhere in between, having a great toolbox but being a little bit itchy still because of beta, and I think the perception of this game has to be developed over the beta. So they're very different games, and this is what makes them so great, and I think they're a great choice to play around with. So you will most likely see a lot more different kind of content, but I'm very much looking forward to how that's going to play out. And this also means that for the moment, I am not sure when exactly franchise is going to be returning. I'm trying to, but that might then add another day, and rather another day, it would be double episode on one day, because I want to stick to the days. So potentially it could be a double feature on Fridays, to stick with the franchise on Fridays and then have another video. But this is something for the future I will make a video about. And the next thing is, this year I want to reach 100,000 subscribers. That is the only notable goal I'm going to set myself. I don't care about views or whatever. This is the only thing I want to reach. It's kind of something that makes me feel that my journey here is not finished not by any means, but it is almost like the respect for what I've done over all these years that I want to see happened, I guess, in a way. It's very hard to put in words because it's something you know, being recognized as like a certified YouTuber or whatever is something at this point I really would love to achieve, I guess. And you know, you guys are the ones who can help me. For those of you who are not subscribed yet, but you know, you like the content, you want to help me out, a little click on that subscribe button would obviously help me out tremendously, because that's the easiest way to, you know, just help me out. But this is the end of the talky talk part, the voiceover part. We are skipping over the real-time part, and I promise I'm not going to talk about boring stuff like that. I'm going to talk about the build, and the reason for that is you have to see it in game. It's looking so much better in game. So I see you at the other side of the cut. Until then, enjoy the last seconds. Well, actually, there were not that many seconds left in the speed build, but here we are in the real time. But I have to get the game on pause for a second, because we will first of all have a look at the habitat before we see them in action, or not. I'll talk about that at the end. So this is the whole area, and I think this goes down in history as one of the most complicated areas ever to capture in a screenshot. Like legit, I had no freaking idea how to make a, you know, fitting screenshot for YouTube. I mean, I should have done something like that, you know. And I mean, Lady came around with the idea to delete some trees and stuff to make it brighter, but here you can actually see the problem that Planet Zoo actually brings with it when you have shadows. It's just, it looks so much better with the trees in, but it looks so much darker, and that's a little bit of an issue. But I want to say something about this habitat in general. There are way too less trees in for the moment. This is just a showcase, but I will make it actually super dense. I want to give this the real foresty feeling, and yeah, we have to do that. Anyways, let's go a little bit more structured, and this is the badger habitat we've done last time. So badger habitat over here, and then you go around that corner and you have already this little hut over here that drags your attention a tiny bit. You have to go up here, and now over here you can see already quite nicely from the side the lynx habitat, and this view over here is pretty classic. This could also be like in a zoo, like a little, you know, like a little net structure or mesh habitat. Very classic, very 90s inspired, you know, as you see that in some German city zoos and stuff. For bigger cats, they had these things quite a lot before they have been you know, fortunately forbidden and changed into different ones. Now you have these fences quite a lot in these wildlife reserves as well. You can see there's like a little bit of a colored plate down here, like a little plank that makes sure that you can't really view it too much from the foreground, so to give them a bit of privacy, and only if they are, you know, roaming around a little bit more in the trees and stuff, you can see them. To see them a bit more up close, you really have to get a little closer, and you can see I made this custom wall separated a little bit from the mesh, so you are not really as close to it as you shouldn't be, because, you know, you don't want to grab your hands through here. I want to really make sure that they have their privacy, because that's, again, is a wildlife reserve. It's not a zoo, and this is hopefully something that this habitat pays through to. Now you can see you can go along here, and then you can see the lynx just moving down here. I really like this shot. I really like this area in general. I think it really looks pretty cool, because it translates the idea of the habitat very nicely. You can also see like this little rock in the back where they can go, and you can see the platforms that they can jump from one to the other. If we go down here, you can see there is this little access area for the hut. It's a very simple one, you know, there's not really that much going on in here, but this is also not as in zoos, because that's just like a winter shelter for them. But as they can always go back into the forest, they maybe have their little holes and caves and stuff where they live in anyways. And this is just to, if they want to come here and maybe they're, you know, ill or sick or whatever, then they can get in here. But, you know, normally they're not. And this is the little underground viewing that I've talked about. And you can see there is a lot of education going on over here. I used the old screenshots from Yosemite, but no one can tell, so whatever. You haven't heard that. And over here you can see another like little education about the Eurasian lynx. You can see that the concern is the least concern. That's the conservation status of this one, and you can see a little Wikipedia article about this. Now, turning around here, you can go up and you can see this is your view into the habitat habitat. Unfortunately, there's no one over here to be seen right now, but we will hit play and hopefully there is someone coming over. This is mostly what I wanted to talk about, but just one more little view at the back there. You can see there are little gates where they can actually go out of this wonderful area. And over here, this is our beautiful themed staircase now, bringing you up into the area, which will be for the Ibex. This is gonna be here, but this is another cool little viewing opportunity of the Lynx. And oh boy, this is kind of a cool view as well. I haven't tested that so often. Anyways, let's hit play. Oh cool, this one has for whatever reason gets boxed. Cool. I don't know exactly why. Oh, look at that one. It's just going to chill down below the platform. I'm a big fan of this. I haven't seen that one. I like when they use these kind of cozy little areas. Was that the vet actually? I think the vet actually took this one. Okay, never mind. Let's have a little look over here. We can't see it from this spot, can we? Whoops, where am I? Can I see it? Ah, not quite. That's unfortunate. I thought you could just see it through here, but it's hidden pretty well. Let's see if the other one is coming around. Oh, it is. It is coming around. Look at that. Hey, where did you go? Where'd you go? Oh, I've never seen them jumping on here. I made it so that they can actually roam around on this thing and then just take the tree to go down. But honestly, these animals just jump quite a lot, as you can clearly tell over here. A little bit of paw licking, like it. Okay, you know, I'm just gonna drag that one over because I want to bring this one in front of us so we can see it. So let's go down here because I just want to have that viewing once for you guys. Look at this. This is how cool it can be from down here, just getting the Lynx in your view. And I think this is so cool because you're on the level and just standing over here gives you that beautiful view of the Lynx in the habitat. Yeah, I am a fan of that. I'm a fan of how this all works out. I'm a fan of the foliage from the Euro pack. Just in general, I think it looks super cool. It opens a lot more possibilities to build cool reserve style things and yeah, just some more European things. But I wanted to talk about the climbing for a second. Boy, I hope Frontier is watching. God, this is actually, I'm very sorry. And then again, I'm not, because I have to show that. I don't really understand, and I have to show that. Maybe someone has a solution, maybe not. But look what happens now. And I just want to quickly point out that these pieces are the new climbing pieces that came with the 1.8 update. So they should be optimized for animals. But are you just both? Are you kidding me, right? Okay, see, this is what I needed to have for a cool screenshot. And you guys are just like randomly doing this for me now, while I was about to showcase something to the people. Look, there's a little bit of a poopy poop thing here. Thanks for nothing, I guess. Yeah, okay, cool. Anyways, I'm just going to speed up so that they just stand up finally again. Yeah, just make both a little bit of sleep. Are you kidding? This is like, okay, wait. This is insane. I wanted to... Hello? There you go. And you go here. Oh yeah, yeah, just poop one more time. Now, okay. So now we see things happening. Okay, that was a relatively good jump, but now look at what happens here. What on earth is going on? Like, tell me why, okay? I'm just gonna hit this and show you. It looks all pretty clean. There's not really loads going on here with the clamping, and I'm very confused to why they do this. I'm very confused, and I really, really hope... Oh, look at that. Can we get friendly babies? Let's have a little look. Did it work this time? And it didn't. No, well, whatever. Anyways, guys, this is it for today's episode. I just wanted to showcase that, unfortunately, it's not really working that well. But I hope you guys enjoyed today's episode. I certainly did enjoy that quite a lot to build. It was a very, very fun build. I think it fits absolutely perfectly fine into Hirschegg as a whole. And yeah, there is a lot more to cover in the next episodes. Now, I need your help. If you guys want to support the channel and you haven't subscribed yet, Welcome back to Planet Zoo and welcome back to Hirscheck, our Schwarzwald or Black Forest inspired play for the winter times. And yeah, today is a kind of funny and special episode because it's my birthday. And equally, we are going to build my star sign habitat, if you will, because the ibex is basically my star sign, obviously, as you can tell from the date today, it's in January, so that just makes sense in at least our star sign calendars. And yeah, so I thought, you know what, I'm gonna do this for today as like a special one. And you know, to make the day even more special, it is hump day. I mean, how cool could this be? You know, it's actually kind of cool that this all fit together because, you know, Wednesday is my normal upload day for Planet Zoo and just in general for speed builds. So that fit well. The ibex or ibex was the logical next animal to be placed in here from the European animals, and just in general it just fit very well. Today, I will talk you through a little bit of this build in particular because there are a couple of things I want to talk about that I did a bit of research on, and I actually got a lot of interesting, images as like an inspiration for this. And I will also talk about what's going on with this series here and in general with Planet Zoo on the channel. So stick with me, and we're going to speak in particular about the build and how the layout is in the real-time part. So yeah, this build is vastly inspired obviously by the regional like Schwarzwald Black Forest regional nature landscaping stuff like that. So it's not really meant to be a zoo kind of habitat, as this series is all about taking the nature, building like a little reserve that is enclosed in like a chain link fence and still having always the potential for them to roam into the wild. However, for the ibex in particular, this is not the case. This one is a completely enclosed one for several reasons, to make sure that they are safe in this area, because most of the ibex in Germany are living in the Alpine region and it's not Black Forest. I couldn't really find out fully if there are still some existing in this region, but I think it's not, or at least very, very seldom, and it's very unlikely that you will meet one. And so in these wildlife reserves, if there was any, this is definitely kind of a conservation project in which they are held captive, obviously, but still for the matter of making sure that they are secure from all the animals in the environment, just like the lynx, for example, that is obviously a threat to this animal. Now, I found this very interesting still to use the habitat, or like the natural habitat of the ibex as much as I could. And as I said, it's alpine, so it's very much mountainish and they need a lot of boulders and stuff. And I tried to do my best to work in the boulder enrichment item and as well as the normal rocks and stuff in the game. Because last episode we were talking about a lot about the fact how practical unfortunate the climbing is, and I have to say quite the opposite is true for the ibex. It is very nice. The traversable area of this animal is ridiculously good, and they can really traverse some heavy inclines. They can jump on literally any kind of rock. They interact with the rocks pretty nicely. You know, some of the animals are, it just almost seems like if you put a rock down into the ground, it acts almost like a barrier. But it's actually the opposite for the ibex. You can just put a rock down and they will just use it as traversable area. And the animation looks pretty dang good. Like, it's really, really close to perfection how they move above it. I'm going to show this in a real-time part because I was really blown away by it. And this is next level stuff for me. I can't really remember that any of the other animals had such a good way of interacting with the environment from the get-go. So that is really, really cool. And I love how this relatively complex habitat works out in the end. Now, speaking of the habitat and area, I also drew a lot of inspiration from some of the buildings in the Black Forest, but also just in general in Alpine regions. Technically, it's not Alpine region, but you get it. It's like architecture-wise, it's kind of similar. There is a difference in it, but you can take some of the elements from each other and then just bring it together. And I wanted to make this like tiny pavilion over here, almost like a little viewing platform, like a very small one. Just a couple of people could go in there, but this is something you will see all the way in the Black Forest and just in general in like larger German forests, because these are like little shelters from rain, snow, or whatever, where you can do some picnics in, or just like, actually also try to get some warmth in you again, because they sometimes also are very secure from wind and so on. So you will see them quite often around in these forests and in all these hiking routes and stuff. And so I wanted to put one in here. And so on the one hand side, the problem is, even though the tools in this game to build are a lot more elaborate and actually a tiny bit better than in Planet Zoo in terms of what they are capable of, the productivity level is not really that high, simply because it's not as stable yet. And this is by no means criticism or whatever. It's just like it's a beta. They're still working on it. But that means that even though the tools are better and a lot of things like scaling and so on come in very handy, I still take a lot more time to build my stuff in comparison to Planet Zoo. First of all, obviously, because I'm not that used to it at this point, and also because some of the things just don't work exactly the way they should at this point, but that's just minor things. Still, it takes a lot more time, and so I'm not too used to it yet, and it's just, I'm not at this level of productivity as I am in Planet Zoo. Speaking of, I really want to go back into franchise as well. I have my idea still. We have to round up our tiny zoo. It's still not done, and honestly, at this point I'm just procrastinating here, and I'm trying to move that away as much as I can, because it's still quite a lot of work to get this thing finished. I potentially will do this once I have one day off or whatever, because it will take time and I just don't have it at this point. But maybe we are already going to start another one, because I really want to, and this is just already my fingers are itching to start this off relatively soon. So yeah, this is something I'm looking forward to. Then we have Jurassic World Evolution 2, and oh my god, I've got so many ideas, and obviously this game is a lot more brilliant when it comes to productivity, simply because of the way that the game is limited in comparison to the other two games. But still, the beauty in this is that you can create way larger areas and way larger things in a lot
less time, which is pretty cool, and I like that a lot. So yeah, we've got a lot of different facets going on, and I just wanted to keep you posted that I'm trying to do this, but I will also try to keep a schedule of at the max 3 videos a week. At this point, I could do 4 because I could also go for the Sunday, but I'm trying to do for like Wednesday, Friday, Saturday, and if there is spare time and stuff left, then we might do the Sunday. But I want to give you guys a bit of a better idea for the future, that my channel is a bit more structured, and you can always expect videos on these 3 days, definitely. And if not, I will let you know that I have got a lot of stress in real life or whatever, and I'm not capable of doing so. Then I will let you know. But most of the times I should be able to do that, especially when there is a franchise still running, because that one, like honestly speaking, is a lot more easy to make, because the time you put into is obviously less because it's real time. As you can see with a speed build like this one, you put like 3 to 4 hours only in the speed build, making that like a 15-minute speed build at the end, which is kind of crazy in terms of input-output value, but I love it, and this is why it's not that big of a deal anyways. But yeah, so I really hope you guys can enjoy this, and really I like the fact that I'm trying to, get this all structured a little bit. And yeah, that should be it for my, real-time part here. Voiceover. I'm so sorry. Voiceover. I really hope you enjoyed this little insight. And if you want to do me a big favor for my birthday, if you haven't subscribed yet, see it as a birthday present for me to, grant me your sub, so to say, even though your list might be already pretty full, as I can totally understand, but you would do me a big favor to help me out grow this channel, and just, get you guys involved a bit more, and tell the YouTube algorithm that I've got my birthday today, Anyways, I really hope you enjoyed this so far. Now I leave you alone with a couple of minutes of music, and then we see each other in the real-time part. All right, so here we are in the real-time part as promised, and this is the build. This is the final habitat of the Ibex, and I am very, very happy with this build. I want to show you the sidelines a little bit, because this is how I had this all in mind. And if you come up on this is basically the stage for this whole build. We go with the nature, you can see there is the tower, and we are slowly moving up towards the tower. So you've got the follow deer viewing, you've seen the badger, and then you make your way up here. Then you can see the lynx on the right hand side. There's like the lynx habitat, and as you turn around here, you can see like another fence over here greeting you. There's like a staircase. You can see this building already on top, which is kind of nice. It's just peeking around the corner. If you're standing like over here, let me just go back to the restaurant. You have like a view over here. You can still see the building. It's like, peeking through a little bit. So it's really, really nice. And if you go even a bit more into the building and imagine you are like a tad bit higher up, and I still don't have a window here, but if you have a window, you can even see the building acting like a little bit of an attention draw. And then if you go up here, you can see you always have the building like in focus. Look at that. This is just really exactly how it should be laid out. You can see that building as like the focal point or focus point here. And then you go up, you've got this little pavilion greeting you with its attention, and then you turn your head around and you see this building again majestically raising over this whole area. Now, I think the natural fence is kind of nice here. I think this little creek running down is kind of nice with the water dribbling here over the stone, having some fallen trees. I think it's looking really cool with the combination of the VFX and the waterfall. And then, it's just going in here, and then we have this little dribbling coming back down in here. This is just like how it is in real life as well, that you have some ways where it goes over, and then there's like they put some kind of pipies in here so that the pathway is kind of secured from the water, so it's just going down, and then you've got a dribbling little pipe that I think it's also like a little bit of a safety measure for when it's raining pretty heavy, so that it's not all crashing down crazily. I'm not super sure. I thought that was always the reason for what, but anyway. You can see this is the enrichment item built in. It's a little bit of a sad thing they don't quite use it, even though they should be able to, because I have tested it, and if we just click that dude over here, you can see I'm just going to go for the enrichment. You can see that both climbing mountains seem to be reachable from them and usable. And also I've seen them using both once, but this took 20 minutes until they did. I really wish Frontier would drastically increase the likeliness that these things are being used. I really don't know why they use it so seldom. I mean, the scarecrow thing over here is used like 10 million times a day, kind of the way it is, and everything that has food in it is just, used so much. But toys like barely even used, So this is the habitat, and one thing I promised you is to have a little look at this building in particular. You can see this is a custom-made one. I love how this turned out, like with these logs I never used so far for building, but I like the textures of it. Speaking of which, I still need to put some decals and weathering effects on. I totally forgot about that. Got an open window over here and a little food trough, making sure that I have some. And this little element, which is really likely for these Black Forest Alpine buildings that have this little triangular shape on front of the roof shape, and I think it turned out pretty cool and pretty sleek with the technique I used over here. And then I also tried to use the a very common way of how you see the foundations of these little buildings that are a little bit raised, and then you've got a lot of boulders where the grass is in between. It almost has like a pattern look to it, and I try to kind of remake this in here relatively nice. Anyways, that should be it from the real-time part. I really hope you guys enjoyed that one. I really hope you guys enjoyed the episode. And again, if you want to do me a favor for my birthday, which is today, as a little present, if you haven't subscribed yet, please consider subscribing, and you will make me even more happy on my birthday, and obviously help the channel grow, and so on and so forth. You know the stuff. I really hope you enjoyed it. Leave me a comment down below what you like the most about this habitat, and also if there's anything else you would love to see in Hirschegg and what we should do next, and also when is your birthday, so I keep that in mind and will greet all of you to your birthdays. Just kidding, but I'm trying. Okay, so thank you so much everyone, and hope to see you in the next one. Have a good time, and goodbye. In today's Hirschegg episode, we are going to build a wonderful wolf reserve. As you can see, this episode again is going to be a bit more quiet, cozy, and a little bit something to relax. So let's get started. Alright, welcome back to Hirschegg, welcome back to our Europe Pack series. It's actually been a while since the last episode has been here. And there are multiple reasons for that, which I'm going to explain during the episode. So stick with me if you're interested to why there was a little delay. And also, if you guys are interested in what's going on in the future with my channel and with Planet Zoo, I will also briefly talk about that. But first of all, thank you for tuning in. As always, I am insanely happy about the ongoing support that you guys give me. And also the last couple months have been really, really great in terms of the channel. And it really gave me the very well needed rest I need in the evenings. Seeing my YouTube channel and your comments really gets me out of the insanity that real life is at the moment. Not because of my real life, but I think because of our all real lives. The reality we are facing right now with everything going on from so many different angles is just ridiculous. And I want to give you a bit of a little place to escape from that. And this is also why I'm just briefly touching that topic before we go on with this idyllic little build here. I'm very happy with how that turned out in the end. I can tell you it really was a lot of emphasis on the natural part of it, and I think I really succeeded in that. It really also was something almost therapeutic here. Not gonna lie, it really was listening to an audiobook. But you know that I have done some charity in the past couple of days, and the link for the charity I'm running is also down below in the description. So if you guys still want to help, you can find the link in the description. Everything you need to know about the project is listed down there, so I don't need to explain that over here. I just wanted to really, tell you real quick that I needed to have a little bit of a talk about that in these dedicated videos and the live stream, just because I thought it's too important to miss out on that topic in general, because I'm a human being, I'm not a machine, and so this is why I think it's still important to touch it every now and then. And I also won't stop doing this in the future just for the sake of keeping a weird facade of everything positive. That is just not going to happen, because that's not how real life is. And I think to really enjoy the beauty of life, you have to understand that sometimes not everything is brilliant and positive. So that is why I make this. But enough of that. I want to, as I said, give you some cozy, enjoying, vibes today. And so we built this wonderful wolf reserve. And just to get you guys in case you haven't been here with the whole Hirschegg series, of course, you will always find the link to the playlist in the video and so on and so forth. So if you want to rewatch episode 1 to, I think it's episode 10 actually today. I'm not really quite sure which exactly this is, or maybe 6 or 7. I don't know. But, you can find all the other episodes in the playlist as always. But I think it's very important to really give you a brief idea of what this is about. So Hirschegg is a German-located wildlife reserve. It is not a zoo. It's very important to point out. We do have quite a lot of these parks around our area here. This one is especially located, or at least in our imagination, in the Black Forest, also in Germany. But we do also have a lot of them very close to where I live in Western Germany here. So we even have one that is just off the outskirts of Düsseldorf. It's a very small one, a very neat one. We've been there quite often already with a small one, and we're even planning on going somewhere tomorrow. Some of them you pay a very small amount for entrance fee. Some others are free, and then there are some others where it's not really like an entrance fee. You basically pay for the animals, for the food and stuff. So you donate more or less an amount of money for the food and stuff. So I think I really like this because you get to know the local animals very nicely. Sometimes they do have animals in there that are just partially local in that sense that they either have been in this area previously and now they are running towards extinction in this area, and so they preserve them in these reserves, or they are just on the verge of coming back, as the wolf is, by the way, and this is why this is a great example in today's episode. The wolf is coming back to Germany. Many reasons for why. There have been some programs in the past to bring the wolf back into some dedicated areas, but the wolf, well, as it is as an animal, it just doesn't stay in these dedicated areas, because the wolf is an animal that wants to expand its territory in a way, and so they move out. What many people don't really know is that the wolf itself is not really dangerous to the human being in that sense that they would attack you or stuff. Like cougars and stuff in Yosemite, they are kind of, they are dangerous. Wolves obviously can become dangerous if counter, which is kind of ridiculous. I wish, I mean, it doesn't really matter, but I wish we could then have like almost like a gate function as it is with the habitats itself. That would be funny. That would be really, really funny. Not gonna lie, that would be pretty cool. I kind of would love to see that. Anyways, yeah, so you can see this is really how it works with these little huts. We're going to have a look at them in the real-time part anyways, but I am a huge fan of how that turned out. It really looks cool. And I figured, as we have a very nice viewing area on top of that little hill where also the watchtower is, the watchtower itself obviously is another viewing opportunity, I figured we have to have something that is a bit closer to the habitat itself or to the reserve itself. As you can tell, this is a reserve, and that is just one side of the reserve, but this is how it actually is in these wildlife parks. So it's not like in a zoo where you try to give them every angle possible of the habitat to give them a perfect view of everything, like even underwater, whatnot. This is not the idea. So you want to preserve also the animals' privacy in here, so making sure that the animals feel not stressed and feel almost like in a real life situation, and they only do approach this area where human beings are when they feel like it. And so this is what we did over here. And I'm quite happy with how that turned out. I still use some of the mesh pieces here to prevent people from throwing too much stuff in there. It could still happen, but you know, most of these parks are, you know, they are, I don't know why people seem to behave better in these parks than in zoos. I can't really tell you why. Maybe you guys have an idea. If you have an idea, let me know in the comments down below. I don't know, maybe it's something psychology-wise, like, I don't know. But I have the feeling that people just behave way better in these wildlife parks than they do in zoos. As in, they don't throw too much trash everywhere. They are just more quiet. They tend to behave even better with the kids and stuff. And also they have a lot more respect for other people roaming around. So I just quite enjoy these parks a lot more because it seems like the animals do better and also the people just behave better. I honestly have no real explanation for that other than my feelings. But yeah, I can just assume that maybe because of, if you decide to go a wildlife park like that, you're not going there to see some fancy, crazy, exotic animals, but you see some animals that live in our area, and so you might be just a bit more aware of the fact that these animals are there to pay respect to. I don't know. It's just me guessing right now, I think. But yeah, so that would be nice if that's actually the case. But you can see putting some last pieces here and there, just making sure that this habitat is also working as a habitat is. We've got the cave down here, which yeah, should be something realistic. And the habitat in itself obviously is working pretty fine. Like the wolves are doing absolutely fantastic in there, since they have huge space, everything they need to have, and yeah, just in general kind of nice. And then just finishing off everything like with some little details here and there, and I can't wait to finally make everything look even more overgrown and even more foresty when we are done. I'm still not doing it due to the fact that I need some thumbnails that make you guys click the video, and unfortunately you can't get people to click the video if everything is in shade. There are even people that did some analytics on thumbnails in Planet Zoo and stuff, like what happens if you have too much shade in there, and what happens if you take the same screenshot in the sun or in shadow, and it's ridiculous how much more attention grabbing it is if you have things in the sun. I mean, it's just human, you know, bright colors, poppy colors. It's just so much easier to grab the attention of people, even though, you know, just talking about the beauty of it, I would always tend to use some more realistic looking thumbnails, but I already said goodbye to that thing over a year ago, because I know if I would go for the images that I love for my thumbnails, no one would ever watch my videos. It's just like I'm a person that really likes some more or less cinematic shots that really have a feeling to it, like really beautiful shots that many people would appreciate in like a photo stream or something, but they are just not good as thumbnails because they don't really grab the attention of people to why they would click. So yeah, as promised, I will talk briefly about my channel, but I'll do that in the real-time part when we are done. So for now, I say goodbye to you as of the speed build voiceover Rudy, and I'm jumping over to the actual in-game Rudy. So enjoy your time with that one. I'm out, and see you after the cut. Hello, so here we are with the real-time Rudy in the real-time part, and before we explore the wonderful little habitat from below there as well, trying to catch some of the wolves that may be roaming around in here, and this is also the vibe, you know, I don't want to have them always on spot. You really have to stand here and look for them, see if you can catch them, because that's exactly how it is. It is already in zoos, but sometimes it's already like that in these wildlife reserves anyways. Now, I promise you to briefly talk about my channel, and I will do so with this wonderful location over here. Maybe we are able to spot a wolf passing by every now and then, but let me just take that minute or two. Now, in the last couple of months, I have been pushing a lot of things on the channel, trying several things to learn from it, finding really my way of doing stuff. You've seen that I changed quite a lot of my thumbnails. I tried different series, I tried different approaches. I'm just mentioning, for example, the diorama approach and stuff like that. And I learned a lot of things. And now I really want to try to streamline the whole thing a little bit more, and to focus on the target of getting these 100k subscribers. Like, I'm saying that now for the first time ever, I guess, as a real target. I say this sometimes in the question to ask you guys if you want to subscribe or not. It's like, still, if anyone is out there who hasn't subscribed and loves the content, and maybe you don't even know you're not subscribed, it would always be great to check and just subscribe if you can, because it's for free. It helps me the most. It helps me tell the algorithm that you like the stuff. So that's the easy part. But the reason why is I've put so many hours into my channel in the past 6 years. It's ridiculous. If I would add that together, which in fact I did for my tax declaration, I was shocked. And I think for me, this is somehow the value I want to reach to. Would be my personal relief in a way. That is the one target I want to achieve now. This is the one thing that would just kind of make me feel like the work paid off at the end. It is my hobby. It's not going to be my full-time job anytime soon, and maybe even never. But I really think, after all this work I put into it, and after all the positive feedback, this could be something that I'm in one way also deserve to have, maybe, if I can say so. And on the other hand, it would actually show me that I reached the target that I set out to reach a couple of months ago, and now I finally really say that. So you will obviously certain things happening that I actually said in the past won't be happening. I will have to adapt to what YouTube asks me to do. And oh, that's a wolf, by the way. And down there, if you haven't seen that one, I think it's going to go into the cave. I will even try to get my headlines and my videos a tiny bit more clicky, and I would need your help for that. So if you guys want to help me out, you can actually tell me in the comments below today in today's video, what makes you click videos? What is the one stuff why you would have watched a video from me over another video? Don't get me wrong, if you want to watch another Planet Zoo video, it's totally fine, do it, because other people do crazy stuff and they deserve your view as well. But I really would love to understand what you guys, my viewers, my core viewers, you know, what you would click. What is the stuff you expect from me doing that you would just click very hard at the get-go, because that's what I need to do. Get people to click, to get more people in, to get new people in, and then have fun together doing some more community projects, because that's a long-term goal. Having more people means having a bit more of a chance to do more stuff. I want to run some contests. I want to do some more community projects, because honestly, at this point, even though people see the big number of 60,000 plus subscribers, the more or less active members are still so low that it's not really that easy to run a big contest or whatnot, simply because not that many people take part, and there is not really that, you know, community vibe going on then. And so this is why I want to grow this very naturally. But enough of that. Let's actually take a little tour, and then we'll see where this brings us. So let's do it. Alright, so we went down the tower, and now we are down here in this area. Before we watch over to the, watch over, good English here, Rudy, go over to the wolves, let's just have a little look to the other side. This is where the deers are in, and, well, I can't even see one. They seem to be, oh, there, look at that, they're in the back. And there's, I can see the antler of one. Look at that, there's one. That's so cool. Okay, now let's go over. We zoomed so close that the fence is actually very pixelated, whatever. Before we go to the actual animals, let's have a little look to these shops. I love how small they appear now. Look at that, you just have that counter over here, like go closed. There are some of the slushies in the back as well. And then you can go here to the other one, get some Bernie bakes, and it's so cool because it's eye level. It's exactly how you expect that to be. You can stand over here. I love that. We could also put like a menu here to the side, and this has to be something that is like easy to attach. Look at that, there's a wolf. There's another one as well. I love that. This is just exactly how you would have that in a wildlife park. Let's just run over, because we can maybe get a glimpse from a better angle here. Look at this. Beautiful. Look at the wolves. They're just staring at each other, playing for us. Look at that. Oh, are they fighting? No, that's playing. Look at the tail wiggling. That's definitely playing. So cool. There's another one swimming, and this is exactly what I wanted to achieve. Look at the open, wide appeal of this entire area. Like, this is a real reserve, and you can really tell that they can go back into the forest. Like, just imagine they're going back into the forest here, wide into it. I mean, obviously they can't, but so this is in my imagination. I also did put some you know, some things in here, and actually I thought about that. Maybe it's cool if you guys send me some of the plates if you want to. Like, just if you want, take some screenshots during the episode and make some, and I'm gonna pick natural and nice. You can't even see that from the tower, but yeah. So from the looks of it, I have to admit that after the lynx habitat, this might be my favorite habitat in Hirschegg. Not sure what about you guys, but I really like it. I think this is a very good position to end the episode. I hope you enjoyed this. I hope you enjoyed this series, and please let me know in the comments down below what else you want to see, what makes you click my videos, what's the reason why you're here. That would be very helpful. And if you guys like the content and you haven't subscribed yet, please consider doing so. Helps me a lot. And now I wish all of you a wonderful weekend, and yeah, stay safe. Until the next one, and goodbye. Hey everyone, and welcome back to Hirschegg. Today we are finishing off this project, at least in the speed build part of things, but more about that in today's episode. So sit back, relax, and let's go. Alright, welcome to Hirschegg and welcome back to Planet Zoo. Today we are going to have a little bit of a relaxed, chill episode because that is the last speed build for Hirschegg. There are a couple of reasons to why that is. I know that you guys love Hirschegg quite a lot, and I'm still very pleased with how the reception of this entire project is. But fear no more, there will be one more episode, and that's gonna be the wonderful tour of Hirschegg. So and this one is going to be released most likely on Sunday. Not sure if I'm going to put it on Sunday or Monday. Let's see. But the real deal is that I wanted to finish this project off now that the Wetlands DLC and the update 1.9 are not only on the horizon, but they're right around the corner and will drop on Tuesday the 12th. And honestly, there's so much I want to do with the new Wetlands animals, and just in general, the time of the year we are, moving ever stronger into is just more likely to have like a wetlands, more spring, summer-ish feeling. And so Hirschegg, which was a very calming winter thing, is really the best moment to finish that off now. Maybe, who knows, we are going to return to it next winter. Who knows if it's kind of possible or not. But yeah, we are ending it off here with a couple of finishing touches. Not a big deal though. Just making sure it all looks good. It's not like perfect, it's not my most detailed park ever, but I think in terms of vibe and in terms of coziness, this really deserves a top spot in my project. And honestly, it also deserves a top spot in most surprising positive reception of you guys. So I've been madly surprised by how many people commented, watched and just interacted with these videos, because when I made Hirschegg as a video series, I did not expect this to go well at all. I just wanted to do it for me because I thought, the kind of wildlife park reserve thing is just kind of something European in that sense. I mean, of course, there are a lot of wildlife reserves out there, but the Tier Park idea that, we have in Central Europe, I thought is not that widespread, but maybe I have been wrong. I don't know, but, I'm just very, very happy that you guys loved it so much. And yeah, so here we are, using the Hirschegg sign once more as like a little entrance to the parking lot. Even though the parking lot over here is occupied by the two buses, technically it could also be a parking lot for some other cars. Like usually these parks don't really have that gigantic parking lots anyway, so many people do park alongside the road, and they just search for some parking lots nearby. But it's not like that. These parks have huge parking lots, which makes there are a couple of reasons to why that makes a lot of sense. So first of all, you don't want to have that many people in there. It's all about the animal conservation in these reserves anyhow, so you don't want to have it that full. And it's also not that, that crowded as normal zoos are, so it's not like that super entertainment factor where you have to have these kind of ridiculously big parking lots and stuff. So yeah, all in all, it's a very cozy thing in these things, in these kind of wildlife parks and tier parks, and it's really cool, and I love it. I think the whole series was such a little gem for me to come back to, and obviously the first 3 to 4 episodes have been very much back to back as always. When the series is new, the drive is always there to go on quick, and then the longer you have a series, the more it kind of dripples away. And this is also the reason why I decided to end it here, because we had a good go. The Wolf Reserve lately was quite a good addition to it, and I think it was a good way to round it off in terms of animals. Surely there are so much more animals that we could fill in here easily. And even with the wetlands pack, we could use the small clawed otter as like a European otter. For example, we could use a couple of other animals, and there would be potential. But I thought, I have to force myself to do that, and I don't want to do this because that never results in a equally good series as all the others where I really want to do certain things. And as I had the feeling that this is now the right time to end it, I just did that, and I'm quite happy. I want to we are 5 minutes into the video, and usually this is the point where only the people that actually listen to the entire episode still are here. If you are one of the skippers, welcome back after skipping into the middle of the video. But please stick with me, because first of all, that boosts my video, which is cool. The second thing is I'm going to talk about something that I had in my plans for quite a while, and maybe I'm going to release it, maybe I'm not, but I wanted to give you an idea because it does fit rather well into this video, simply because I listened to the end of Harry Potter and the Order of the Phoenix in this specific build over here. I was the last 2 hours of the audiobook. And maybe you guys have seen the discussion going on my channel about Hogwarts Legacy. I wanted to make a video about this. I still want to make a video about this, but it's a very sensitive topic, and I wanted to wait until things have calmed down a little. I mean, surely that will lead to a lot less views than I could have had at the beginning. But it's not about the views. It's about doing the right thing. And it's becoming a little bit of a stretch for me to make YouTube videos at the moment. Don't get me wrong, I still love it as much as I always did, maybe even more than before, but there is this one thing at the moment that can't be overseen, and basically every creator will tell you the same. There is not a single video, or maybe every second video in the last month, where a certain comment or 2 comments or 3 comments or 10 comments or even more comments do point out certain things in my videos where I potentially could have perhaps had said something against a minority. And I don't even want to go into detail, because there are so many different things, starting with potential religious signs or wordings or whatever that could harm potentially someone. And it's not about intention or not. If I would do that intentionally, that would be super bad. But the most complicated thing about this is I just don't have the time to spend hours and hours of research before every video if I potentially do something that in some areas or some minorities or some corners of the world could be harming to someone. Don't get me wrong, I try really my best and my hardest to please everyone as best as possible in my videos. I want to make it as inclusive as possible. I want to make it as friendly as possible. But there is a certain kind of limit to what I can do and what not. And trust me when I say that these videos are purely meant to enjoy games and enjoy our passion for games together. And it is just natural that if you delve into certain topics, there is a certain danger in hitting certain things that could potentially be harmful to someone, but not directly, but obviously just like around the corner or 2 or 3 corners, if you imply that certain things were known before. And this is the perfect segue to Harry Potter. Harry Potter is a big problem at the moment for many people, because obviously Joanne K. Rowling is a bad person, a very bad person. Very briefly, if you guys have no idea what I'm talking about, Joanne K. Rowling, I don't know if she has developed or if she has been always the same, but she is very much against trans people. She is very much against LGBTQ, and she's actually not even against it, which, would be not fine, but you could ignore it and she could, just feel that way for herself and fine. But she's actively trying to put money into organizations that, create laws against those people. She's running a huge campaign against those people on the internet. She's in many different talk shows and stuff where she's, openly talking about these things, which with her reach and her publicity is obviously a very bad thing for those people directly harmed by it, but also for those people who just want to have a good time with Harry Potter and stuff. And so that is the reason to why many people don't even want to see Hogwarts Legacy being played by their favorite creators, which in a way I can understand. And it definitely makes sense to talk about that. But there is one overarching argument which I simply don't share, and that is the fact that people say you gotta have to boycott the game in order to make sure she's not getting more attention or more money. Both things are completely wrong in my opinion. So first of all, the attention that she gets from all of this boycott fuss thing is maybe even more, if not very obviously more than if not. And the other thing is, I really strongly believe that that she's not getting the money on a success level. She's not involved in sales. She's getting the money right away when the game is created. There is no doubt about that. And so boycotting the game doesn't really do anything. But what does do a thing is if I, for example, because I have a certain reach, use that to make people aware of the fact that she is a bad person and that people have to speak up, against that. This is the only chance we have. We have to all speak up if we can and make sure that everyone is welcomed in every community. I always say I quite have the fortunate situation that I've been raised and educated in a very good way. Like, honestly, my mom and everyone around me just kind of taught me and raised me to be welcoming and open to everyone. I don't really care about if people love women, if they love boys, girls, whatever, if they feel right in their body or if they feel they have to, be different and go from what they feel right. Honestly, the only thing I have been taught to is respect every human being the same way. And honestly, if someone is an asshole, you can be an asshole no matter if you're gay, trans, straight, cis, whatever, you're an asshole. And if you're a nice person, it again doesn't matter the same way. So this is how I've been raised, and so I have the fortunate situation, and also obviously, and this is what I'm well aware of, I have the fortunate situation to live in a country and in an area being straight and stuff. Obviously, I've got it pretty easy, but that doesn't mean that I don't care for that. So for me, it's obviously the most important thing to make people aware of what is going on there, and this is why potentially when I do the video, I will try to raise the attention for that. Anyways, we have to wrap that up because the video is nearly done, and I really hope you enjoyed this little talk. I thought this was a good situation. Again, this is the finishing touches here. We have built the building, we've filled the interior, and now the next step is that we are doing a little bit of a nice final tour of Hirschegg, which I'm really looking forward to. I hope you guys are too. I hope you enjoy your time. Have a good one. And I talk to you in the next one. Until then, have a good time, stay safe, and goodbye. It is comeback time, and this time around we are back in Hirschegg, our series that we have started last winter when the Europe Pack was announced, and here we are back in this wonderful project that we all thought it has been abandoned, but it hasn't. Well, in fact it has, but the new DLC, which is not that new anymore, but I've been to London and then I've been sick, so a couple of days delay, is actually the wonderful, perfect DLC for that. But we're not going to start for this reason with the DLC animal. We are starting with the free animal from the anniversary, which is obviously the red deer. Now, I just couldn't hold myself to finally doing something for the red deer, and today we're going to build like a little enchanted lake. There are a couple of things I have to mention during this build. So first of all, it's been a rather straightforward build. I sat down yesterday evening and I was like, okay, let's just start doing something and see if we can tie something together. And for some other reasons, or some awkward reasons, I just fell into a complete rabbit hole and finished that off, at least for the time being, because there are a couple of other things happening during the Hirschegg season 2, I want to call it. But there are a lot of things I have to talk about, because this build really turned out beautiful. And I learned so much about landscaping in the last couple of months due to several things that Frontier added to the game. So first of all, these stalagmites or stalactites, whatever these seem to be, they're just one in the game, but turning them around makes them the other thing. So they act as a wonderful, cool new piece for like it's not really rock, it's almost like clay kind of texture, so it works really cool for these like kind of little riverbanks. And in this specific build, the lake should really be the centerpiece of the build, and the rest is going to be forest and nature and lush, and really something I don't really put like too much attention to, because I really want to make sure that this is for the animals solely. I looked at Google and Pinterest for some reference images for some enchanted lakes, like kind of deer areas, and really inspired also by the lake from The Prisoner of Azkaban from the Harry Potter movie, in which obviously Harry thinks he's gonna see his dad, but then again he sees himself because of time travel. And you see the Patronus, which obviously is a deer or a red deer, which makes total sense. And that was just kind of something in my mind which I wanted to do. And I'm not sure if I took the image as a thumbnail that I made for that. Maybe I tried to, maybe I went for a more normal one, I don't know quite yet. But there is one image that looks really fantastic, and I'm going to share that on my socials, so you're going to be able to see that. But as you can see, this time around I really tried to make sure to work a lot with like rocks, and there's a certain technique in order to make that good. And I think I'm just going to make a little tutorial about that soon, to make really nice riverbanks and stuff, because that's something that hasn't been done as a tutorial. But I figured, because I actually had to learn quite a bit before I was able to do some really nice little riverbanks and lake sides and stuff like that do actually look believable rather than weird. And this time around I spent a whole bunch of time making sure to get the right angle to make it really go in. You can work yourself in with the Tiras tool, but the problem with that tool is that it always creates a kind of hard edge. But what you want to have with these kind of lakes and riverbanks is something really subtle, as if the water really drained a certain area around the bank, and then it just goes naturally down into the lake, and you have to follow certain rules to make that believable. And there are much better ways to do that than with this tool. So maybe if you guys are interested, make sure to put a comment down below in the comment section if you are interested in a tutorial like that to make really your riverbanks and your lakesides look the way I have it look over here, because I figure it looks really cool. It looks really good. It's a lot of trial and error in the first place, but if you have certain rules that you're gonna stick to, you'll become a lot better in no time. And I must say that if I do compare that directly to what I've done in the common deer area of this park, you can definitely tell how much of a progress I made in creating these things, because it really doesn't look the same. It doesn't look the same quality. I might have to go back and make that look a lot better as well. It's quite a bit of work, but it's definitely worth it because it makes things look so good. As you can see, in order to make these things like natural, you have to go in and use a lot of clutter, sometimes even more than you think you need to. And I know the biggest issue is obviously it's gonna destroy the traversable area a little bit. Well, it's not going to destroy that, but the animals will start to float a little bit. That's a trade-off I do take in this specific build over here, simply because I want to make it look that enchanted. I try to also come up with certain little nature elements from forest, like a little pit over to speak a little bit more lower and a bit more quiet and a bit more, hopefully for you guys also, a different pace at some point to just sit back, relax and enjoy the episodes with a bit of nice music in the background. Hopefully my voice is still doing its job without even being too clear at the moment. I think it's gonna still take a couple of days until it's fully back on, but I think it's fine, you know, as long as it's not scratchy. I think it's totally fine. The nosiness in the voice is, you know, it's there, whatever. We have to deal with it. I have to deal with it. You have to deal with it. We all will get over it. I'm quite certain about this. But yeah, so last things we have to do over here is just like some cleaning up of the barriers, and then I wanted to copy over one of these little food stalls we are going to get over here as well, just to ensure that we have something. It's nothing crazy, nothing big, but I just wanted to have something down here as well, where people can grab a certain drink or something and then just sit down, because again, this is like a forest area, wildlife reserve. This is not a theme park, so it's more likely to have something like that only. But that's about it, guys. Yeah, time lapse a bit shorter today, but we are also having a little real-time part in which you can see the deers in action, and I really hope you guys enjoyed that one so much. I'm gonna hand you over to the real-time Rudy now. I hope he's nice to you. I hope you guys enjoyed it so far, and now make sure to follow the real-time Rudy. Hey there and welcome to the really quick real-time part. Here we are now in the, well, semi-finished lake area, and as you can see, this is how it looks, and I'm just very, very happy with how it turned out. Look at that wonderful deer in front of us here, just enjoying its little time by the lakeside, you know, really nicely. Look at that, just going down into the water. You see the other ones tolling around in the background. Yeah, there are a couple of little things that don't really work as I hoped it was, like the decals, for example. They act actually like a solid bottom for them, as you can see. So they're walking on top of the lake. So I might actually get rid of these, which is a bit unfortunate because they look gorgeous. But if that's the, you know, if that's the result, I should definitely change that. But look at that. Like I love how it just like, look at this shot over here. Oh, this lake just really turned out exactly the way I wanted it to. With this little pier, you know, going into this area to have a little look. I think it just really delivers on what I wanted to achieve. I wanted to really have that lake over here as the main focus of where you want to go. You know, it's almost like a little enchanted lake, and I really like the way it looks. I really like the way it feels. It was relatively quickly done. I was a bit confused by how easy it just went down my fingers, I should say. Really, look at that one. I just really love how they're just tolling around the water. It's looking at as if it's like having a little bath. There's another one coming over. Oh gosh, this red deer is just so well made. I really do love this model. Really do. Oops, there you go. They break their necks in there. Whatever. Let's go quickly out of this cam so you have a better overview of how the lake looks at the end of the episode. So this is the lake, how it looks. I'm quite a big fan of it, even though I couldn't really do much more than that at the moment, simply because there's a lot more coming to this very area of Hirscheck over here. And now you will see in the next episodes why exactly it's laid out the way it is. We are going to have a wonderful raccoon habitat. I think it's going to be here, to not promise too much. We're going to have another building. We're going to have maybe also a bat habitat. Who knows? And we are also going to have something with the skunk. And I also have some other animals on my list. Maybe, you know, you never know. But I think it's going to be very cool. And then Hirscheck has a very valid addition to it. As you can see, I really made sure that it is added towards the back over here. Yeah, big fan of the series still. I really hope you guys enjoy it as much as I do, being back in Hirscheck for a little while. And yeah, that's about it. Finally, the name got its deserved inhabitant, I should say. And yeah, that's about that. I really hope you guys enjoyed this episode. If you did enjoy the episode, make sure to hit the subscribe. I can't really pronounce that, but you know, that button where you can follow this channel, the subscribe button. Thank you so much for doing so, because that helps me growing the channel. And also, yeah, if you fancy watching another video, yesterday we had a wonderful Zoo Sicily habitat build. I did a little oopsie with the upload, so the correct upload is now available. If you haven't watched this now, I highly recommend doing so. Other than that, have a wonderful time, stay safe, sub to the channel if you haven't already, and enjoy. Goodbye. Hello and welcome back to Hirscheck.
Welcome to the next cozy episode of our Schwarzwald build, which is the Black Forest in Germany, in which we do have a little bit of a wildlife area reserve. It's rather not a zoo, it's basically really a wildlife reserve. Today, we are going to bring in the wonderful raccoon, and the raccoon is a bit of a special one because it is not necessarily native to the area. So there are some, raccoons in the wild, but they are not native to Central Europe. They are basically Northern America and America in general, and so they are not technically living here, but they do fit quite well into the climate. Well, in fact, they fit in nearly every climate. These little ones can adapt rather good. Now, that said, I needed to bring it in because it just fits so well into the forest theme. And whenever you go into a wonderful wildlife reserve in Germany, especially in the western part of Germany, you will most likely find a raccoon in there as well. However, it's a little bit different to the other animals we have in here. So basically, what is pretty much interesting is that the other habitats are most likely just kind of fenced off real life areas. So basically you take apart like a huge chunk of the forest in which the animals live anyways, and you just make this a reserve. That's mostly like how it works. And then you just keep them in their natural habitat, which is kind of cool because the animals do live in there anyways. But with the raccoon, as they're not living there, you will need to give them a bit of an own space in the area around there. So my idea over here was that I bring them into some pits, different kind of concrete pits, and they are quite good in escaping. So this is why I made this rather secure version of it. Technically, they can climb rather good, and this is why I give the concrete foundation, so to not make them jump up there and climb, even though it wouldn't be like 100% bulletproof, but I think, in my imagination it works. And also, I wanted to build a lot with different elevations and stuff. However, it's a good point to speak about that because the pits were a lot more complicated, a lot harder than I thought. There are some reasons to why that is. The first reason is basically I didn't get the sizes right rather quickly, and also I didn't want to make it look too repetitive. It still does look a little bit repetitive, to be blankly honest, at the very end, but I could not find a way to get over it. Like, I will need to use a lot more like decals and stuff. I really haven't used too many decals within these habitats quite yet. There's a good reason for that because this is not like 100% the finished version. The reason, there's a good reason for that because we will have a lot more buildings in this area. There will be nice like a watchout tower. There will be a restaurant, which I'm going to talk about in the real-time part a bit more. And there will be several other things that will make the face of this area look different anyways. And so I'm going to wait until I've done this before I start putting in all the decals, because I need to have a feeling to how much used I want to make it look and how much I'm going to use the dirt decals and stuff. So that's the reason why I'm a little bit hesitant with it quite yet, but it's gonna work. Now this over here you're going to see now took me way too long. I was trying to build a pipe system. One thing I wanted to do is to give them like a drained out canal kind of thing, which like you have these, typically you have got these huge like concrete pipes which act as canals, and they are rather often used in zoos to give animals like for one's shelter, but also to maybe sometimes connect one area to the other and then just build a bridge or cross it, because these things are like very solid and you can theme everything around them. Or, like in my example, you can just use them as a general like thing that you would put down into the forest and then just make two things connected with each other, just embed that in the environment and then you have it. But it took half of the time it took me to build this thing anyways, and I did cut out quite dramatically. It just took way too long, and I figured out like we have so many good concrete pieces, but they are all too big or, fun fact, too small. Like, I think I've never said that in all my years of Planet games, but I couldn't find a piece, and most of the pieces that I found very useful were too small. Like, even the finished version of the pipe, I'm only like 80% happy with, because it just is way too small. Like, it just creates this super repetitive pattern, and this is why I'm going to hide this thing up as much as I can. And so I was trying to at least do certain things like with overlapping to make it like super crazy. But you can tell even after having cut out like, I don't know, 30 minutes of trial and error, I still didn't find the right size. Speaking of size, the traversable area is again such a massive issue here. I tried so many things, and on the ground it always worked, but as soon as I tilted that thing, it didn't work. So that was such a struggle, like until I was finally able to make this pipe work. And you can see now finally it works, and you can see the dimensions, like how freaking ridiculously sized this is in combination to the raccoons. And here's it, Frontier. If anyone of Frontier is listening, Elt or Jens or whoever from the devs, I could recall all of your names now, but that's too long. If any one of you is listening, can we have some like generic pipe pieces for animals? Like, you know, almost like as enrichment pieces where they have like the animation, almost like on a, let's say, log on which they could climb. The same goes for that, what I'm building over here, by the way, like a bridge. Because I mean, I get it, you know, the traversable area has to be in a certain way that they can turn around and do certain things. But like, if we want to use a pipe, we want them to go from A to B or B to A. So there is no need for like a turnaround in the middle or anything like that. So it would be really nice to have like a generic piece. Even like it could be a null piece, okay? Here's me just going crazy now. Like a null piece that is just a maybe like a combination of like half a meter, 2 meters, 4 meters, 8 meters, like the normal stuff, just as the climbing pieces, on which we can say, okay, see, that's the piece. It's a connecting piece, and you can build everything around. They will basically ignore the collision around, because that way you could build like super like tiny little holes or stuff where they can go in, and it will make things so realistic. I would love this feature, because that just would give the whole thing another dynamic, and it just looks ridiculous if these like tiny raccoons, and you mean these are the adults. Wait until you see the babies cross this thing. It looks like a baby in a gym. It's really, it's too big. It's really too big. And I really wish that, you know, it could work. And as you can see, the bridge over here, the only chance I had is to build it with climbable pieces, because at the end of the day, the animals were not able to pass over a normal bridge because I needed to make the bridge ridiculously wide. And that just kind of looks weird. So I used the climbing pieces. But I think that would be good to have like one, again, either the null piece or it is a climbable piece or whatever it is, to make sure that they go from A to B and ignore the collision. I think one good example of that is the climbing piece that we got with the gibbons, because they, like with the brachiation, I think it doesn't really completely ignore everything around, but you can, for example, build that through the trees and stuff, and they still do the brachiation because it's more or less hard-coded to the climbing frames, even though it's not hard-coded, but the climbing frames are the only things on which they can do it, and they do it like rather free, but on those things, and they do ignore most of the environment. I think that's fine. I think that's the way to go. It adds so much to the super flexible game, and it doesn't take away from the freedom we have. It just adds another layer of creativity. Okay, enough rambling about that. One more thing I want to add before I have to clarify something, which you guys did comment about quite a bit. Now, this build over here is made for water, because I totally forgot that they need water, so we just add a little bit of a waterfall. Truth to be told, I like the fact that we have the waterfall in, and now we have like a full circle system, which I'm going to actually finish in the real-time part, but that's just like a little bit of a spoiler. And yes, I did record the real-time part before doing the time-lapse recording. I figured that's the best way to do it, because whenever you do a real-time recording, there's always something that I find which would have been good to talk about in the time-lapse anyway. So I started now to change the order and just start to record the real-time part before I do the time-lapse voiceover. Now, the thing I wanted to address rather quickly is the fact that I, confronted you guys. Maybe that's the wrong wording, but I told you guys in the last episode I think it was the Zizalizu, anyhow, that I am facing some long COVID issues. And I got a massive amount of messages from people that do suffer from severe long COVID, that I was, that it's not good that I said that because maybe I don't have it. And, it might be too early to call it long COVID. And they felt, maybe insulted is the wrong word, but put off for something like this. I just want to address this with full transparency and honesty with you guys. I've been always very honest and transparent with you guys, and this is not something that I make up. I've been to the doctors and talked to the doctors, and the doctors told me that these are signs, very severe signs of a potential long COVID thing, which, by the way, has been confirmed by now. I have some breathing issues, and it might take 3 weeks, it might take 3 months, it might take 3 years. No one really knows it. I stay optimistic that it's rather quickly done, but at the moment I'm feeling super good, but there's no chance I can do any sports or whatsoever. I've still some nose issues, but the most severe issue is breathing issues as soon as I do some more heavy activities. It's not like that I don't have stamina, it's more like a pressure that forms on my breast area and just, feels like very heavy on it, which is no fun, truth to be told. But what I want to talk about is that I fully think we all have to be a lot more transparent and open about this. Long COVID is a thing. Long COVID is a severe thing. And long COVID is not one specific thing. Long COVID can go from a stiffy nose, nothing else than a stiffy nose, up to some ridiculously crazy brain issues. And I think it's fair to say that no one is freed from having anything of this if you face the virus, and most likely everyone will face it. There's no chance to escaping it. So please don't take this as a. I don't want to offend anyone. If you are facing these issues, please consult a doctor and make sure that you're treated the best way possible. But please, let's not start and judge anyone upon a stiffy nose or some severe issues. Everything regarding health is important, and yes, it might be more severe for some people and less severe for others, but it's very important to be open and honest about this, because that's the only way people learn about long COVID being an issue. So that's that. But I don't want to, annoy you more than that. The video is going to be hidden away anyways now because of speaking about this. So whatever, I think it's time to go into some more positive vibes again, which we clearly all need. And this is why I'm giving you over or handing you over to the real-time Rudy now, the RRR, which he's going to join you in a few seconds. So enjoy that one. Here we are in the real-time part. Well, okay, hello, welcome on. So this build, as I've talked about quite a bit in the time-lapse, was a bit special, was a bit different, and it's certainly not done because it does, does require that the environment around is done, because that's going to have a huge impact on the build itself. As you can tell, there are quite some high walls, in fact, which will not always grant you the view, and this is simply to also give the animals a little bit of privacy and private space. Depending on how big you are, you can obviously have a little peek over. Well, technically you can't do that, but as it's kind of cute to see the babies real quick, I'm just going to do this, forbidden action. But yeah, as I said, if you're a kid, there's no chance you can see anything. But if you're quite a big person, you can. But we are just playing with the average person. But you can always go up here in these type of little viewing areas, and you can check in and can see one of the... look at that one! Look at the little one just passing over, giving us a little bit... Oh my god, this just looks fantastic. Look at that. As if I have planned to have it over here. I certainly didn't, because as you guys know, you can't plan that in the game. But that looks fantastic. That looks really cool. Let's just really try to catch real quick the climbing animation, because I certainly think this is one of the best animations in the game if they do it right. Look at that. This is one of the best transitions ever. It's almost as if Frontier got it right. This is so good. They also did say in the last update that they fixed some of the climbing glitches and floating animations, and truth to be told, I did not really expect it to be like the throughs, but I haven't seen anything like that since then, so maybe they have actually improved that. So here we have a little bit of a water bottom to give them a bit of a, area to get some water, because they require that, but it's also obviously connected to another area. In fact, it's not connected quite yet. I forgot to put the locks in. We shall do this because this is required. I wanted to put some locks in so they can go up here and down. to have like a full circle movement. I should do that. Look, there's a little dude over here. Oh, look at that. I just love the animation. They just have like playing with the water and it's like about to fall over and just like, it is so good. The raccoon is so good. It's so well done. Anyhow, I just want to move on and show you this area from a different angle. So let's just run down. It's not like fully done over here. I'm just gonna clean up some things. But as we go over here, little deer, hello. You can tell that from the lower area, you have a kind of a nice view up the hill. What I want to do as well is we are going to open up this space here so you can really look into this area. At this point, there's no chance other than just climbing up here, but I really want the guys to see like this pipe over here, which was way too much work. Not sure why it actually, you know, happened to be that way, but yeah, it's done. And this is the view from over here. We've got some little picnic benches where you can sit down and enjoy the time. And then we're just running up the hill. Well, that lamppost has seen better days. Well, yeah, as we cross over here, you've got another little viewing area where you can go up and then just have a little look. Oh, well, I was talking about there's no floating, and then we see the raccoon floating. Even though I'm not sure if it was from the climbing, but oh my god, look at just how good that looks. Boy, I love it. I love it. It's just so cool. It's so damn cool. Like with them moving through here and then just really the transition is kind of smooth, not gonna lie. But yeah, we've got a little shelter here, giving them a bit of space. We do also have like a little shelter over there, below the stone. So yeah, actually, let's just jump out of this camera and go into the free look so we can really quickly connect what I was talking about over here. Excuse me. I wanted to quickly check in the traversable area real quick. So yeah, they do have this over here, so we can basically pop in this thing here. And then I'm not sure if they do climb from here. Wait, do they actually climb? I haven't seen them climbing on this thing, to be honest. No, they can't. Okay. So we are basically giving them a proper, you know, just to keep it the way it is. We're going to go with the climbable log, but we're just going to go with the 6-meter version. Let's put that on a flat surface. There you go. And then we're just going to put this down somewhere over here. And then let me just plop that one in. Like so, and just slightly in. I hope that this is gonna be enough. I just want to sink that in ever so slightly. There you go. Okay, that was like a little stutter, so I'm quite confident that this connected to traversable. Yeah, it does. Oh, look at that. So now they can connect from over here to here, which is going to give them a full circle movement through their habitat, as you can tell. This is what I wanted to achieve with it, and oh boy, I can't tell you how much of a struggle that thing over here was. By the way, speaking of struggle, it should actually be soil. I've changed the ground so often that this changed, so there you go. But that's the build, guys. I really hope you guys enjoyed today's episode. I certainly did enjoy. Not sure how the thumbnail will look because there are so many cool angles. I think this angle over here is also pretty neat. That said, I really hope you guys enjoyed this overall episode, bringing in the raccoons, just as a little bit of a future outlook, so to say. We are going to sneak in the wonderful red fox as well in this area. I'm gonna take away a bit from the wolves, take away a bit away from the deer, because they do have certainly quite a huge area anyways. So we are going to fill this in, and there will be like another little restaurant built, which is going to be overlooking our wonderful lake area. So that's going to be connected to this entire area. So there's going to be like a wonderful viewing option for both the raccoons and the deer, and eventually also the wolves and the red fox. Yeah, that's that. And I really hope, yeah, as I said, you guys enjoyed this. Let's have a little overview of Hirschegg at this point. I think it's rather cool. I think it's really looking good. This as the end zone just gave the whole area a bit more of a meaning, I guess. So yeah, really hope you guys enjoyed it. I think I said that 10 times now, so that should be enough. I'm wishing you guys a wonderful time. In case you want to support the channel a bit... Wait a second, what's happening over there? There's just... Mate, what are you doing over here? You're not meant to be in that area. in for some cozy winter vibes with a wonderful, lovely build that you can see on screen right now. Yes, today we are going to have a lovely little Harry Potter inspired red fox habitat on the list. So please stick with me. I'm gonna talk you through the build and some things that happened last week. And yeah, just in general, having a bit of a more chill tone in today's video. Also, very much sorry for the last video that my voiceover was missing. I could not find out why. It was most certainly in Premiere Pro. It was most certainly also in the file, but for whatever reason, the upload did not have the voiceover of the speed build. No idea why, and there were a couple of things in there I talked about, which I have to repeat now because you guys obviously couldn't hear. Today's build is going to be a lovely little red fox habitat that is sitting in between the timber wolf and the red deer habitat, actually, and we are going to, utilize Hirschegg as a little vehicle to have some winter vibes going on. I'm planning some live streams between Christmas and New Year's Eve because I finally have some days off and hopefully there is some time left in the evening to do certain things like streaming. I'm very sorry I haven't done more in the past, but you guys know that I've been very busy with preparing for our new house and all these kind of things. Take time, and then I have been very tired in the evening, and also this virus that I had is not really helping, being very exhausted, but it's going better and better. You can also hear my voice is getting better and better again, so there's stuff. Anyhow, let's quickly talk about the Harry Potter inspiration. Now obviously there is this one lovely name of the building in which the Weasley family lives, and that is obviously the Burrow. And here's a little bit of trivia, like a burrow in English, the Burrow, just doesn't mean in particular for one animal, it is just kind of for multiple species, because burrow is just the description of that one kind of hole, sinkhole, no, it's not a sinkhole, but a hole in the ground, which animals do use as shelter. In German, though, Germans love to be more precise sometimes, even though it sometimes doesn't need to be, but in this specific case, the Germans do utilize a very specific name for the burrow that a fox uses, and that's the Fuchsbau in German. So Bau means burrow, basically. Burrow equals Bau. However, I'm not sure if you would say in English as well Foxburrow, if that's the thing, but at least in Harry Potter trivia, it's not referred as Foxburrow, it's obviously the burrow. And I think the German translation utilizes the fox as a reference because of the red hair of the family. I'm not entirely sure, though, if in the English version there is even a reference to a fox. I'm really not sure. It might have been something that is so baked into my mind because I started my Harry Potter experience with the German version, obviously, that I always, took that as granted. But you guys can comment down below if in your language version there's also reference to the fox. I mean, it makes a whole lot of sense because of the red color, but I'm necessarily not sure if it is a thing in the original version, though. However, speaking of Harry Potter, I have to talk about one of the most controversial things in the last month on YouTube, on streaming, and in general. And it is about, and I wanted to use that video to talk to you guys about this. I know that for those people who kept listening to this very point or who skipped here, you better now stay with me because that's a very important information I'm going to bring over to you guys now. Something that I have to explain, and it is defining the next month of my channel in a way, because I decided to play Hogwarts Legacy. And I'm gonna give you a reason to why. I know it is a highly controversial topic because of how the author, I'm not going to name her, the author of Harry Potter is acting in the last couple months. I eventually took the time and read into all of the topics around, surrounding this person, and I decided for myself that it is better to utilize my reach and my audience in order to explain what is going on. See, the problem I have is that obviously you can always judge yourself what is right or wrong. There is no definition of a real reality. We have some, I'd say we have some society guidelines to which we should all stick in terms of respect and stuff like that. But the problem is, in my very personal opinion, I do think that she went a trillion kilometers too far with what she's doing. And I totally do not agree with anything that this woman has done in the last couple years and decades, I should say. But that doesn't take away from the Harry Potter universe. Now, it's a little bit like, I have to see that I put this in the right words because I don't want to offend anyone. You are all welcome on this channel. I really want this to be as inclusive as possible. I just try to not always speak about it because I also have the I'm convinced that the more you have to speak about it, the I don't want to say wrong because this is again a strong word. Obviously, in my opinion, it is more than wrong. It is absolutely horrific what she's doing, and I do encourage every single one of you to read into her agenda, especially towards trans people and queer and community in general. However, obviously, since we are talking to not only a group of people but to everyone, obviously other people don't. They are not really affected by that, which should not mean that it is bad or anything. But I think it's equally bad to assume from people that they do connect something bad with Harry Potter only because of the author. Simple example. I have read comments when I talked about Harry Potter, Hogwarts Legacy last time. I heard comments that by talking about this, I am anti-trans or anti-queer or whatever. So before I have to laugh about this a little bit because it's shockingly ridiculous. Simply because I have not known about the topic. So how should I have in my mind connected that to something anti anyone, to be honest, when I simply didn't know about that? And I guarantee you that a lot of people who just love the franchise Harry Potter have never heard of the agenda of the author simply because they don't follow her or they don't care or they don't see anything. See, that's the point. And I think the chance I have to talk about that is making people aware of the fact that they should definitely check whether they are following her or not, and just checking the agenda, obviously, and then make up yourself if it's good or wrong. I think it's very easy to see what your opinion potentially is. So that's pretty easy. I trust in you guys, okay? See, and this is the point why I decided to do that. I want to talk about that. I will have a disclaimer in every video. I will record a certain intro. I will actually have an information in the comment section and in the description so that people can go and educate themselves, because I'm 100% convinced that education is more important than canceling. Simply because that will affect more people in a positive way that will be able to spread the word, rather than no one talking about this and then other people who play the game and don't make up their mind about this will be emphasizing more of the positive vibes just in general and converting more people into that, you know, rabbit hole potentially. So I think it's very much important to enjoy the franchise as it is, and obviously also the devs have already said that they do also step away from the author. Very, very clear. They made it very, very clear. I mean, obviously they made it clear after a bit of pressure, but still. So it had to be like a long talk about this, because also today we built something like the burrow, and if I would be totally, if I would be 100% clear about not playing Hogwarts Legacy, for example, because of the reasons I just outlined, as some people will be doing. Some streamers and stuff already said they will not be playing the game because they don't want to support that. It obviously makes sense that I would not be able to do anything from Harry Potter, and I would have needed to take down all the videos I have made about Harry Potter. And my assumption is that, honestly, the vast majority of people who watched and enjoyed the video are super open, inclusive people that never even heard about the stuff that is going on. And I want to utilize the reach and, the videos to talk about this. I don't want to, seriously, I'm not going to make this in every video. I think it's just, I have to highlight that every now and then just to make it a good point, because otherwise this will obviously annoy you people as much as it would annoy other people as well. So here you go. Anyhow, that is the explanation. I really wanted to get that off, and you can take that information and do with it what you want, but I really hope you guys can follow my argumentation. And please let me know your opinion in the comments down below. I'm very open to talking about this, and please, anyone who is feeling offended by that, please reach out to me what your issue is. I'm very much happy to talk about if it is an issue for you, but I think I made my point very clear, and if something was not clear or confusing, please reach out to me before hating or quitting or whatever, because I want to make this a brilliant experience for everyone. Anyhow, let's use the last seconds of the time lapse to talk about the building itself, because I am mega happy with the final outcome of the burrow building. It's going to be uploaded to the workshop. In fact, it is already uploaded to the workshop. I just make it public once the video is released, and you can grab it. I'm going to put a comment down as soon as it's live, so check the comment section down below. While you do, you can also like the video, by the way. It's just easy. You go down, thumbs up, and then you jump to the comment section, grab this blueprint and slap it in all of 2 of your zoos. You can obviously use that for all animals that use the burrow. You can obviously also put the small burrow in. You're very much, free to do so. It's going to be uploaded, as I said, right with the video, so enjoy that one. I hope you guys enjoyed this video so far, because we are heading slowly into the real-time part, as you know, and this time around I hope that you guys also had a voiceover. It would be very bad if you hadn't, because this was a very important talk to me. I did twice now, so this time around I hope it'll reach you guys. Anyhow, time to move over to the real-time Rudy. I'm very pleased with the build, hope you guys are too, and now enjoy the real-time Rudy, and eventually you're gonna see some snow at the end of the video. Spoiler ahead, I mean, you have seen that with the screenshot at the beginning, by the way, so it's not really a spoiler, but you're gonna see some snow. It's very cozy, it's very enjoyable, so yeah, have a good time with the real-time Rudy. I'm gonna hand you over now into his trustable hands. Have fun. Alright, we're setting off with our real-time part today, here with the raccoon area, and we just go over to this wonderful new little centerpiece, the burrow, as our red fox habitat. And yeah, I'm certainly very happy with the outcome of this build, because it just turned out to be so much better than I expected. Just look at that here with the red fox in the front, and we have this beautiful the Weasley burrow inspired building as a kind of centerpiece. We've got this wall over here, and I thought, realistically in this area this could have been kind of something that has been made later to bring also kids in, and Harry Potter being like a big vibe going on, so that is potentially one of the more realistic things that could have been done in a wildlife reserve like that. It doesn't really add too much negative, or actually anything negative to the animals, because they still have their burrow down here. This is like a centerpiece only to look at, and they have all the nature in the back. And I think I did quite a nice job in hiding the background in a way that looks like as if the habitat is ended here. So it really looks like as if it's only this small part, but in reality they have like a huge part in behind. So this is kind of the idea, using some of the new plants we got along the way. I think there are so many new trees I haven't used in the game. And yeah, this waterfall piece over here also kind of felt correct to be in here. I just like it. Full stop. Like, there's nothing else. I just like it, and I thought, playing with the water over here makes a lot of sense, giving this whole thing like also a bit of a nice kind of a block to the wolves, because we don't have the wolves coming over here at any time. So that's that. And yeah, just in general, I think it looks really fantastic from this spot over here. Surely we do have to make this area look a lot nicer, and there is certainly going to be something nice over here, and also something that ties together the entire area. Now that we have even more shops and stuff available, we will definitely make this place over here a very desirable spot to go to, because that eventually is what you have to do. You have to go all the way to here. And just to show you the overall context now, let's zoom out so you can see we opened up quite dramatically after last year's oh my, what's going on over here? Oh gosh, I think I just opened the zoo, and eventually we have too many people in. I don't care at this point, but there are like a super big crowds. Anyhow, people just move over, and you can see last time everything was ended over here with the viewing platform. The viewing platform still has kind of the same viewing angles as always, but we will certainly have another beautiful viewing spot on top of here, because that is going to be a wonderful spot from where you can see the deers, and you can also have like a peekaboo into the raccoon area. Also the raccoons, I think they are all frozen. I should definitely move them away from here. I just saw that briefly when I was taking some screenshots, that they're all like stuck on the bridge. Like, it's nice to make screenshots, but eventually it's cool if they move around. So that's something I like more about is, there you go. Now people and the raccoons do move along. And yeah, you can see that also this transition of the staircase is obviously not the final one. We will have like a very nice little meandering pathway going down. Free build will be installed soon enough again, so that this is going to help us make this whole thing look better. And then we have this whole thing. One thing I'm not really sure of, but I'm really not sure of, but I think I might want to add like a pathway that goes all the way behind here, and then just reconnects the whole thing just to this like roundabout in front, so that we have like one circular way to move, and this is just like a little bit of a forest walk that goes all the way to this down area here. So if you want to skip all the other habitats, you can just move there. We do have still some blank spots left over here, which you guys had some cool suggestions what we can have as well in here. So we're going to have like a bit more fun in the winter times. And you know what I want to do at the end of the episode, just because it's winter and we should have some snow, we are going to turn this all into a snowy landscape now to end this episode today on a very wintry note. I'm actually going to go into the explore mode for that. Let's have like a little bit of a nice cozy ending to today's episode. We're just standing over here waiting the snow to cover this area, just everyone feeling a lot more focused towards Christmas. I mean, it's the fourth Advent today, so definitely something that is good to enjoy, and I certainly do enjoy this day today a lot. We are actually going to set up our Christmas tree in a couple minutes, so after I have recorded and rendered this episode, I'm gonna go down and we're going to do this. Really looking forward to it. It's the first year where the little one really gets the idea of what is going on. So yeah, there you go, look at that. Now we have it all covered in snow, looking very neat. Shall we also just make it a bit more later in the day, just to get even more mood in? That might be a little bit too late. Let's try to have it a bit more moody like this. Oh, look at that! This is so moody, isn't it? Just really enjoy that. So now we just need some foxes coming around to finish off this episode on a high. Where are the foxes? Hello? Or are they now seeking cover? That would be interesting if they do. I still haven't finally checked if they do seek cover once it's raining. They should, like they said they did. Also, oh yeah, something I didn't show you is there's like a little bit of a shelter in the back as well. Something really nice. Where are you guys? Are you all the way in the back? Or are you actually in the burrow? Let me just quickly check if you guys are in the burrow. That would be interesting.
if you guys are in. Yeah, both are in. Look at that. So first of all, that's like a great confirmation that it works, which is good. But it seems like they go in just when it snows. That is so cool. I love it. Anyhow, there's really not that much I can talk about because this is the entire episode. This is the burrow. This is the red fox burrow, and people are freezing. How about getting finally some winter clothes? That would be good. Now, guys, if you are looking forward to Christmas and you're having a good time now and you want to help a little camel out, then it would be so nice if you could consider subscribing if you haven't already. We are moving towards the 77,000 mark. This would be at least something really cool for the end of the year. It's my favorite number. 7 is my favorite number. Look, that would be amazing. Thank you so much for your ongoing support. I can only tell there's so much more coming. Once I've moved into the new house, there's also coming vlogs and building process and, you know, all this kind of stuff that hopefully is interesting for you guys. But for now, there's more Planet Zoo planned and also some other stuff I have done in the past, which I couldn't share quite yet, but it will be possible in a couple days. So, yeah, hope to see you guys in another video. And if you guys fancy watching another video yet, now you can do so on the top right. There's a card for you. And again, if you haven't subscribed yet, but you like the content, please do me a favor and hit that subscribe button. I talk to you in the next one. Have a lovely Sunday and goodbye. Welcome back everyone to Hirschegg. It is season 2 with our wonderful wildlife park, and today we are going to start the whole thing a little bit more different. This is the overview of Hirschegg as it is. We got deers, badgers, the wonderful lynx, my actual zodiac sign, the ibex or Capricorn, a whole bunch of wolves, the cheeky little raccoons, the cute little red fox, and of course the majestic red deer. And all that together is not a typical zoo, but actually a wildlife reserve in which everything is a little bit more natural, a little bit more focused on the environment and making sure that the nature is synced a little bit more with the animals living in that. So, the perfect ground to bring in our Eurasian animals, and there is a lot of space available around our area. So the first thing we have to do is to define where things go. So without further ado, let's just do that. Alright, here's Rudy from the future, the Timelapse Rudy. I'm gonna quickly talk you through this wonderful setup we are going to do. The new part of Hirschegg is going to be located to the left-hand side of the original park. Now, let me just get you through the storyline of what I'm envisioning over here while we're doing a little bit of a parking lot here, because the idea is that usually in the past this whole kind of wildlife reserve was only one area in which you have like one entrance, but over the time, you know, they got more and more animals, rescued animals that they had to house over here in Hirschegg. So most of the animals we will find in this park are rescued animals from the wild that can't be released back into the forest because of dangers, you know, maybe even some of which animals have issues with the health, for example. So I'm also willing to have you guys included into making a story for each of our animals that are going to go into the zoo. So the first task you guys will have is for the sloth bear. You have to name a story down below. And the best story I'm going to pick and put this story on a board. You know, every single board, which is not a board, but it's like a board on which we are going to have something written. And this is going to be our story. And we will also put a story in for the already existing animals later on. Now, what I'm setting up over here is what you've seen on the thumbnail. This is going to be the entrance to the second part of this Hirschegg. It's gonna be a bit more modern, but trust me, I'm gonna make it weathered down later on, a little bit more classic looking, so I don't want to go too much. And it's also heavily inspired by something I found. And let me just give you quickly the name of it. This is the Wildparkhaus in Solling in the visitor center. So that is something I found very interesting looking, and I kind of took inspiration from that. I'll change it up a little bit eventually. You will not see everything in this time lapse because this is mainly focused on setting up the, you know, proportions and everything that we needed before handing you on to the next real-time part. And, you know, I want to change these episodes up a little, give you a bit more of an insight how I got to the point where we are, taking you with me on the journey we are building. And we are setting up everything I needed over here with a little staircase. You know, it's very important for like a natural area like this that we work a bit more with inclines. You know, if you have like a very barebone flat land, it's gonna look super boring. And this is why like we work together with the forest. You know, we are not working against it. We are working with the environment, and we don't try to shape it after our requirements. We will make our things after the requirements of the nature. So yeah, that's how the left-hand side of the Hirscheck Wildpark is going to be looking like in the future, making like a little crosswalk over here. And that's almost it for the little preparations. I have some blueprints in place that I will use throughout the series, but more about them later. And now I hand you over to the real-time part again. Alright, step 1 done, we have a new entrance. That is the new entrance to the other side of Hirscheck. As you can tell, there is plenty of space now available in this little curve over here. So basically my roads maintained a certain, well, not really planned layout, but you know what, I'm just gonna hug the wonderful forest that we're having in front of us here, and we might actually continue this forest out to the back to make the overall idea more believable. So what I will do is I will now lay out with you together in the real-time part, because people have asked me to do more real-time stuff. So here we go. I'm gonna lay out the entire area as we will continue with this over the next, well, I guess 2-ish weeks. So the first thing, and that's the most important one at the beginning, this is the connection to the main part of Hirscheck, because I want to make sure that everyone can go from this entrance to the other one. So the idea is that this is like kind of the very old Wildpark, you know, that's the original Hirscheck, and this is kind of the continuation of it, the second part of it. And the idea to combine both of them is to use this little bit in between. I'm just going to try now to just find the perfect way between all those trees. Oh my god, yeah, see, that was the wrong way. These things happen, you know, usually you don't see that in the time lapses, and also you do see a bit more frames than that. Okay, we wait now for all the trees to come back, while, oh my god, the sound though. is it done? Oh yeah, there you go, frames are back, noise. Okay, so what we're gonna do is let's just delete these bits over here. Awesome. Okay, so what we gotta do though is we have to then make sure that these two habitats are actually separated from each other, which they are at the moment not. So what we're going to do first of all is, let me just also take a new one in here, and then I'm going to say plus, yeah, you can go there, that's fine, and connect it via this one. And then I'm going to do another one that just connects those two sides first of all. And then you know what, I'm just going to, oops, let me just click that pillar over here too, and I'm just going to say I need another one. Hello? No, wait, let me just go. I need to have just that one in the middle. There you go. And then we just bring that one up here. It doesn't need to be like super accurate, but this is exactly what I needed. So we can basically delete this bit in between, and the same goes for these. There you go. And that one can go too. Oops, that was stupid. Where is the problem? Now, basically, I don't really get why this would destroy a habitat. What about this one? Okay, so that still works. Okay, they say habitat have merged. Okay, you know what? I'm just gonna take care of that later, because wherever this issue is, I have no idea where exactly it is, and I don't want to bother you guys with this one. This is something I can find out later. It will eventually work. And what we're gonna do then is we make sure that we can meander the path through here. So that means we also need like a little bit of a nicer transition into this area. Let's just also go a bit more, get more wide on the pathing. So that's gonna be like a very cool natural little trail going all the way down. This already looks, well, it just doesn't look so good. I thought that looks better, but it's not really the kind of slope I needed. But this is kind of the slope we can utilize here. There you go. And then we're just gonna merge this together, smoothen that out a little, and then we can just get rid of these two. I think I'm quite happy with the overall incline of this. And what I want to do now is I'm just going to grab the path, and then 6 meters is a little wide for that one. Let's just use 5 meters. I'm not going to connect them as of now. Let's just put this so far back that I could technically. Okay, well, that just doesn't work because of free build. So let me just do the following. I'm just going to bring this all the way through here, and then I'm just going to delete the first part. There you go. Okay, I can always just reconnect those two. That's exactly what I needed. And now I'm just going to bring this in. I'll do some terraforming later on. And there you go. This is where we connected the path. Okay, cool. So this is going to be here, and this is also being connected with this backstage hub, which is untouched till now. And the next bit is going to be the main layout, and for that there's going to be teeny tiny time lapse of me just painting the bottom, and then we're going to talk about this.
Alright, Painty has been done, and I even added some names now over here. Let's quickly go over what we've done. So this first habitat is going to be our first edition, which is hopefully going to be released tomorrow. This is going to be the sloth bear. Then we are going to have the wild boar. Yes, this is a bee. Don't judge it. It's a bee. Trust me. Then over here we are going to have the wolverine with a little bit of a nice climbing habitat and a lot of things. There's going to be like a little water stream going into the main lake. That's going to be obviously the one for the swan. This is not only an S, this is actually a swan, okay? That one over here is going to be the recent. Then we go over to the takin. I'm very much looking forward to that habitat. It's also going to feature another restaurant build that is going to be in here, because that building over here is not going to be a restaurant. More about that in a second. And then we also have the wonderful Saiga, which is going to be filled into this area. We're going to have the next episodes out rather quickly after each other, because I have already prepared a lot of nature-focused things, and these habitats, as so many of you requested, will be focused on realism and nature. So I assume that they will be a little bit quicker, because I don't need to focus on too many things other than making this a very natural habitat, which I think is a brilliant challenge for this specific time over here. And we're going to have some shared habitats. This means like some shared shelters. This one is going to focus on a bigger shelter for the Wiesent and the Saiga as well, and the Takin is going to have like the one for the swans as well. Then we're going to have the sloth bear and the wild boar share one as well. The only one that is going to have an individual one is the wolverine. So that is it for the moment as explanation. The last bit we need to talk about is the beautiful new souvenir shop. In case you haven't seen that one, it's part of the free update alongside a lot of shop props. I want to show you. They have basically integrated them all into the game. It's not only that you can select them. If you go into this one, you're going to say the tote bags, noise, but you can also say tote bags in here, and there you go. You get them all individually as an item, which I think is beautiful, and this will create some more frame issues, because we will be absolutely abusing these tiny objects. Let me just quickly tell you how small they are, okay? So this is a mug, and you can put the mug up top if you want to, and you could also say, okay, you know what, I'm just gonna have some mugs in here too, and look, there's our individual one is in here, and you can even just drag that. Also, is there my, yay, there you go, wait a sec, I have my own mug, the one that I won with the build-off is in here. Look, this is the one I have at home. Oh, this is so freaking cool. I literally have this standing right next to me. So that is pretty awesome that I have this mug in here too. Okay, cool. Yeah, my own mug is in here. Lovely. But yeah, this one's going to be dressed up now. As for the last things of today's episode, there's going to be the basic shelter. It's not going to be the finished thing, but you're going to see why in the next episode. So hopefully you guys found this interesting. This episode is a little bit of a different. I hope you enjoy that one. And now in the final couple of minutes, I'm going to talk you through the rest of the time-lapse and will give you a little bit more insight to how this series is going to pan out. I hope you are as excited as I am. And now I talk to you in the time-lapse. Alright, here's future Rudy back, and I must admit that I enjoyed doing this episode so far a lot. I really hope that you guys can feel it. Let me know in the comments down below how you like the pacing and the style of this editing of these episodes. I just wanted to give you a bit more of something different for the cozy winter times, and Hirschek is always the perfect frontier to escape to once we do these things. Now, I already talked about this in the first time-lapse part. It's now starting to make this building look like an actual building. We are obviously using the wonderful new shop in here, which I think is a brilliant addition to the game. I was a bit hesitant to talk about this because I do see it being a thing that is super good at the beginning, but over time will become a little bit more of a people pleaser in a way, but then again, it doesn't really have that much impact. So I wanted to really make sure it has a huge impact in our build. As I said, it's focused a bit more on the story behind this park and behind this wildlife reserve. So everything that's been sold over here is helping the animals directly, because these wildlife reserves usually do depend on people giving money to them. It's a lot of crowdsourcing, a lot of asking for money, because usually they don't have like that huge income from people visiting. The entrance fees are mostly very, very low or even non-existent. I do know a lot of wildlife areas around here that don't even take money from
people visiting. They mostly take the money from people buying stuff inside of the area, like shops and, booking some, I don't know, educational stuff, for example. And this is something we are going to have throughout here as well. Even the menus in our future restaurant will be having an extra fee that goes directly into supporting the animals that live here. And just a reminder, if you want to be part of it, make sure to always drop down below a little storyline. Our first animal in the next episode is going to be the sloth bear, so make sure to put the story down. And as I'm already quite far into building it, make sure to really put it down today, because then I can focus that for the next episode. Really looking forward to that. And as for the building over here, you can see the main focus of this building was really trying to work with this more modern inspiration that I had from this already existing building. I changed up the style a little, because this building is just like a visitor center. This one over here is like a, kind of a little shop that we have. So really looking forward to seeing what this can become for us in the future. I really do hope that this series is going to spark a lot of inspiration for you guys too, because it's not like the typical kind of zoo. It's more like something wildlife reserve focused that usually isn't the thing you see in most of the projects out there. So really hoping that this can give you some inspiration, including obviously inspiration for this build. This over here is a good situation to quickly talk about the weathering effect. Let's call it the weathering effect. I want to make this building look not super modern anymore, okay? Because the contrast between the very old-fashioned, super traditional Hirschegg on the other side and this one shouldn't be too crazy. So you will see the buildings become older and older the more we move towards the other side of the zoo, the wildlife reserve, I should say. And you will see more and more kind of connections between those two. We will add some more modern things to the old part as well, just to tie in the whole story a bit more. And we are going to work a lot more with the spawners for people and stuff. And I've got a very nice idea for a restaurant, something I haven't seen anyone doing, so I may actually make this episode earlier, because that is something I've never seen anyone doing, and I've found there's a little thing we can do, but more about that in the future episode, most likely of the mute swan. But yeah, this is already the end of the episode. I did a couple of things in between, which you'll see in the next episode, but I really hope you guys enjoyed that one. I certainly did enjoy this a lot, and I hope to see you in the next one. If you're new to the channel and you like what you've just seen, make sure to subscribe to the channel to be informed about more, and I can't wait to see you in the next episode. Stay safe and have a good time. Goodbye, guys. Hello there! Do not click away just yet, because this episode is gonna be great. We are bringing in the sloth bear, and we're going to finish this wonderful little entrance area, including a souvenir shop. As you can see, there's a bit of a fake souvenir at the beginning already. There's like a little shop place down. Oh my lord. Are you okay? Are you doing good? What's the problem? Hello? Oh my god. Okay, oh, she's fine. Okay, no, she's fine. Okay, anyways. No, she isn't fine anymore. Okay, but, we're gonna take the mood of that lady and going to bring that through today's episode. We're going to, first of all, let me zoom out and show you what's going on today to give you a little bit of a, route planning over here. So we are going to start making sure that this building is set and in place with all its needs, and we are going to work on this building every single episode during the entire build, because that's only going to be our main focus, and a couple of things need to change over time. And then the sloth bear is going to make its appearance in here. If you are interested in the full story behind, you better check this video out, because I'm going to name the one who had the best story. As you know, every single episode we are going to have a story. But before we go in, let's actually get a sloth bear, Shall we just do that? And this is gonna be it. I will name them later on after the story that has been told in the comments. Okay, we're gonna go for this Rohan. It's gonna be changed. There's a lot of name changing involved. Getting that one first, and let's see for the female variant. Yeah, kind of okay. Let's refresh it one more time. Oh, look at that. Now, longevity isn't good. Oh, I don't want to go for an albino at this point, to be honest. So let's not, what was that, cystic? Anyways, yeah, but the habitat is going to be sitting over here, but the nature will be sculpted a bit different. We are going to use a little bit of a hill over here. I want to have like a really nice hill that hugs the street a bit on this side, and then the habitat will be partly inside of this, and we're going to have a little bit of a lower down area in this triangle here.
from which the people can have a bit of a lower view to them, because I want to make sure that this habitat uses different height elevations for the sloth bear to climb a little, go up and down. You know, it's not that biggest animal ever, so it's not going to be like a huge habitat. In terms of overall traversable area, but it's going to be a bit bigger because, as always, you know, the game traversable area, not the best trends out there. But yeah, enough talky talk for the beginning. Let's actually go into the time lapse. And here we go with the future Rudy from the time-lapse. Now, as the guitar in the background turns in and we are up for a little bit of a cozy commentary, though just a spoiler ahead, in a couple of minutes I'm gonna tell you the story behind the sloth bears. I did bring together two people from the comment section, so if you're gonna wanna know who that is, stick with me. In a couple of minutes I'm going to explain. But first of all, we're going to look at the souvenir shop, and I'm also not going to be with you for the entire time. I will actually leave you with some beautiful cozy music and some terraforming and nature work, because you guys asked me to leave that in, and that was quite a bit of cutting work I had to do over here, because this episode took longer than expected because I loved it so much. It was such a blast building, and a week ago I thought this DLC, this update, this free update, will not really bring anything back in terms of vibe and, you know, whatever. But it's exactly the opposite. Sometimes you really cannot explain why, but I'm just back in such a mood. I've got a very good audiobook now on my ears again to listen to while I'm building. So I have like these two things paired. I want to listen to the audiobook and I want to keep on building. So yeah, I spent a tremendous amount of effort this time into making sure everything is really perfectly aligned and super realistic. Like the entire makeup of it, the entire setting, the entire, you know, look and feel. I am super proud of it. And specifically the shop, as you can see, it will turn out very nice, though I may just add, this is not the finished version of the shop. It's just the basic layout for me to understand where certain things go, just to give you a bit of an idea of how these souvenir shops works if you haven't seen that anywhere else already. So basically you just put down the floor, and the floor defines where the shop items can go, and as soon as you put down these shelf items on the ground and you select something that is displayed in there, they are automatically connected to the shop that you are building on. However, you need to actually leave a little bit of space. You always have to leave the space, you know, as a famous Spaniard said. You have to always leave a little bit of space where people can walk around and actually get to these shelves. So that means for those who have no double-sided display, which have like a backside, you can put them all the way to the wall. But all these other ones that you can put in the middle, like these rounded ones over here, they require a certain, you know, hitbox free around themselves, which I think is beautiful because people can actually access that. Now, we go back into the habitat, and just before I tell you the story of our two sloth bears, let me just quickly introduce you to where the main building is located. Now, this main building is meant to be housing the sloth bears, and also it's directly next to the wild boar habitat. At the beginning I thought it's gonna be one building, but I figured it's better to have two separate ones, because in between there's like a narrow little way to a tiny backstage area where our staff members can rest for a bit and maybe get a couple of things like, you know, tools and maybe some waste storage and stuff like that. Something that even in a wildlife reserve you may not want to have on the ground, you know. It's different than a zoo. You do not have these kind of facility pathways and stuff like that. So you need to work around that a bit. As for the design, I wanted to go for a very simplistic kind of wooden shelter vibe paired with some plaster, making sure it gets a bit of character by adding some planks. And then for the roofing, going with another simple material with the corrugated metal scraps and stuff like that, you know, just making sure that it looks somewhat neat and so on. And once I figured the basic layout, I, you know, as always needed to understand if I want to have some windows, and I figured, yeah, but I just didn't want to slap some simple windows on. I wanted to actually make a window. For those of you who've been in stream, you know the struggle always to make these things, because you need to properly align that, and once you've done that, you have to fight a certain grid, and you have to find something even worse. The gizmo. Can we need that more dramatic? The gizmo. Because as soon as you have it, there you go. Look at that. You can't really place it perfectly fine. And you always have to get yourself a ruler in or something like that to just really bring that perfectly fine in. So as for the quality of life updates, we got so many things, just like the multi-select color option and stuff like that. If you have, by the way, if you do not know about that, and it took me quite a while to figure out what they mean, but if you click on an item with the multi-select tool enabled and then you hold down the left Alt key, it will automatically select all the pieces that have this very color on them. And so you can recolor this very color piece. It's almost like a color pipette in Photoshop or a Blender or wherever you're using. So that's a very beautiful function. Then we have to talk about the realism aspect of this build. I asked you guys before the DLC dropped, and you guys all answered that you are in for some realistic builds this time. Actually, with the vast majority of people. I think out of 4 options, this was by far, with over 50%, the highest voted one. So I was a bit surprised, but also very happy, because I'm, going into the realistic kind of thing again. For those who do not know, maybe you guys are the first time ever in here, or you never listened to my voiceover, and for whatever reason you made it to this point. First of all, hey, nice to meet you here in the middle of the video. Thank you for watching this far. Now you can go all the way to the end. Thank you so much. And also, the realistic means basically as realistic as it can be, but also doing some shortcuts here and there, to be blankly honest, where it's not necessarily needed. Sometimes you can go this extra mile, and I know a lot of people, like Eben, for example, or also, other people from Bro Nation specifically, they go all the way. They are on a level of realism that I just simply cannot comprehend. So yeah, realism is really the way to go for them. I love it, it looks really, really good, but it also stops you from achieving something bigger at some point. And so this build is really focused on realism, like in terms of layout, in terms of the style, in terms of the usage of materials, in terms of using weathering effects, in terms of size, and these kind of things, in terms of realism when it comes to escaping options, in terms of realism, like these things I want to consider, but I'm just not going to build like the full backstage area with all the little pipe connections that would be required and all the power lines, and just like finding this perfect middle ground to make it look and feel super realistic, but not in every single corner you could potentially go. Okay, we need to talk about this very area real quick. This is the front of our main shelter, and during the stream, I decided I had to change it a little. So first of all, this is the moment where I'm moving this building away from the other to open up the space in between. And then I decided we need to have like a little bit of a taller building just in front of it, which potentially could have made later on. So if this habitat would have been repurposed for our Slothbear, for example, but as I said, in a couple of minutes, in a second, we are getting towards the story, so stick with me. Then it could have been added later. And so whenever there's like weather is not perfectly fine again for them, then they can go in and there's a tiny space where they can at least do some climbing, do some scratching, do some stretching as well, and just give them a tiny bit more space to move, That is the basic idea of it. Okay, but now as we're mostly done with the building, let me introduce you to the story of our 2 Slothbears that are getting in. It's a male and a female. And the reason for that is most of you guys came up with only 1 male, which I do get because most of the times they are held as an individual. But I went for the option to go with 2 as like an effort to maybe go even into making them breed and see, if they can secure that very wonderful species. And I'm just going to read that out. You will find your own story in there if you know who you are, and afterwards I'm going to say who that was. And just trust me, I changed up tiny bits to make it fit together, but here we go. Freddy the Slothbear found a second chance at life after being rescued from a dismal existence in a circus in India. Now residing at Hirschegg, Freddy enjoys a peaceful heaven where he can exhibit natural behaviors, with caring staff ensuring his well-being. Freddy's story serves as a testament to the transformative power of rescue efforts and the importance of providing animals with environments that prioritize their welfare and innate instincts. As addition, the reserve rescued an injured female called Dila from another illegal zoo with no security measurements for the animals. Together both found a new home in Hirschegg, in a repurposed habitat for their needs. Credits go to
Bison Emo, and Oreo Pharaoh. Thank you guys for providing a story. I will do this exactly this way with all the other ones, so make sure to put the stories in. And I found this a wonderful story, and I even learned that in India they are still held as circus animals to do some, waving, winking, whatever. So yeah, that is not beautiful at all. So I'm really pleased that I can introduce them to my wildlife reserve over here, because these stories are in that sense very important, simply because it's not the absolute most realistic thing to have like a sloth bear in a German inspired or maybe even German located wildlife resort. That's technically not the animal you would have in here. So it's way more easy for the swan, for the wild boar, for the recent. These stories will be a lot more straightforward, I assume. So by the way, you don't need to go for the next animal, okay? The next animal will be between maybe the recent and the takin. I'm not entirely sure. It potentially is going to be the takin, but yeah, like you can also vote, okay? You can also tell me what should be the next animal. Please tell me in the comments, but also tell me a story. You can choose from all the animals. If you've seen the first episode of season 2, you know which one we are going to introduce. And there were also some good comments of other animals, like for example the Arctic fox, which I believe was a great idea, because a wildlife reserve that is literally just 5 minutes by foot away from me here where I live, they do have some Arctic foxes, and it's been the first time in my life that I've seen them there. I didn't know until last year when I went there with my little one that they had them, and oh boy, these animals are so cute. They are so freaking cute. But yeah, that said, I'm very happy how this turned out. You will see this in the real-time part at the end. It's so beautiful for our two animals, and please keep on giving me these stories. I'm loving to make this video this way. I'm loving to tell the story. I'm loving to follow the idea of repurposing habitats, and honestly, I'm mega proud of this build. I haven't been that proud of a build in a long time, simply because I enjoyed doing it from the beginning to the end with all its matters and with all its special things. But yeah, that should be it from my voiceover for the time-lapse. You now get a couple of minutes, like 6-ish minutes of music and enjoyable placing of rocks and nature. So enjoy that, and then I'll be back with you when the real-time Rudy hits.
Okay, here we are now in the actual file. This is the lake. This is where we are going in a second. And I want to spoiler already that I am insanely happy with the build. Like, this is... I know I say that sometimes, but it's a good sign that you improve over time. But this is one of my best builds I've ever done. Specifically when it comes to so many things, including the usage of space, usage of elevations, the nature itself, the fit for the entire build. I think a lot of things just really tie into now. Yeah, there's like a soft bed just lying over here, as you can see, in the grass. Look at that. You've got that supported glass over here, obviously. That's heavy security glass, and a little water tap for them to be in. You've got that broken wall that I took inspiration from other areas, like zoo chat area, pictures I found. And once we go up into the other viewing opportunity that I included in this build, where we have a bit of a more meshy security, we go in here. And this is where you can also see them. Like, realistically, there would be some electricity also involved in here. I had something in here as a security, but this just destroyed the traversable area. We talked about this enough in the time lapse, but, I just see that very nice with a forage wall on top of here. So you have another nice little difference in elevation, which makes the whole habitat so much more realistic. And like, from the viewing points, it's really like in a wildlife reserve. They have so much privacy in here. They can go into the back, and there's enough for them to cover behind. And especially in this space over here, you can't really tell where they are. They have a bit of an incline, so they feel like having the high ground. So really love that. Really love that. And if you go higher up here, you don't really have too many peaks in here. I mean, you go higher and then you get another little peak. There's the other one sleeping in the back. Look at that. There you go. Just like sitting in here. And man, I just love that. And if you just go further, you can have another peak to the inside. As I already explained, this is just like for the winter time. If they want to have like a little bit of a nice, go at some climbing inside, and outside it's snowy or rainy or whatnot. And then obviously we have their backstage gate and stuff, which is very, bare bone. There's some water tap over here, can be closed off. And, this is the access for the staff members. We've got some cupboards and stuff in the back, and just very bare bone everything, to keep them inside. And yeah, that's all about the habitat from this angle, but obviously we're going to fly over with the freeload now to see that from above. And here you can see the full footprint. And isn't that just beautiful? Look at it. Oh, it's just the pure magnificence of it. And look at that. What are you doing over here? This looks kind of friendly. What are you doing now? Just checking your vibe and doing a little growl, whatever. Mate. Oh, look at that with the mouth. Little sniffy sniff. The animation of this thing is just... look at that. Like, licking the paws. Can we also get, like, a little bit of a different light angle here? Like, it's kind of hard to get it right. Very early in the morning? No, okay, so it's actually more like an evening. Okay. I wish to have, like, a bit of a better angle here to get it into nice sunlight, but there you go. We can also have it this way. And then look at this, just how it's sitting there, enjoying its little time. We can also zoom in a tiny bit here. There you go. Oh, look at that. What a picture perfect frame that is. Love it. So yeah, this is how the habitat looks. We can actually hit play again, see how it looks at paws and just chills there, and everyone can have a look here, and then the upper area. So yeah, if we zoom out, you can really tell what you're expecting, what you can expect. This is just from my live stream, by the way. Don't mind this. What's going up next? So this is actually the amount of trees and stuff we'll have in here. So it's going to be very overgrown, as you can see from here too. It's going to be very foresty. I'm just trying to balance out enough sunlight to make it look nice, and then again, just make it realistic. Because, well, to be completely honest, I would even need more trees than that to make it even more foresty. But then you can't really see anything, and it looks really not that nice in the game anymore. Which is a bit of a sad thing, but it is just reality, so you have to do it the way it is. And yeah, so this is then the finish. Let's just put our camera over here and end the episode at that very spot. It has been an absolute blast building this one. I have been so much into it. It's been a long time that I've been so involved into making a video like that, because I don't know, I got carried away making this habitat. I could have gone on for hours and hours to make it even better, but I really am happy with how it turned out to be looking now. And yeah, I'm now sitting here waiting for your feedback in the comments down below. And make sure for the next episode, which is going to be most likely the... Yeah, not sure if it's the Tarkin or the Wiesent, but I'm going to decide this following your comments, what you want to see next, and also the stories that you come up with just as a story for that one. So yeah, let me know in the comments down below. I really do appreciate, and hopefully you guys enjoyed it as much as I did. And if there's one thing you could do for me, please consider subscribing to the channel. That would help me out a lot. Lately it's been a little bit stopping, and you know, just telling YouTube that you like the stuff. And please make sure that you're aware of if you're subscribed or not, because YouTube keeps on deleting your subscriptions if you're being inactive or whatnot. Not sure why they do this, but that's kind of a little thing. Just check it, and if you're subscribed, fine. If not, hit that button, and we're all good friends, you know, and it's for free. Good stuff. Yeah, anyways, not much more to say. I really enjoyed this episode. Hopefully you guys could have, you know, felt the vibe and atmosphere. And so, yeah, that's that. Have a wonderful time, and enjoy your upcoming weekend. Enjoy your time. Stay safe, everyone, and goodbye. Look, there's Dila coming to us, and Freddy is also going for a little stroll. Not too sure what Freddy is up for. Ah, look, he's getting a little sippy sip. Oh, and Dila is coming in for a nap. Ooh, and Freddy's up for a little scratchy here. Oh, good boy. Yeah, go. Oh, yeah, wiggle that back onto that wonderful tree. Ah, lovely, wasn't it? And with that, we zoom out from our brand new sloth habitat, and we pay our attention today to the right-hand side, all the way to the lake. Yes, we are bringing in the swan today instead of something else, but more about that now in the time lapse. Okay, here we go. Welcome to Rudy from the future. And as in the last episode, in a couple of minutes, I'm gonna tell you the story behind the swan. There was actually someone who already put down a story, and I found the story actually pretty damn good. So that's not the reason, though, why this is already in here. The reason why I took the swans out for a stroll now is basically because I had a weird idea in mind, as you've seen from the thumbnail potentially already, but also because I think it's important to notice that you will see this entire swan area grow over time, because it is essentially the center point of our second area in Hirschegg. And if I would have completely done the habitat yet, or already, I would have had the issue that I would need to think everything ahead, and I don't want that, you know. I want to build the different areas just like they go, just like they come, and go with the flow that I have when I'm working on the area. I have a very broad idea of how everything should look, but I don't want to put myself into a limitation that is basically unnecessary at this point. I think it's way more important to build this right now and leave me the space to keep on filling it in later on. I mean, we are here in Sandbox. There is no need for having all the boundaries and stuff set already. They are not escaping because I disabled that, and so I can keep on building while the swans are already in their area. And I find this a very good solution. But now, the main reason I wanted to put it in also with this building over here, which is a restaurant, I already said that I will have a restaurant in here, which was originally planned for the region in which the Tarkin is gonna get in, but I will do something else for the Tarkin area. There is going to be something too, but it's going to be a bit different to a restaurant. It's not going to be like a proper restaurant, but also something very nice and typically German, typical Central Europe, very neat. And I think it's also coming very soon. I want to get this done before Christmas even, so let's see if I can get this done, but that's the plan. And yeah, we are here now in building a restaurant, and as you've seen from the thumbnail, to address the elephant, or shall I say the boat in the room, I just thought about the fact that with the way how the tables work, I could make people sit actually in a boat. Like, it's rather simple, and maybe people have done that already, but I just had that idea, and I was like, hey, why just don't put them in a boat? Specifically now having the swans in here, it makes it all so realistic and so fun to do. And I'm not even sure why I haven't had the idea earlier. I'm really not sure why, but you can do fun stuff with the tables, obviously, because they are flexible. They can be put everywhere. I mean, within a radius of 30 meters to the building, and that's also why the building is relatively close to the water to ensure that they can get there. And then we are going to dress it up in a couple of minutes with some very neat things. The time-lapse is a little bit shorter today. The reason for that is rather simple, because the work in here was done relatively quickly. I am listening to an audiobook, guys, and this is always speeding me up tremendously. I have no idea why, but I am just so much quicker. I love just listening to the audiobook and then just go with the flow. So, you know, even though speeding up the episode a little bit, not that slow as usual. Slower, that's the word. My God, my brain is broken. It's not my English is broken, my brain is broken today. I can't tell you how often the gizmo failed on me. I have a feeling this update may have caused a couple more hiccups with the gizmo again. I don't want to say that as of now, because I'm not 100% sure, but I have a feeling that I don't want to have it proven, but it feels weird. Okay, before we talk about the boat, and I already posted out on X or Twitter, or however you want to call that. Also, if you want to find me on Threads that just launched in Europe, you can do so. It's Rudy Rencamel. You'll find me there. I'm there. I try to be more active there soon. But before we go to the boat and the structure of the boat and why I called this the most complicated shape in this game, I'm gonna talk about this in a second. Let's talk about the Swan story first of all, okay? I'm gonna read the whole commentary out this time around, and then I'm gonna name who that was. And let me also quickly say thanks to all of you who listened to this point in time. Thank you so much for sticking with me and giving me the watch time that is badly needed. And also thank you so much for watching the last video, because it's such a joy for me to see that it works and that you guys like to see this series, and it just gives me exactly this joy and this empowerment I need to continue, because lately it has been rather hard, you know, seeing that I put so much effort, more than ever, into my videos, into editing, into doing everything, and having all that lovely feedback from you guys helps tremendously to not focus on views or anything and just enjoy that you guys are so happy watching it. So big thanks and props to all of you. Okay, so here's the story for the swans. I once saw a video of a man with a pet peacock who needed to get to the vet for a checkup, something along those lines. It got an IV in its wing, so I think that's just kind of broken. In the video, he claimed that the vets had broken his peacock's wing with the IV, but all throughout the video, he's horribly manhandling the poor bird, shoving him into wire cages, and he's freaking out, keeping him penned in a wire bottom cage, an attempt to collect stool samples from the vet. But the poor bird obviously broke its wing because all of the small wire cages he was shoving it into and pulling it out of he had the audacity to blame his mistreatment of the bird on the vets. I think it's a story like that could be adapted for the swans. A waterfowl owner who just doesn't know how to take proper care of these large birds and has to take a swan or two off his to the vet, and they notice how rough and beat up the poor birds are. Shoving up to the vets in wire cages, not appropriate for them. Bruised, feathers pulled out, even a broke bone or two. So all the birds on the property get sized from him. To help give them a place to recover and heal, Hirschegg takes them in. Would help explain why none of the swans can fly anymore as well. They had their wings clipped by the previous owner. I think it's beautiful. I think it's a beautiful story of a horrible story, if you know what I mean. Obviously, these things happen. It's so sad to say that this is not even a made-up story. I would believe this exactly like that would happen in real life. And housing swans that could not fly or barely just jump fly, just as the animals do in the game, and just tying in the fact that they cannot fly into the story is a really great thing. And this is from Dawnfire05. Thank you for this story. It's properly addressed. I love it to bits, and it's gonna be put in here as an education board later on. I pinned all of these things. I have them on my Notice app, so don't worry, they're not on my Notes app. They're not going to go anywhere. I definitely keep them. Now, as this is said, let's quickly talk about the shape of the boat. See, there is one feature I'm desperately missing in Planet Zoo for a wonderful, wonderful building tool. If you have played Prehistoric Kingdom, you know that there is at least scaling in there, and with the scale tool you can fake mirroring in a way. It's not a proper mirror feature, but you can fake it at least a little by just scaling it negative, you know. That is kind of mirroring, but you can't really mirror it alongside an axis.
Building a boat shape like that is almost impossible in this game, specifically for small size, like these kind of little boats, yo. So I really didn't want to bring in all these like tiny pieces because I don't really like how the texture looks afterwards. It really isn't what I like, and I certainly do hope that this is changed in maybe the future, I don't know, maybe in a new Planet game, that there is an addition for a mirror feature. Because technically everything is in, you know, it's a 3D software in a way anyway. So that would be awesome, because then I could like really build the perfect shape on one side and then just take the whole thing and say like, hey, okay, mirror that on the central axis, and then bam, there you go. But I think, you know, given the fact that the gizmo is already pretty finicky and it doesn't really recall what exactly is the central axis, that would be messed up, I guess, at least in the current state of the coding of the gizmo. So I do believe that once we would get these tools, and I'm more and more getting to the point where I think that we need a proper building mode, like that as soon as you're building, the relative axis is always considering a central point in a way. So there is that trick, if you didn't know, but there is a trick in Planet Zoo. So if you always want to be able to copy things easily around, always stay to the world axis. Whenever you build, stay to the world axis. I can only say it is insanely hard to do so, because after a couple of times you just forget it. You just keep on building. Once you're in a different area, you rotate things, make them look more organic, and boom, away you go, you know, never seen back again the world axis. But you can do so, and being on the world axis allows you always to copy around the exact world axis, whether it's X, Y, or Z. So that is always helpful. It's a little tip I don't even follow myself, because it's just very, very exhausting to always think of it. But it's helpful, indeed it is. Now, look at all the buildings, all the builds, all the plants and stuff we're throwing in. It's just ridiculous how quickly you change the vibe of an area once you put things in. Obviously, it was super helpful to have all these blueprints of my different prefab kind of nature things. If I do not forget, I'll upload them as soon as tomorrow into the workshop, and with tomorrow's or maybe Sunday's episode, so not sure if I get it done, you'll be able to download all of these prefabs. You know, I have a couple of prefabs of like reed and trees and some, I don't know, cobbled and all these kind of things you would need in a proper little forest area. So yeah, before I leave you guys, just again a big thanks to all of you. Hope you enjoyed that little time lapse, and it's almost time to hand you over again to the real-time Rudy. So hopefully you enjoy him too, but that's it from the future Rudy, and now it's handoff time. Have fun. Real-time Rudy reporting for duty, and here we are in the, well, not finished, I mean, as I explained, this is not the finished area, but it's kind of the idea where we are going. So look at that, the little birdie just flew into the water. Yeah, so this is the situation as we have it. Just to put it in perspective, that's where the restaurant sits, and it also has a pretty nice spot over there. So if you go, what the heck is he doing? What was that? Like a wheel dance. So the idea is that I'm going to have like a little bit of a viewing platform here, so that once you go here, you can see the restaurant already. And if you go around that side, over here, you'll have another very nice peek towards the restaurant. The whole lake will be featured in this season. So that means whenever we have a habitat, the next time around the wild boars, and then afterwards the the Wolverine and all the other ones, you will always find that the lake will be enlarged and, continued. As we did last time around, once we did the Sloth Bear, we finished off this area, which is now super lush and has like a lot of things in here. I'm going to make also some fawn leaves go in there just at the end, but I want to also keep focus on the frames, because at the moment it's so silky smooth. I want to maintain that to make like a proper tour at the end. So trying to balance it out these times a little bit better. Hey, that boat is not allowed. You see there, oh my god, the pedals were like a tiny bit too big. And in general, the boat seems to be a little bit too big though. But it's kind of like a huge boat for more people to sit in. I couldn't get it any smaller, as you've seen from the, I mean, I could, but it was like super hard to do so. Honestly, I like this. Look at that. This is a cool position over here. Look at that. Oops, I don't want to go into the tree. There you go. That's a wonderful little. I want to zoom in a little to the, there you go, to the swan over here, and you've got the people sitting in the boat. Looked a little bit of Venice feel. Anyways, so yeah, that is the idea I had about this build, and I
feel like it turned out mega nice. I wish these people would actually be able to, move inside of the boat. But I mean, maybe that is a little bit too much asked. But yeah, I can't tell. Oh, why is the birch in the water? That is not meant to be. There you go. Go a bit over here. So yeah, as I said, this is the build. There's really not that much to say because I am just absolutely happy. I just want to zoom in here again. It just looks too good. Sorry, I'm addicted by this build. It just looks phenomenal, I guess, with like this building in the background and like having people sitting in the boat and just like, look at that. Look at this area. Oh, it's so good. I'm just so in awe with it. And people have commented that already, and like they were happy that I felt being back in my mojo. And it just is the case, I'm absolutely happy with how Hirschegg is just trying to shape up itself, but also how it's shaping up because of you guys also putting in these nice stories and just helping me write the story of Hirschegg Season 2. So keep on doing exactly this, guys. Keep on giving me the inspiration. Keep on giving me your comments. Make sure to be part of it. I really would love to have all of you involved here. So yeah, just bring the comments in. Make sure to sub to the channel if you haven't already, if you want to follow along. And also keep in mind that, as I said, YouTube is actively unsubbing people for whatever reason. I had like 10 people writing me after last episode telling me that they were actually unsubbed. And they didn't even know. So just do me that little favor to check if you're subbed. And if not, please consider doing so. That helps me out as always a lot. And as you can see, we are going on with this positive vibe throughout the next episodes. Who would have guessed that exactly this DLC will bring me back to grips? I didn't. Oh, look at the swan just walking over the pier right there. Love it. Okay, well, I'll talk to you in the next one. Is it flying now? I want to pause it once it's jumping in. Oh no, this is just like, what a fail. Okay, anyways, guys, thank you so much for watching. Have a wonderful weekend. Talk to you in the next one, and goodbye. Welcome back to Hirschegg Wildlife Reserve. In the first episode, we introduced this wonderful sloth bear. And in the last episode, we brought in the wonderful mute swan in this restaurant area. And we also added the clue that people can actually sit in these boats because these are restaurant tables. But now we do shift our focus to this hand side over here, where you can see already something that we are going to speak about now. Right, welcome into the time-lapse part. This build is going to be a little bit different than usually, simply because it's focused around one single building. The reason for that I'm gonna explain during the voiceover, but also the hint, as always, there's going to be a story from one of you guys in a couple of minutes, so stick with me if you want to know the full story. And again, I have to say that again, thank you so much for the ongoing support on this project. It makes me smile every single day when I see how many people actually came back to the project, and comparably more than on all the other series at the moment, which is surprising to say the least, but also a very welcome surprise. So thank you guys so much, as always, for the support, but also that you love this project so much. It definitely has a different pacing than other projects, and it definitely is a different focus. But yeah, I'm very glad you guys like it. Okay, so here is first of all a bit of insight to what this building is about. So first of all, I found a very cool concept of a new entrance building for the Gersfelder Wildpark, which is pretty interesting. It's kind of called the Sphere in Rhön. And it is meant for like sheep and stuff like that in like a wildlife reserve as well. There's also a concept image, if I remember to put it in. I will put it in right now, right here. So that is pretty much what I want to do, and I think I just did this while I was recording. How cool is that? So I didn't know that this is possible. Usually Premiere is about to crash once that happens. And this inspiration I wanted to take simply because I felt like, okay, this is rather important, mainly due to the fact that we have a very specific challenge with the Saiga, because the Saiga is not necessarily a typical zoo animal or a typically wildlife reserve animal at all. These animals live in the wild. They're pretty shy when it comes to living with people, and they are also not really good when it comes to stressy situations and a lot of people. So we needed to ensure that this habitat for them is somewhat separated from the people, as some of you guys pointed also out in the comments, so thank you for that as well. And so I was about to make a kind of meadows area for them that is mostly secured by a lot of, well, foliage and plants and trees and stuff like that to make sure that the animals don't really get the feeling that there is so much going on over here. I also create a little bit of a retaining wall, as you will see later, towards the street. By the way, the street is also going to be disconnected from the pathing. As you can see in the background, people are now moving like all of the times over the street because that's like the direct connection to the other side. I will certainly change this because I don't want the people to walk over there. Usually it should be solved once the pathing and the path layout is fully done. They shouldn't be walking there anyways, but you know, if they're spawning on the original entrance, the old entrance, and they do want to go over here to the more new animals, then they will take the street because that's the quickest way getting there. Even though it's not the shortest, it's the quickest. Mainly because you have to basically go through the entire old park before you can traverse into the new part. Now, as you can see, the building itself, and from the image you've seen, I tried to go with the main entrance as much as possible to the concept because I really liked it. I like the combination of these wooden elements and then the very modern-esque concrete usage. It kind of has something from Bauhaus style paired with like a bit of an older style and very German inspired wildlife. So I do like this building. It has something more unique and cool to look at, but at the same time it fits this kind of more old vibe, and I'm really a big fan of that. One thing I have to say though is I'm still struggling with these kind of geometrical kind of form factors. I tried, first of all, I didn't include that was too much pain to watch. I tried doing this with like custom made triangles, but that turned out to be looking awful. But I do have to say that the finished version of this building is totally fine. You know, I really like looking at it. You could have done this maybe a little more seamless in maybe using a couple more smaller pieces. Just in general, I had a hard time finding out what is the perfect combination of bigger and smaller pieces to make it seem seamless, but at the same time to make it look good. And also, as you can see over here, I'm trying to always use the rotation trick with the mud pillar in the center. If you're not aware of that, what have you been doing the last 4 years? But to keep it simple, rotating around the central axis is always the simplest way to put the pieces into the exact same position, and this is why you see all the mud pillars in the center of the building. They obviously won't stay there, but they are vital to making sure everything you do is coming into the right place. And you can always align pieces by pressing F on your keyboard. It will align this to the very center of the mud pillar, and so you can be always sure that this is the very center of the building itself. And that way I could always go back and try different iterations of what I wanted to use. As you can see over here, trying to use a bit of a different concrete piece to create that upper dome level. I ended up using this one over here, later on paired with some glass pieces, because I felt like I have to do something about this upper top. I wasn't the biggest fan of closing it fully, even though this is in the concept this way, but I didn't want to keep it that dark inside. The main job for this thing is to make sure that the animals don't see you. We are working obviously with a two-sided glass or one-side glass. However, I must admit that I ended up using the normal glass because it's sandbox, but we have to imagine it is, just because it is like super ugly from the outside for screenshots and stuff like that. So I kept the normal glass in, but you know, in our imagination, this definitely is one-side glass so that the animals don't see the people even, and we imagine that this is like very nicely isolated for sound isolated, you know, that there is not that much sounds coming out of there, and people that way can get really up close with the Saiga without actually coming close to them. So that's the main inspiration. Now let's talk about the story real quick. As always, I'm gonna read it out and then I will tell you who that was. I added a couple of things to make it really fit to Hirschegg because there was a little bit of a gap in between, but anyways, I'm gonna read it out and then I tell you who that was. Now, a small group of Saigas were running around but got stuck in a huge mud pit. They all got stuck and couldn't move. Some of them already died. A man heard their cries and came for the rescue. The animals were saved by a lot of people who were called around them. As one of the mans used to work at Hirschegg, he reached out to the reserve. Despite the challenge, they wanted to take them in for a little while. But then again, at the end, they kept keeping them because the Saigas would have had a hard time being put back in nature. So that story was by Baby Fire Vlogs. I think that's how you pronounce that. There are a lot of different figures in your name, but I think that was Baby Fire Vlogs. Thank you so much for giving us this story. I had a couple of things to make the connection to Hirschegg a bit more obvious. The challenge about this in general is why the hell would Sagas come from, well, their original Asia habitat to here? But, you know, the idea was maybe because they wanted to bring them into a reserve where they can really ensure that they are kept safe. I mean, you know, realistically, it's not really what you would do because these are wild animals and you would bring them back. But I like the story to say, hey, you know what, they're all hurt and they need to be rescued. And once they are in this park and in this project, you couldn't bring them back into nature. I think it's a beautiful story to go along that way. And it is another rescue story. However, I need to ask you guys for more stories like that. We are still missing out on a couple of stories. We need some stories for the boar, for the Wiesent, for the Takin. These are the ones that we definitely need. And also the Wolverine, as it's not done yet, has to come in. Now, the next picture I'm building, so to say, or the next bit I'm building is also very important. And it goes back to a nature park I used to go with my best friend. It's a long time ago that we've been there, but we always went to like a garden type of thing, which was like it wasn't really a natural reserve in that case, that they didn't house animals on purpose. They did house animals because the nature reserve granted a habitat for these animals. So a lot of birds, a lot of amphibians, a lot of, like, you know, all these different types of swans and ducks, and also some deers and common deers, and like really a lot of animals. And that was like a very beautiful wildlife park. And they had a lot of different kind of ways to traverse this park, and some of which were actually some very low, it's not even a pier, it was like just wooden pathways that were slightly raised above the swampy grounds. You know, you had a lot of like very nice reed filled swampy areas. I don't want to really call that a pond because the water depth wasn't really given. It was like maybe 20-30 centimeters at most. And then you had this wooden walkway above it, which was again just another 10 centimeters above it. So you could really get up close with all the frogs and little ones, like really nice. You know, you saw all these like dragonflies and stuff rushing through there. I really like that. I mean, we used to be a lot younger once we've been there, but it's been very impressive to see how they also worked this all in with the nature. So nothing was really put through nature but above. And this is what I wanted to do with this entrance area here towards our dome, or sphere, I should say. And yeah, I'm pretty happy with how it turned out in the end. Like, the problem I still see is that realistically the animals could just jump over the fence over here, but I imagine they wouldn't, because that's the only area where a lot of people would traverse. And so potentially this is the area that they would avoid anyways. But yeah, you can see I use this pathway over here just as a little bit of a placeholder. It is very low over the ground, and in a couple of seconds, or towards the end of this build, I'm going to utilize the null path, which fortunately with the free build mod does also work on raised path. And then I'm gonna make my own custom made bridge out of this, and I think it's looking really cool, even though I'm still debating with myself if I want to change the wood later on. It might actually be a bit too bright, and also we need to like make this all look a bit more rundown, but more about that in the real-time part. I'm going to explain how we continue. We also will be live streaming today, most likely. It's not 100% sure, but again, I'm alone with my little toddler, and if she's nice enough to grant me the time, and if she's going to bed as she should, then definitely I'm going to do this. But if she's again nasty and doesn't want to sleep, as she almost every night does now, it could be a bit tricky. But yeah, it's like Christmas is coming closer, you know, and so she's super excited every single day, and having like the advent calendar jeden Morgen. What the hell, my just German crashed into the voiceover every morning. I was about to say that didn't happen too often anyways in the past. Like, why do I have this phrase in my head? Yeah, but getting back to the project, you can see now I'm putting a lot of like stones in and stuff, and I really worked on this picture perfect frame over here. That was the main target for today's video, to make sure that we have this one frame set, because the back part of the habitat should really be the hidden one, so I'm not going to put too many pieces in there. honestly to save FPS at this point because making things look that nice and that overgrown and that lush is really cost heavy on your performance because of all these pieces, all these things have to be rendered. I really noticed now a huge drop in FPS after this habitat, so I have to be more careful to the other side of the habitat. But we will be also focusing on making a nice shelter for them. The reason why I didn't do that is because the shelter will go together with the Tarkin one. The Tarkin habitat is going to be next, as you can see here to the left-hand side. The TA means Tarkin, so that's what we are going to do next, to basically connect the lake area with this little meadows area. And the Tarkin also is going to receive a very nice, lush, natural habitat with a bit more of a field in the middle. And there's also going to be like a nice little area for the guest included as well. The main issue, and you'll see why that is going to be, it's not really an issue, but the building and the shelter for the Tarkin and the Saiga kind of is connected while not being really connected. I have a very specific idea in mind, but I can only build this in one go. So I didn't want to, just make like a separate thing out of it and just stop in the middle. It should be one coherent build, and so that's why I left this out of this one, but it's going to be the next one, and also gives you guys a reason to continue watching this project. I really hope you enjoy it as much as I do. I'm not entirely sure if it will be done by Christmas. I guess this is a little bit of a stretch, but it's going to be done this year, so we might actually have like a wonderful end-of-year tour through Hirscheck, which I'm honestly looking forward to a lot, because that project is a lot of great stuff that I really enjoy doing at the moment. This is the already bespoken little walkway, wooden walkway, and as I said, I may actually change the wood because it's a tiny scrap too bright, but then again it could also be so bright because that's one of the single areas that is very much in the sun. But let's go into the real-time part. Okay, we are standing here now in front of the little wooden walkway, as I already talked quite a bit about it. And now, from the guest perspective, this is the kids' perspective, this is the normal guest perspective. You can see that most of it is pretty nicely hidden. You can get some peeks over here if you want to, but there's really not that much you can see. So you really have to go into the sphere to get a glimpse of what is going on in the habitat. And this is exactly what I wanted to do. Originally, I want to have a couple more trees over here, so potentially I will put a tree or two in, but it just kind of casts so much shadow, and I wanted to keep it at least a little bit nicer looking. But anyways, there you can see a Saiga peeking through. But let's just go in here. The inside is not completely done yet, but there's not going to be that much in here anyways. Maybe like an education board in the center, and maybe like a speaker. But that's that, this is the idea. Now you can look at that. This is awesome. So you can really see the Saiga in here. It can't see us. It can't hear us. Kids can actually see very nicely. Even large people can see something. So that is really good. You can see the male Saiga over there. Very beautiful. As you can see, there's also this retaining wall in the back that is hopefully keeping the sound away from the street. Everything is really nicely done. Then we've got over here, this is like the little hill I intentionally built so that you can see them also just going up the hill and maybe even chilling on the hill, getting like a little bit of ray of sun for them. And then you go to the other side, there's also a bit of a nice view. You can see that wall in the background. It's kind of a repurposed wall from the original Hirscheck area, so why wouldn't you do the same? It's kind of using scrap stones and stuff. So this is basically the main idea about this area, and I feel like this is exactly what we can deliver. As you can see, a couple of little things I have to close off here. It's not like super clean, but I think it's still looking very nice. Look at that. You can even go around and then follow the path of the Saiga now as it's walking back there. I should get a couple more Saigas in at the moment, by the way. You can have up to 11 individuals, 1 male and 10 females. At the moment, I've got 1 plus 3. But yeah, so these windows here on the sides, they look really cool, to be honest. Like on all these sides, they're already really clean. Need to clean up the lower ends a little bit more. Maybe give them like a bit of a ground cover. Oops, what the heck? What did I even do? Oh my god, the menu. Sorry, I didn't know that the menu was open and I was grabbing something. So yeah, let's go out of the building again. And then you can really see this is the main area. I'm going to fly up real quick so that you guys can see this from above. So this is really the meadows part you should see. This area over here is also not finished quite yet, but this will be done along the way. As I said, this build, or like this entire thing, is working a little different this time around. Sometimes I need to keep things located in one area, and then I need to, make a break, because this entire Taken area will be one coherent thing, and this is why also the pathway isn't done quite yet, and also this lakeside isn't done. I want to connect this to the other side, like having this on both sides will potentially look really cool. And then the same goes like when we do something in here. You guys had some cool ideas which other animals we could potentially bring in. I'll decide that upon how much time I will have left for this project planned. I don't want to carry that too much into January, to be honest, because then I may want to focus on something else. But yeah, really in love still with the sloth bear habitat, really in love with the swan area, really in love with the whole project still. So that's super nice. And you can already tell how it's coming together now. I'm actually fearing to make this entire area a forest later on. This will cause some huge FPS issues if we like take this thing and just like copy that over a couple of times. Oh boy, that's gonna be huge. Maybe I'm gonna use some more of these oak trees because they're like freaking ginormous. But yeah, as you can see, this is what I meant here with the street. There are not that many people traversing over here anymore. Most of them using this little shortcut, which is going to go as well. This is not going to exist anymore. The whole thing will be connected here, and maybe I'm going to make like something else connecting through here, because one thing that I'm still not happy with is this common deer habitat. I like everything else, but this common deer habitat needs work. So that is one of the last tasks I gave myself. But yeah, really hope you guys enjoyed this one. I certainly did enjoy building again a lot. As you can hopefully tell, I'm very inspired by this project. Hopefully so you are. And yeah, let me know in the comments what you want to see in the next episodes. As I said, the Taken is going to be next, potentially in a live stream tonight. So if you guys want to be part of it, make sure to check your subscription or your follow on Twitch so that you can come over and have a lovely time with us. Also, I want to thank all of you who recently resubscribed, I should say. Not sure what YouTube is doing at the moment, but people are constantly being unsubscribed from channels. So please double check if you're still subscribed. And if you're not and you like the content, please consider doing so. Easiest way to tell the algorithm that I'm here, I exist, okay? That would be lovely. So thank you so much for all of you, for all of your support, for just being with me here. Making a weird wildlife park in a zoo game. So yeah, hopefully you guys are as happy as I am about this project, and I'm very happy to see you on the next one too. So have a wonderful time. Thank you so much for watching, and goodbye. This is a brand new Taken forest. And with that, welcome to the next episode of Hirschegg, our wonderful German Black Forest inspired project. Today we are going to add the Taken, as you can clearly tell by the TA on the ground, and this is gonna be a very interesting episode because we are bringing in the connection between what is the Saiga episode of last, or the Saiga habitat, I should say. Last episode we added the Saiga with the wonderful little sphere in the middle of which you can see them very upfront without actually annoying them too much. So if you haven't seen that one, highly recommend to pause the video now, go to the last video, watch this, and then come back to this one. Or if you want to see how we created this wonderful mute swan habitat with actual boats where people can sit in the boats and enjoy a little, stroll on the lake, you can watch that as well. But today we're going to focus on this area. It's going to change quite dramatically, as you will see during the time lapse, and also as you will see in the real-time part at the end, which is this time around much more important than usual, because the area is going to be very overgrown, very green, has a lot of inclines, and so it's important to see that in real time, because screenshots do not pay justice to what this is going to be. But just to give you a little heads up, what's going to happen is that this area is going to be turned out into like a foresty area with a lot of height elevations to give the Taken enough space to roam around, to climb a little, go up and down, just do whatever they do. And this area, which is already kind of defined, is going to be like a little bit of a raised plateau on which we're going to have a little German Christmas market inspired areas with like some small stalls and stuff like that. But yeah, I'm gonna clap in my hands now and we're gonna start the time lapse. So let's go with the time lapse. Well, as always, we are going to talk about the story behind the Taken habitat in a couple of minutes. So if you're interested into the story, stick with me. And if you're interested in how this entire, idea about this habitat was created, also stick with me during today's voiceover. Now, I'm trying to make this a little bit more relaxed and chill as we are moving towards the Christmas days. And I'm just like very happy about the last couple days and weeks of YouTube and just in general. It kind of feels like rounding the year up after a lot of lows. To be honest, this year, YouTube-wise, was really shaped by many, many lows and very, very few highs. And it's very good to see that we are ending it on a relative high. You know, it is an absolute low when you consider what's going on YouTube. But my feelings and the connection to you guys as in a community is definitely on a very high, and I am absolutely thankful for that. And this is very much down to you, because the comments lately, and I hope that you will be encouraged to keep on commenting like that on this video as well. And the amount of love shared for this project specifically is kind of unseen in the last years. So I'm very happy and very, very thankful. And I really mean that. It's a very honest opinion and a very honest feeling I'm sharing with you right now. So this is why this episode is also focusing on something I wanted to do for a while, which is not necessarily part of my usual builds, but this is a very classical German Christmas market, you know, Weihnachtsmarkt as it's called in German. And we have like these little stalls, and I know that in other countries there are also so-called winter markets, but originally this whole kind of market thing really comes from the core of Europe, you know, from the medieval times, and specifically in Germany it's a huge tradition to have all these Christmas markets. And there are some very well-known ones, like in Aachen, for example, or the Sternchen one in Cologne and in Düsseldorf, and like that, there are many you can name. But also in the Netherlands, there's one in a grotto, which we've been also to in Vamburg or Vorburg, something like that. Can't really pronounce that. Like, you know, there's a whole tradition in Europe around the Christmas markets, and I'm very happy that we bring that in here. We have somewhat of these stalls were already, besides that, a viewing tower in season 1 of Hirschegg. By the way, if you haven't seen season 1 yet and you just joined the channel during this year maybe, or just during this series maybe. Also, if you joined my channel during Hirschegg as a series, please say that in the comments today. I really would love to know. Just tell me that you joined the channel because of Hirschegg. That would be very interesting to note. So let me know with a brief comment down below, please. But yeah, so then you may actually want to watch the first season yet again, so you see all these things being developed and a bit more of the backstory of Hirschegg, just in general, how it is. But just for a very quick heads up, this project is located somewhere in the Black Forest of Germany, and this is more like in the western part of Germany. It is not Bavaria. Many people from foreign countries immediately kind of, you know, think of Bavaria when they think of Germany, but these building styles are also very common in our other like foresty areas and you know, other mountain regions of Germany, even though Black Forest is not necessarily mountain regions, but it's definitely a bit more of a landscape that these things would occur naturally in. And yeah, it's part of the entire German tradition, if you will, and culture. So I'm very happy. And as you can see with this building, we are recycling something from my beloved Yosemite project. And this is the moment where I need to highlight a function that has come into the game and is secretly the best new function in the game. And it is absurd that we didn't have something like that and we didn't think of it. And I cannot think of any game that has this function. And this is the color palette picker. So what that is basically if you just completely missed out on that, which could easily happen because it was just very weirdly put into the update notes and not really much talked about, but there is a new option. If you click down to the very right hand side of your screen, to the just above the play button, there is this multi-select tool. And when you click on that one, there is a new option, and that is a multi-select color option. It's like a little color palette is in there. And if you take that one and you click off any piece that is FlexiColor, the game will automatically select all the pieces that have the exact same color. It doesn't sound super impressive, but trust me, it is. If you, for example, made like a roof out of a lot of these individual wooden slabs, for example, and you want to recolor them, but you forgot to make like an entire group of it. You know, in the past, I kind of, for myself, I developed the process of building in different element groups. You know, the roof was one group, but as soon as you had a different piece in that is not the same category of pieces, despite having the same color, it was impossible to flexi-color everything again. But with this new option, you don't even need to create your own category. The only thing you need to do is select the piece, and every piece in that group that contains the same color, the exact same color, will be selected automatically. So you can easily recolor things afterwards. So if you're like, yeah, I'm not feeling that kind of beige I have in this building and I want to have it more brown, you just click on it and it's immediately brown. It is beautiful. It's such a quality of life improvement, which I think Frontier should have talked a lot more about. But yeah, so very good to have. And usually these things carry over into the next games. And I'm very hopeful if we would talk at some point about Planet Coaster 2, then all these things will be carried over. And I cannot wait for having that. However, let's talk now about this Christmas market again, and also about the story behind the Tarkin, which we are tackling in a moment. We are talking about the Tarkin as soon as this building over here is done, because I wanted to make it very cozy, and we are also changing up a little bit of the style of the different buildings. I have this weird kink, I should call it. I was thinking about which is the right word, but I don't know why, but even my own pieces, I very rarely want to recycle them. I always feel like shabby when I take something I have already built in the past and I reuse this, because it feels like kind of lazy, even though I know it's not. But I just want to create new things, but I kind of try now to, in this project, it's totally fine to use some of the other stalls we have already used in the past, because I mean, it's literally the same park. They would technically use the same thing all over again, so why wouldn't they? It makes total sense, because there are like synergy effects in there, and why would they always have a new design? So I'm very confident in using these old things, but I wanted to spice them up with new things. And so because the game has a weird way of filtering small pieces, because if you type in the filter small, the pieces are not small, they are just the smallest of their category relatively. So it doesn't make sense for an overall tiny group. I have a custom command or a custom tag that is called tiny, but I never continued putting in the new pieces. I think after the third or fourth DLC, I stopped categorizing them, so it's basically unusable. Whatever, it's not usable anymore. So what I did over here, and this is something you guys should do as well, I think it's super helpful. When you want to really go into small detailing, I'd search for a lot of different small pieces, and I just threw them down here to the ground. And it's not even to really copy paste them. It's more like that you see them and you have them in your vision, and you're like, oh yeah, I can use that one. It's almost like having a color palette in your hands, and you're like, oh, I can use this mute tone to just kind of add to that blue that I just used, for example, And this is the same way I do it. I'm just like having all these pieces in my viewfinder the whole time in order to understand if it's the right piece or not. And I think this is working pretty beautifully fine. What I wanted to build over here, and this is what I'm taking the most time to find the perfect size. I wanted to make like this one table, like this raised table where people can stand next to. In German, it's the Stehtisch. I don't even know if that's like a standing table or stand. I'm not sure if there's even an English word for it, but it's a very common German thing that people gather around these tables when partying or when taking like a hot wine, for example, or a beer or something else. Or to eat a pretzel. And this is what we do over here. We do just like a little pretzel design. That was a wonderful idea from the stream. It's not my original idea. So someone in the stream mentioned that these two pieces together could give like cool pretzels. And so I did this, and I really think it works out pretty well. It has the texture. It just kind of works. If you glimpse over it, it really looks like a pretzel. And what could be more German than pretzels, Putting them here to the side of this little shop as well. Really like this. Like, these little details give the build character, and that's what I really love about them. That's really what I love about them. But we're almost done with the Christmas market, so it's time to already find a segue into talking about the Tarkin story. This time around, the Tarkin story is another very nice story that I took into consideration. Before I read it out, let me give you another call to action to please give me more stories. We are having a bit of a lack of a story for the Wolverines. I think there's not even a single story for the Wolverines. And we still need stories for the Wiesent and the Borst. We have already some stories for those two, but more stories would be nice. And I want to bring more people in that haven't been featured on my channel so often. So make sure to bring in your creative stories. It's very interesting to read them, because you guys come up with wonderful ideas, and B, I really would love to give you a little space in this project. So yeah, just put down your stories for either the recent, the boar, or the wolverine. You could also go in with a snow fox, maybe Arctic fox, because that one is very likely to get into if you want to, but focus on the previously mentioned 3. Now, as we go over into making the shelter now for the Takin, here is the story. After a 2-year-long investigation of a black market animal trader, only known as the Tiger of Europe, authorities finally found their animal storage compound and proceed to raid it. Authorities recovered many illegally trafficked animals in various levels of health. Among the animals were a few Takin in relatively good health. After authorities sent the majority of the animals to other animal rescues facilities, zoos, and veterinary hospitals, Hirschegg volunteered to take in the Takin. For as long as the Takin needs to be taken cared of. Yeah, that is the wonderful story of Cain, and these little puns that were totally intended, because he even added pauses for laughter and pauses for another laughter in his text and comment, which I found beautiful. And so I included them because they were just written in them. Jokes aside, I really like the story because, again, this whole project is becoming a project for rescued animals more than other. And I think it's really nice because these wildlife reserves in Germany really quite often have this in this focus, which usually they do not really have that many animals from other countries or other continents or other regions even. That's actually rare, but it's most likely to conserve our European livestock, so to say. And I really like this, that we have this project with a lot of very common European animals. And for me personally, this is, again, a moment where I just need to step back a little and let things be the way they are, because I have been super negative about the European pack back then, before it was really released and before I had early access. And once I got early access, I was so blown away, and I still believe that the Euro pack is among the best packs to have. So if you don't have that, I highly recommend checking out if you'll find that on Instant Gaming, for example, because it is such a good pack. I can, again, just highly recommend getting it. Absolutely beautiful pack. And also the same was with the Eurasia pack. I have to admit, though, that, I'm not as blown away from the Eurasia pack as I have been with the Europe pack, but it's definitely a lot better than I was initially thinking, simply because the animals are a lot better than I was initially thinking. The animals are very interesting, and for some odd reasons, it really feels the right way now, making this a thing in the wildlife reserve. And I think that the main reason why this feels so good is because it is finally something different. Making zoos in this game is obviously the first choice to do so, and I've done a lot of different creative things like the space station and dioramas, and not everything really kicked people because some things were a little bit too off. So, for example, the space project, we have some people who really desperately love it. They really love it, and they were craving for more episodes. But the majority couldn't care less, I guess, about it. It was too far off, It was different, but it was too different. And I think the wildlife reserve approach is very similar to a zoo, but it's different enough to be new and exciting and to offer us some more variation to play with, to make habitats that are different than habitats in zoos would be. We have a bit more freedom in coming up with storytelling. So I'm a big fan of that, and that this is partially the reason why this is received so well by you guys. But let me know in the comments down below why you think specifically this project is so well received right now. That's just my opinion on that. But we're almost done with the time lapse, so I just want to encourage you to stick with me throughout the end of this episode, because in a second we are going over into the time-lapse, and you will see into the real-time part, and you will see a lot of changes that have happened in between. So I'm going to hand you over now to the real-time Rudy. Enjoy. Alright, welcome to our Christmas market area and the finished habitat. Well, somewhat finished. You can see there are some very nice tables on which we can stand, get ourselves a hot wine, or snack like a Bratwurst, a German sausage, we just made use of all the new pieces from the shops as well. You've got some mugs over here where you can get the hot wine in. Over here you can also grab some pretzels. Very nice idea from the stream, by the way, to use these little rope pieces from the Oceania pack. And you can also see the ground here is used, is the rocks from the Oceania pack. And then we've got some beer benches over here. This is the typical German kind of Biergarten Bank. Just need to say that in German because that's how it is, like the Biergarten, beer bench, very much classic German stuff. And then if you check over here, you can see the Tarkins roam around in their very hilly, mountainish area, very foresty, a lot of trees, very overgrown. I kept this relatively open over here, but I may change this once the whole project is done and we will have even more trees and stuff in here. It's like I still need to do some screenshots, okay? That's why it's a little bit more open. There you can see the sphere in the background. I quite like this view, to be honest, so maybe I'm gonna leave this so just as like a little bit of a target to move to. We have some more stalls over here. Oh, I actually left 2 stalls in one. Haha, look at that. Okay, whatever. Gonna change that later on. And yeah, you've got a very nice view of the Tarkins. But they still are left alone somewhat, so they are having good privacy. So that is good. And then once you move to the back here, you can see this is not fully done. I'll grab some time and I'm gonna finish up these areas too. Put a little fence in here. It's immediately a little bit more quiet. So you have a little glimpse inside of the habitat. There's a Tarkin lion there chilling a little in here. On the other hand side, we've got the Saiga building, which I didn't include, but this is also not entirely finished. And look at all the pieces I used there. Yeah, just don't look there, okay? So it's hidden by the wall. You wouldn't have seen it anyways. I'm just running around so you can see a little bit of the Tarkin. Again, I'm not entirely sure if I leave it the way it is, but I kind of like the simplicity of this area. We've got some stuff growing here underneath the trees, some more lower stuff, which usually wouldn't be that much. You have so much shadow down here, there's not something big growing, so that makes sense. And yeah, just in general, you have this typical view through these mesh fences, which, in a wildlife reserve, most likely would be this way. So they don't have money or the need for kind of very crazy fences, and so that's how it would be anyways. And I mean, just look at that. I really like that. And then if you go over here, this is the area that is still very much unfinished. We're going to spend some time on this later in this project, but on here, and this is again one of the areas I wanted to keep, and I will actually make this look even better. I wanted to keep the lakefront rather open so you can see the restaurant on the left hand side. And if you pan your view over to the side, you have this very cool view of this little forest mountain here from the Tarkins. And I may actually, look at that one having fun with a little jump. I may actually include a couple more foliage pieces in the front here, but I wanted to also save some FPS because there are certainly a lot more trees coming into this project anyways. And yeah, so you've got another view here to the lake. And if we zoom out, and we have a look from above, you can see it's now coming really nicely together. The lake in the middle will very nicely be integrated once this is all done, and you can already tell by these sides like how organically it's going to be embedded once it's all done. This spot over here is still left open. You guys had the idea to potentially bring in the Arctic fox, but that would already be way too much space, so maybe we're going to bring in something else too. If you've got any suggestions, let me know in the comments down below. This area is going to be reserved for the Wiesent. Don't mind these trees, they are just a backdrop for making photos for this habitat. This will look completely different later on. The Wolverine will go here, and the wild boar is gonna go here. And this is also featured in the next episode. So I'm not sure if I'm gonna make 3 episodes or if it's maybe 2, where I have the Wiesent and wild boar in one. Not entirely sure if I do so because I, want to make some ground in the next coming days where I hopefully have a little bit more time. But yeah, so I'm very, very pleased with how this project is gonna developed or how it's developing at the moment. So please let me know in the comments down below if you like this area, if you like our little Christmas market stall area here on top of that hill. Do you have any ideas to make it more lush without actually sacrificing too much of the light? And also make sure to keep on giving me some stories, because we need some more stories as always. These are very important to make this entire series the thing we wanted to make it from the beginning. And yeah, I'm very much looking forward to the future of this project. Thank you so much for your ongoing support. Make sure to put a comment down below, like the video, subscribe if you haven't already. All that drama, it's It's annoying to say that all the time, but you know the drill. It has to be done. It almost is like the algorithm triggers more if you say that. Whatever. I wish you all a very wonderful day. Stay safe. Make sure that you stay healthy before Christmas Day hits. So yeah, have a good time. Thank you so much, and goodbye. I was just building in Planet Zoo when all of a sudden this happened. And to my surprise, they actually eat it. So what actually happened over here? Find out in today's video. But that shall not stay the last little festive surprise. There's also another surprise for one of you who has been chosen to give the story to the wild boars today. And I also decided to give some of the animals the names that you guys have on YouTube because of you supporting me so much lately. I thought, yes, let's do this. And in the real-time part later on, I'm gonna reveal who has had the chance to become a wild boar. So the story will be read out as always during the voiceover of the time-lapse, so stick with me during the entire time-lapse please, because that's the guarantee, so you can find the story. And also I will tell you a bit about this habitat, because that is one of the examples where I have been absolutely in the zone. And that means I had a podcast on, I had a good drink, I had a cozy little blanket over my shoulders, and I was sitting here in my streaming room and I was just going for it. I had a very clear vision in mind of what I want to achieve, and I had a very clear target of what I wanted to do. And it turned out that this is one of my shortest recordings I did, and so I need to speed this up only by 4 times, which is comparatively slow. If I would slow down or just speed up, I should say, a live stream, for example, by 4 times, that will most likely end up in a very slow, boring episode of 7 hours. But if I'm so much in the zone and I've got already so many things prepared, it always helps tremendously to focus on building, and then, you know, you just become so quick. And also it's always the same kind of learning curve. Whenever you go into a project, the first couple of builds you do are very tricky because you need to figure out what's the style, what kind of pieces can you use, what is the color palette you want to use. So like really make sure that you have all these things properly available to you. But as soon as you have your tools together, the game or the building process becomes infinitely quicker. So this habitat over here is almost as great, if not greater, than the sloth bear habitat, but it took not even a quarter of the time, which is very surprising if you hear that, but if you know how this kind of, you know, evolution goes in a project like that, it is pretty normal. And I am also looking forward to going back to Zoo Sicily, because I lately had the feeling that I lost my mojo in there a little bit, because I was too much in the zone, in like without actually having anything to look left and right to. And I really need to again to make Sicily even better than it already is. I'm still very aware of the fact that Zoo Sicily might be my best project to date in Planet Zoo, but I mean, it's always arguably. But at the end of the day, there are so many things in there that we did that I'm still very proud of. And, you know, Hirschegg is now catching up a little, I gotta say, because of its ingenuity in terms of making something different than a zoo. But one thing that is definitely lacking in Zoo Sicily is the storytelling aspect, which is a lot better in here. And I love the fact that you guys give me all the stories. And so here's me to read out the story today in a couple of seconds. Because before I read this story out, I want to talk about this boar habitat in general. Now, I had a very clear vision in mind for the simple reason that a boar habitat might actually be the habitat or the area for animals I have been to the most in my entire life. The reason for that is also very simple. It's super close to me. Like in our region, there are so many wildlife reserves that house wild boars, and as they are called wild boars, they're even living in our forests around here. Like not as common as in other regions of Europe, but it definitely, there's a big chance that you will see them in the wild, and I've already seen quite some in the wild. I've only seen 1 red deer though, or 2 maybe, if you count the second one, which was super far away, but I've just only seen 1 wild red deer, which is not really that often, but wild boars is a lot more common. But the habitat itself is heavily inspired by the, 3 or 4 go-to wildlife reserves we have over here. So we do actually have one here in the region where I'm living. So this is like a couple of minutes walking towards me. And also there is the one in Grafenberg in in Düsseldorf, and there are some in Krefeld nearby and some in Mönchengladbach. So for those of you who want to check out the region I'm living, I now gave you a bit of an idea to where I'm living, but I'm not really telling you exactly which one is super close to me. That would be a little bit too close, I guess. But yeah, this is why I have always inspiration of these things. And so I wanted to keep the simplicity of those habitats, but make it like as detailed as possibly possible with the in-game pieces. And also, you know, as we already sacrificed the FPS with the Tarkin, they've been taking the FPS already. I was like, you know what, now it's gone anyways, let's go for it. But I have to say, it's surprising that it now stayed relatively stable. It depends a little bit on where you look. I think all the trees and stuff also do a good job of hiding certain areas, and working a little bit more with the incline of the terrain gives me a bit more control over the FPS. However, you waited long enough. Let's read out the story, and then we also need to talk about the festive surprise that you've seen at the beginning. What is this all about, you know? But let's read out the story now. A hunter in Spain, a lover of nature but not at all responsible, kept a pair of wild boars as pets. One day he forgot to lock the door to his property, and the wild boars, who are very intelligent, escaped. They caused a minor damage around the town and scared the neighbors, so Seprona, the Spanish police service for nature protection, was called. The wild boars were sedated and confiscated. As in Spain, there is a huge problem of overpopulation of wild boars, and these were also accustomed to human care, so they couldn't be released into the wild. They were going to be sacrificed. A group of people did not agree with this decision, so they looked all over Spain for a zoo or reserve that would welcome them, but they didn't find any. It was when they looked for another European center country when they found a center called Hirscheck, a reserve located in Germany that housed animals from the Black Forest and that was recently expanding and housing animals rescued from other areas of Eurasia. The Wildlife Reserve promised to welcome them in their new habitat. And this one was from Elio Archive. And big thanks to you, Elio Archive. I really love that story. I didn't change a thing and I like it. The only thing I will say is that this was potentially one of the first rescue missions that Hirscheck did, because we will have a bigger population in this than only 2, and hence we kind of need to, you know, continue the story so that we did already have some babies, and they also grew up already, and now we have a lot more wild boars from the 2 Spanish pairs we got at the beginning from the Spanish couple. So really happy with the story, and there is kind of a story arch forming right now, and I like the fact how much you all kind of build the stories around that people found Hirscheck. So what I'm envisioning is that Hirscheck season 2 is basically the story of a huge campaign that Hirscheck is running. So my idea is that let's just imagine Hirscheck receive the rights to expand the reserve, and the only reason for that was that they guaranteed to house rescued species, or that they are willing to house rescued species. And once they agreed to that, they basically formed a campaign where they would basically showcase on websites, on social media, and so on, that, you know, Hirscheck is willing to house rescued animals from all over Eurasia. And that's the main reason why there was a chance for people to basically find Hirscheck in the first place, because it's like a small German reserve. Why would you know of it? But this way it would all make sense. Speaking of it all makes sense, look what is happening right now. This time around, my approach to the habitat was a bit of a different one. I wanted to use more of the enrichment pieces to really have a habitat filled with enrichment pieces, and I decided to go for the foraging box and the mud box. And just to make sure that everything looks super aligned, I used the mud pieces or the mulch pieces, I should say, the mulch, to form a lot more of a darker ground. I really like, you know, we are talking wild boars over here. You know, they are basically shoveling the whole ground. After a year or 2, the habitat will not have that much grass left in them. So that is the reason why I went for like making sure everything is super overgrown in terms of leaves and stuff, and the only greenery you have is either like a big bush or a higher up tree, and the rest is a lot more mulchy and muddy. And since the enrichment pieces have unfortunately a very different mud tone than the actual mud texture of the game, or I should say the dirt texture, I needed to find a way of combining them, and I figured the mulch pieces are pretty nice. There's also another version how you could do this, and there are these flower bed pieces. If you rotate them 180 degrees, the lower side of it looks even better. It almost looks like the proper mulch and stuff. However, or like bark, it almost looks like the bark pieces. The problem of that is you cannot really align them nicely with the ground because you have to rotate them, and then the align to ground doesn't work anymore. And for a habitat like this, which also has a lot of little inclines, it's not a flat ground. There are like little bumps and just to make it all look a lot more interesting. And to cover this properly, you definitely have to use the align to ground function. But you can really tell now how it's coming together, and I feel like this looks super good. It's one of my most realistic looking habitats I've done, and I'm really proud of it. But you will see more about this now in the real-time part, but you will also see how this festive little surprise for our wild boars came into place. So yeah, thank you so much for watching. I really enjoyed that one, and I hope you guys have fun now with our beloved real-time Rudy, the RRR. Alright, I'm really not sure if you guys are ready for that, because this is what we are looking at is now really a lot too good. So this area is still where you can go up to the two habitats and just like to the shelters. From here to the left hand side, you can still see the inside for a sloth bear. There you go. You've got the two shelters, which are not fully done yet. There are a couple of little things, same goes for the center. But to the right hand side, you can already tell there's a tiny little gap in which you can have a look into the boar habitat. But there's really not that much to see. You can see some individuals here down there moving around. But now if we go down, you have to pee. I can see you. As we go down, you will see how beautiful this habitat turned out. And you will also potentially spot some common deers in here. I put some female common deers in here just for the mix, I thought maybe these are individuals that couldn't go together with the other ones, and then they have found their luck in here. And I mean, just witness this. See, my computer was so surprised that it stopped recording my voice at this point. So I'm speaking this as a past Rudy over the actual real-time part. But you never know, I have to do it that way because the recording was just too good. As you can see, there's a little wild boar scrubbing itself there on the tree. We have our color morph of one of the common deers coming into the scene. And there are some other things happening in a second that were just too good. But before, let's have a look at this special kids area over here. Because if you know these parks, you know that there's always a kids area where they can give Treatos to the wild boars and all the other animals, and this is the very space. I imagine my little one running here and then throwing all the Treatos at once at one of the lucky wild boars that is first. This will be the one who is going to have the best day ever, because she's not waiting for the other one. She's like stuffing this all into the first animal she can reach. So yeah, the lucky one will be fed by her. But yeah, this is that area, and we will also provide them with a little dispenser here in the future. I have some designs already tested. Not too happy right now. I will do another one. But yeah, moving over to just change the lighting a little and also stepping into another area, you can see this is where the Treatos are. And now I will reveal, obviously, the secret of it, while you can see some wild boars running there in the back. Well, they didn't appear all of a sudden, as you can imagine. I had this idea right when I finished recording, and I was like, how about putting some Treatos down, but how can we make them feed on it? So my first idea was to throw that all over the actual feeder, but that looked kind of shabby, to be honest. So I had another idea, and I was looking around to find a solution for that, and this solution came in the form of an enrichment item. And the enrichment item I was talking about is the herb scent enrichment item. It's a very simple one, a very original one, and you can just move it in underneath the thing, just click it there, and all of a sudden animals will start going here and do their little scent animation. If you don't know what that is, they basically go down and have a little sniff on it, and if you put that in a clever position, it'll look exactly as if they were eating these things, and the more you put down there, the more they will go here. Don't overdo it though. I have two beneath this one. And you can obviously just copy that into another place and make them go there. Anyways, I am just ridiculously happy how this all turned out. Sometimes these habitats, they don't need to be super incredible. You don't need that many weird buildings. Sometimes it's enough to just make it look super realistic. And one thing I also found very good is using more of the sapling pieces to throw them between. I think this looks really cool, while this one is just sleeping in the mud over here. So yeah, I'm just happy, and I'm also happy that I threw the common deer. As you can see, there is one already there. As you can see, I just put it here, and all of a sudden it's going there. Look, that's so cool. It just had its snout put down. We just missed it briefly, but also I must say, Frontier did a very good job in the traversable area for the wild boar. But anyways, now back to the actual real-time voice. Right, so let's have a look at the names. Here we have everyone in habitat number 15 are basically named after you guys or after the story. So our OGs is basically Jose and Anna. Those two were the ones we rescued. Don't look at the years, it just doesn't work. But as for what we did, we have now a couple of names in the comments of you guys, and I couldn't be more happy, and maybe you guys find yourself now. I didn't take the last names. I tried to only use the the first names, and you will see yourself, I assume. But we've got Xen, we've got Alisa, we've got Mara, we've got Lemon, Liselotte, and Abigail. So yeah, congrats. You made it into the game without even asking for it. So this is that, and let's end this episode with a final look into the habitat. And yeah, as I said, I don't even know what to say. I think this is one of my best realistic habitats I've ever done. I know there is not really that much around, you know. I can't really say too much because it is a wildlife reserve habitat. It's not like super styled. There's not a huge design around it. There's not really a lot going on, but this is basically how it is. But if you want to learn, by the way, how to do these things and how to come up with ideas to make a habitat, I highly recommend to watch my expert tips tutorial I once did. I will link it now to the top screen, to the top right for you guys, so you can click on that and check out how you can also build like that and get more detailed. So I highly recommend doing this if you want to build like that. And well, have a good time. Thank you so much for watching. And I talk to you in the next one. Oh, by the way, if you want to leave a like for the video, that would be appreciated. Now, again, if you want to build like that, top right card is going to be for you, a tutorial, an expert tutorial, how you build more detailed and stuff. So enjoy that one. Have a good time. Thank you so much for watching, and goodbye. When it was the Wolverine's turn, I had no idea what to do. So I went to ZooChat and Google Images again to find out how a habitat could look. And I stumbled upon this very picture over here, which is going to be the baseline for today's habitat. And while I was doing so and trying to record the episode, there happened something very awkward when I was trying to record the real-time part, but you'll see more about that later. So let's get going. But before you skip ahead, don't just do that. I have some very important Planet Zoo news, and honestly, these are super important when you play Planet Zoo and don't want to lose your save games. So, heads up here. Frontier has not managed to give a fix before Christmas because they couldn't fix it quite yet. The modular gift shop does cause some crashes and issues with some people. I fortunately don't have these issues, but it is confirmed by a lot of people that the game will eventually crash when you have the gift shop, modular gift shop in your file. Even worse than that, sometimes it won't even reload into the file, which basically breaks your save. So you will not be able to get into your game. So if you still are able to get into your game, make sure you have a save file without the modular shop in it. That would be very, very important. Otherwise, you're going to lose your file as long as Frontier's not fixing it for the moment. So very important. Now, before we continue, here's the heads up. As always, there will be the wonderful story about the Wolverines in today's voiceover. So in the next coming 8-ish minutes, there will be the story placed somewhere. So make sure to watch the whole episode throughout. I have a lot of good things to tell. We are going to get into a Christmas mood together. I'm going to give you a bit of a heads up what's going on after Christmas. And also, I'm going to tell you a bit of an insider to why I made this habitat the way it is. But thanks, first of all, for so many stories. The Wolverine was by far the most famous animal when it came to the stories. I had over 20 stories to pick from. Every single one as great as the others, and there were so many lovely things involved in these stories, and involved. That wasn't an intended pun, by the way. Kane would be proud, I guess. Now, I grew to really love this format so much because you guys keep on commenting. Oh, and by the way, if you haven't seen last episode, which seemed to be like that because it kind of fell short a little from the other ones, make sure to do so, because the wild boar habitat turned out absolutely freaking amazing, and there was a little bit of a special thing in there, a little special trick how to do something festive for your animals. So if you want to see that, stop the video, go back, watch the other video first, and then come back here. If you, for whatever reason, stumbled upon this video without even having seen anything before, I highly recommend to start watching season 2 of Hirschegg on my channel to understand what we are doing, what all these stories are about, and why we're doing this. Before I'm gonna read out the story, which again is a beautiful one, I will now tell you a bit about the design. You've seen at the beginning of the episode, I was getting some inspiration from Hirschegg, and as you can obviously understand, the video I had in the video was basically a little recording just to showcase what I'm doing. In general, when I do this research on ZooChat, it's a lot longer than this. I'm sitting down here scrolling through Google Images, ZooChat, and blah blah blah, and it turned out to be easier to go to Google and then type in the animal I want with the habitat and then put the word ZooChat afterwards. This gives me an easier approach to seeing proper images than searching on ZooChat directly, because the forum just doesn't really work that well for me. But yeah, so I found this very nice habitat carved into the mountainside, and this spot over here was actually screaming for it, This one was the proper spot in where I could really align this to the backside of the wolf's habitat. And now with the wolverine and the wolves on one hill, if you will, and there needs to be separation of these two specimens. They don't want to meet each other, It's not the best idea that they would meet. So we need some very decent security fences, because the wolves do have a bit more of a sanctuary. They have like a huge habitat. It's most likely the idea about the wolves was that this isn't even a habitat. It's just a separate region of this forest where the owners of Hirschegg have decided to put a fence, because otherwise the wolves would actually just walk into the zoo area or the reserve area and basically also frighten the people, which we certainly do not want. And because of that, I decided to go with the same idea and just put a fence also for the wolverines, to not make sure that the wolverines do not escape. That is obviously a nice side effect, But the main reason behind that is to secure the wolverines from what is behind, and that is the wolves. So it just all ties together. And I didn't necessarily make my life easy this time around with the angles of this habitat, because you will see, or you actually are already seeing on screen, that the idea I had was to really make something nice looking, that has a lot of different inclines, left and right, curves upwards again, to really have this feeling of almost like a theater, that is just kind of an amphitheater vibe going on here, just making sure everything kind of looks nice, and then just putting some rocks and stuff in to make it really look supernatural. Again, there's one thing I want to point out about this build before we are looking at this in a real-time part later. You'll definitely see that, but the main issue here is still that it should be even more overgrown than that. I'm very much focusing on still having a good sightline and seeing things. But to make screenshots and thumbnails and make the animals actually be visible, you can't really put that many trees in. And it's starting to really bug me that the lighting isn't really that amazing in the shadows, I think this game has already a really, really awesome lighting. But when it comes to the display of shadows, it doesn't really shine. Sorry, yet again, not intended, okay? Anyways, to bring us back into the mood. Oh, by the way, before we start with the story, here is the lovely little backside area for the habitat, or another implied habitat area. This would be where the shelter for them is if there's like a storm or something like this coming. I thought it was a good idea to embed this actually in the backdrop of this habitat. Now, let's focus on the story of our two individuals in this habitat. I already spoiled that there will be two in here, but let's listen to the story. Raised and trained from birth, it was the hope that Jasper and Kara would be part of a new program that uses tame and trained wolverines to find and rescue lost people trapped under the snow. However, due to unforeseen circumstances, this was not to be. Due to being hand raised, they were unable to be released into the wild. And after a lot of communication, Jasper and Kara, an unrelated bonded pair, found themselves here at Hirschegg in the hopes that they would live a happy life and have healthy offspring that would be released into the wild and bring more awareness of this often misunderstood animal. The story is from Tara White. I messed up the reading, sorry. I'm quite a bit tired, and it's already rather late today in terms of recording, so I had a bit of a stressy day. Wrapping presents and stuff still is on my list, but I might just create a little bathroom cupboard and stuff like that. Just these typical things to do before Christmas, I hope you guys also have wrapped your presents already and have everything ready so far, and all these things. But back to the story, I really love it. I love the idea that this is a bit of a different approach this time, so it's not like rescued from the nature or someone who's really bad, but actually a story of a very ambitious project that didn't work out. And I was really happy to read that, because I thought, okay, cool, that's actually a little bit of a change, something unheard so far. And so Tara, big thanks for this story. I quite love the idea of having Kara and Jasper in here. That's also beautiful names. I do really like these names. And I have actually checked if that's a thing, but obviously these wolverines have a pretty damn good snout, and they do smell quite a couple of things. So technically there is a good reason behind that story, and we don't have offspring quite yet, but maybe we do have offspring in the future, and that'll go back to the story that Kara just brought in, and I'm very happy. It's a very good story. It's a very, very good story. I think it fits beautifully to the vibe we are going for, and yeah, just in general, I am super duper happy. And I think this is the baseline of this project. Now, as this is the last video I'm going to release before Christmas Eve for most of you, there will be a video tomorrow most likely, but I'm not sure when you guys will be watching it. So let me already tell you that I wish all of you a happy Merry Christmas. I won't be saying that at the end of the real-time part. For whatever reason, I didn't think about that. So kudos to those of you who are in here. You deserve these wishes even more than others, because you haven't skipped. Or if you skipped here, you're lucky. You're just lucky. But then you have to stay with me now till the end of the episode, because otherwise your Christmas food will be cold when it arrives at your table. I told you this now, okay? Now, I'm wishing you all a wonderful time with your family, friends, or whoever you're going to celebrate it. Make sure to, relax and chill down. And if you're not celebrating Christmas, I still wish you obviously a couple of nice days. I don't know if you do anything with your family, but hopefully you will be able to, just relax a little. And if not, I've got plenty of videos that you can consume over this time. So yeah, we are wrapping this episode just as I will be wrapping some presents in a couple minutes, or not the episode, but the time-lapse part, as you can see, by putting a lot more flowers and stuff in. Don't really need to say too much about it, because it's basically the same as in the other habitats, making it very foresty, even though this one over here gets a bit more of a mountainish, hilly vibe. And then, yeah, we have to do some climbing frames, and there will be some more in. I did some more afterwards off screen, because I just fixed a couple of little minor issues in here that is too tedious to have in a time lapse. But yeah, here you go. Now meet the real-time Rudy again. I'm gonna guide you through the mishap of an escaping animal first, and then we will be meeting at the Wolverine habitat. See you there. Right, so remember when we last time excuse me? What the heck? This was not planned, my friend. Why are you jumping out of here? Well, you want to be pet? Hello, come here. Let me just pet you real quick. Okay, well, have a good one. See you later then. Okay, so that was not planned, but that helps me that I will potentially need to put something in between there, like a mesh fence or something like that. Okay, anyways, we are here today for... What the heck? We are here today for this habitat in the back, and I have a feeling, my friends, that this is, again, a very, 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 very good... Have you seen that? Those two had a good time, and then he's like, oh my god, I can't, I need to pee. Yeah, but there you go. This is the view towards the brand new Wolverine habitat. There is a little bit of a shelter over here for our wonderful guests if they want to go here. Look how lush it is. It's like very forest vibes going on here. Look how beautiful that all looks. Really do admire that. And if you go in here, you can have a little seat and, you know, just grab a drink or something like that. Very bare bone, but very simple as well. And then you have this wonderful, huge Wolverine habitat. I really am happy with how that turned out. It's rather simple at the beginning, but it just makes a huge difference. And the fences obviously are super large and so on, but they're mostly to keep the outside animals outside, rather the inside animals from getting outside. They are very nicely preserved, and there's also like this little water ditch here in front so that they can't get out to the front. There is like the background shelter here, an implied one. Inside of this one, and they also have like this tiny little hut here, and then they also have obviously their little caves and burrows, and yeah, that's just it. Very hard to get them into the view, but this is like how it is, right? How it is in real life too. You really have to wait and just hope that you can see them. There's a little wonderful tree in the front where they can climb. There is another tree here that they like to sit on. Really lovely. Country, I'm just gonna speed up the whole game to see if they come out eventually. They have a little bit of a very standard-ish route that they are following, so not really sure what that exactly is. I just had the feeling recently in general that in this game the animals are a little bit less individual than they used to be. Like they always have their little standard route that they keep following, which is a bit of a pity. I mean, you can change this by basically destroying their route and bring in something new, just like kind of make them not use that route anymore. But what I wanted to show you while we are at it, let me just change the weather to snow real quick and speed the whole thing up again. Oops, wrong button. There you go. Because it also just kind of looks super nice covered in snow. Really like this little mountain side here with snow. There you go. Look at that when the snow builds up. It's a lot brighter now, obviously, but just look at it. I think it gives these proper winter vibes that we only have in a game because climate change will... oh, look at it. There is one. There is one. Look, in the background. So, as I said, this is super cool. You always need to really look into the habitat to see them, and then it becomes so much more of a good feeling once you see the animals, so not everything is just in your face. And I mean, that's part of zoo experience in general, like wildlife experience in general. They are not programmed. I mean, like in this game, they're literally programmed, but in real life, animals are not like programmed robots that will be wherever you need them to be. So, yeah, I'm just, again, mega happy. Look, there's another one. We've got two ones in here. There's one and the other one is in the back. Like both of them are hiding behind this house. Let's try to follow them in the back. Yeah, that's so cool. Look, there you go. A little jump. Yeah, what shall I say? I'm super happy with how that turned out. I'm super happy how this entire area is turning out. So this is the lake over here. We can oversee the lake. It's becoming a lot more lush now, a lot more nice looking. We are really inside of a forest, and this starts to be really becoming the vibe, you know. And yeah, I mean, they have a lot to climb, which they basically don't use. It is all traversable, it's all climbable for them, but they just refuse to climb. It's like they don't really have a climbing need. It's, yeah, it's the same issue as always, and potentially nothing that can be solved in this game. Oops. This is a weird way of moving, mate. Are you coming to this tree, by the way? Sometimes they just go down here to climb on that tree. Let's see if we can see them go onto that tree. Also, I love how they go down and up the... That looks pretty damn good. They've done a stellar job in making sure that this looks accurate. How they go up and down these little inclines. It's not even a little incline. That is very nicely done. I'm positively surprised over here how that looks. But as I said, they're following again yet the same route. It's a little bit weird. Let's go back to rain to see it in all weather conditions because it just kind of looks good. Also, I love the in-between. Oops. In between rain and snow. This is like so German. I don't know. It's so German. So there you go. This is like the rainy habitat. It still looks good though. One thing I want to admit is that it's not as lush as it should be. And while I'm speaking about this, let's go back to the normal weather mode to get this in-between lighting because, yeah, wait a sec. As soon as it's stopping to rain, it's almost the best lighting you can get. There you go. It's like still slightly wet and have this haze in the air, but it still isn't. So I love that. This is some forest vibes going on over here. Look, there is the animal in the back. Oh, what a vista over here. What a wonderful vista. My goodness me, that looks fantastic. Let's just zoom out a little. Oh, there you go. Really, really, really happy with how this entire game just looks once you really nailed the style you were going for. But yeah, it's time to go out of this camera mode, go into the freelog camera and zoom out. So this, my friends, is the habitat, and just doesn't it look good? I'm really happy. Also, we have this little waterfall by this side. It's going to be covered a bit more nicer. It's not looking superbly nice at this moment. I will do a couple more things, but you can really tell how it's all coming together. But I just love doing that. So we don't really have that many gaps left, As I said, I will potentially be done this year. So the next bigger project is going to be the Wiesent over here. Bit of a backstage, fixer-upper, nothing too fancy. And then this is that. This is our Hirschegg in this sense. And also, let me just change the time of day to a bit more of a there you go. Now we've got the bright colors. Like, I didn't change it because it's starting to be too much in the shade then. It's okay, it's not too shabby. But it definitely could be better. And also, for whatever odd reasons, the performance is back, as you can tell. I don't know what exactly it is. Maybe this is a magic habitat over here with the wild boars. I don't know. But are they just still escaping over here all the time? I guess so, right? Because they're always put back in. Whatever. They will do this. Yeah, I did a bit of work in between, to cover up these areas, to cover up the lakeside, as I was promising. Each habitat will add to the lake, and as soon as we are done entirely, this entire thing will look good. So the recent habitat next up will cover mostly this entire area. So this is done, and the rest left off is with maybe the Arctic fox and something you guys also did suggest in here. But I can't really tell more about that. The only thing I can say, if you're still struggling to get these riverfronts nicely done, there is a tutorial for that. And you can find this to the top right now. So if you want to know how to make these riversides look really actually good and not as broken up as you sometimes think, make sure to check this video out. It's a very short one explaining how to do that. So I hope that's going to help you. And now I can only say, have a wonderful Christmas, stay safe, and goodbye. Born in Europe's woodlands, Willy the Wiesent cherished his joyful childhood and later a happy life with his own family. Yet, he yearned for more than domestic life and was captivated by the promise of America. Leaving his family with a vow to return wealthy, Willy faced harsh realities in America. His attempts at various jobs like police horse and football mascot failed. And without support from organizations like the ABHA, the American Bison Homeless Association, he succumbed to a menial job, depression, addiction, and debt. Haunted by guilt over abandoning his family, Willy realized he needs to turn home. With assistance from a wildlife rescue, he returned to Europe. Gradually, he's overcoming his struggles and addictions, rekindling family bonds, and preparing for a hopeful future back in the reserve of Hirschegg. And with that, thank you to Gecko0304, who was the one to grant us with this beautiful story. To be fair, the story was a little bit different and longer, but I changed it so that I, could fit it into the first couple seconds of this video. I really hope you liked this style. I really hope it kept you into the video. And we're building exactly this. We are building the wildlife reserve in which Willy is going to come and where he will rebond with his family and where he will fulfill his destiny to be back in Europe, And with that, I shall talk a little bit about Hirschegg, because that is the last animal from the wonderful Eurasia pack that we bring in here. As you guys have already said and voted for, we will have one more animal or maybe even two more animals to finish up Hirschegg. So it's gonna take a couple more days before we are done. But I kind of, had my target to end this at the end of the year, and I'm basically done. So that's very, very nice. So I brought all these animals in, check mark, and now everything else is bonus. And then you're gonna see me doing some more new projects in the future and returning to old projects such as Zoo Sicily with exactly the same story-driven approach. I also should say Happy New Year to all of you. So please, for every single one who's still with me at this point in the video, 2 minutes 30 in, that means you are a enormous human being, because you had the strength to stay in a video over 2 minutes. That is like 500% over the average retention span. So brilliant. Thanks. Nice. So every one of you who is still with me and still listening, make sure to put Happy New Year in the comments to everyone, okay? Let's make this comment sections blow with Happy New Year, because that will bring you a very happy new year, okay? And I have a couple of things to tell you. While this is a very relaxing build today, a lot of, a lot of nature, a lot of doing like this, will be very nice, and this is gonna be a very cozy episode, and I will tell you a couple of things. I have already made an announcement in my Discord channel, so if you want to get into this Discord channel, highly recommend. The link is in the description, and this is going to be a good opportunity to join the community, because next year is going to be different. There will be a video in the next days dedicated on the change of this channel. It's going to be dedicated to all my failures of 2023. It's been a rough year, not to say the least, because of many reasons. But I think the biggest thing to say already as a spoiler is I have to blame myself. And you'll know after the video. But let's focus on the positives, because 2024 is going to be a positive year. I really believe into that. We are going to receive a brand new Planet game. It's going to be a great game. We are receiving tons of updates for Cities Skylines 2, which will make the game actually what we've hoped it to be. We are going to have Manor Lords. So already 3 games that I couldn't let's say I can't wait for. And there's going to be so many new projects. And one mega big change on my channel is going to be a refocus on Rudy, on me, on myself. I'm going to refocus on being creative, on being out of the box, and every single video is now going to focus a lot more on stories, okay? So as this story of Willy the Recent in here and all the stories we had in this wonderful series so far is going to stay in one way or the other, okay? Every single video is going to have a new focus on a story-driven aspect. And also I will focus on making all these videos, well, a bit more suitable for new people, for people who may not know me. I think, and I don't want to spoil too much of my video where I'm going to explain everything in detail, but I made a couple of other mistakes, which are very weird because I don't do these mistakes in my actual job, and my job is basically this, making people's successful on social media, which is weird. But anyways, so that was a very good experience. 2023 was a good experience, even though the year was kind of meh in terms of YouTube and so on. I'm sitting here very positive today. So happy new year to all of you, and I hope you guys can look as positive and as bright into the new year. And if not, I believe you will in a couple of days, weeks, whatever, things will turn out great. I'm very, very sure about that. And I'm also very sure to bring you guys great videos. So the one thing you do not need to fear is any change in terms of my videos. I will potentially try to balance the amount of videos out a little. At this point, I'm releasing quite a lot of videos, which honestly, time-wise, is hard to manage for me. So I'd rather go and make some more story-driven, high-quality videos rather than focusing on the amount of videos I have right now. So this might be the only bigger change, that I try to reduce the overall amount of videos, but I will increase the amount of quality, storytelling, and just process, okay? It's a little bit hard because I need to refocus on certain things. Obviously, I will have a couple of new tools that will make me more efficient in what I'm doing. But as you know, I've got a little daughter who has been a pleasure working with in the last video. In case you haven't seen that, I made a tour of Yosemite Valley with my little daughter. It's so wholesome. It's so amazing. I really love all of your comments in that video, by the way. And if you haven't seen that one, check my channel. There is a wonderful video of touring Yosemite Valley with my daughter. Really love that one. So just as a little checkout. And I will do more like these. I will try to make more collaborations. I will try to make more specials. I will just explore, okay? I will explore doing videos in a way that you guys are more captivated and more engaged, and I'm really looking forward to the year 2024. But now let's quickly talk a little about this video and the build, and also let's talk about the audiobook that I've listened while I was building in this park. So I re-listened to the first part of the Hunger Games, and it's kind of crazy because lately we've been to the movies, to the cinema, and we've watched the first of all them, if you will, or actually it's the last one, but in the chronological order. It is the first one, the Ballad of Songbirds and Snakes, or Snakes and Songbirds, no idea which way around, but it's been a very pleasant surprise. I thought the movie was really good. I was super positively surprised by the artwork, like the whole looks of it, the The actors were really good, and also I was already pretty impressed by the book, and I'm also even more surprised by the movie. So if you haven't seen that one yet, and you are into the Hunger Games as a series, anyways, that is definitely a high recommendation from me. But also, I was then, I just had the feeling, how about listening to the first one? It was like 3 or 4 years ago that I listened to the audiobooks, and so I just re-listened to them, and I found them again very pleasing. And it's kind of crazy because the first book, in case you don't know it or whatever, it starts at the beginning a lot in the forest, Katniss Everdeen is a lot talking about the forest, how she's hunting in the forest, and this set me into the mood making this build, so that's kind of cool. And I wanted to capture the essence of how a forest, like a lush forest that you would go hunting in, or like trying to find some herbs and stuff in. I wanted to capture this, and I wanted to do a couple of more interesting sites in here, just as this little hill, that has a lot of kind of bracken growing over it, but also having like a lot of these muddy stones and rocks and boulders. And I just figured that the one thing we are lacking in this game maybe at this point is like a proper mud piece, like actual muddy stuff from like a forest in Europe or so. But other than that, you can pretty much do everything, and I focused on really making sure everything looks nice and has like some really good overgrown state, and just in general making sure that the whole of Hirsch-Egg now comes finally together. It's not like the finishing touches that's going to be done in the next or the episode after. I'm really not sure how many more we do. It depends a little bit on how you guys receive it and just how many more ideas I have, because the 7-ish episodes in now, really it was good that I made them all very much back to back, because that just kind of captures my drive and makes sure that I really want to do it, and having all these stories to tell definitely helped in making it a lot better. But it also is tiring if you stick exactly to this one theme. You have to stick to it, and there's ever so much you can do. So I just think that I really nailed it in many ways, but it's also the part where we need to kind of see if I can keep it going this way, or if I have to rebalance a little bit and have to go into another project maybe for a moment, and then we're gonna revisit that naturally next winter. I'm just kidding. I don't know. It depends also on if we are getting DLCs and what they bring, if they bring more forest dwelling animals, or you never know. There's like so much potential, but there's really, I think we almost have every single animal I can think of in a nature reserve like that located in Europe. We already had like a little bit of a stretch to bring some stories into it, how certain animals, have gotten here. So obviously there are still some candidates that we could bring in here anyways from the already existing roster. That's a given. But also I have now really looked into so many different styles that I wanted to go to, that I think at this point it's really better to focus on finishing it, and then let's make like a tour. I'm gonna release this to the workshop. Everyone can have their hands and hooves and whatever on it, and so I'm very happy with how it turned out. And yet, as always, I try to change up the style here a little, making sure that not every shelter looks exactly the same. We kind of have the same shelter in this region for the three, like for the Saiga, for the Wiesent, and also on the other side for the Tarkin, which I thought makes sense because all these three would have been built together. And then we also have like a similar looking shelter for the boar and the sloth bear, yet again because they are kind of together. And what we also have is obviously a completely different type of shelter for the wolverine, simply because of the type of animal, the way of securing it from the other animals in this park, and just making sure that this is looking very nice. One thing I also have to say is that the quality of the builds is a lot better than it was in the first part of Hirsch-Egg. So I don't know if I have to go back to the other habitats or some of the other habitats. I really thought that specifically the wolves and the common deer specifically, they could actually take some love, and they deserve some love. Maybe I'm gonna go and refurbish these habitats, maybe in a live stream. Maybe it's not gonna be like an episode, but maybe in a live stream before releasing this project. Just kind of feel like they deserve to be made a little bit better.
And yeah, other than that, I'm relatively happy with how it all comes together now. I need to do some street markings to make the street really look like a street, and just put some trees next to it to just really make this whole feeling come together. I'm gonna throw like a lot of leaves and stuff down there because that will make it look a lot more realistic. And not sure when exactly this, park would be located, like season-wise. I mean, obviously we can change to snow and to rain and whatnot, but the real problem here is that for most of the trees and stuff to really go to winter, you would need these kind of fallen trees, dead trees or whatnot, because most of the trees have something. And here's a little thought I wanted to talk about. What do you think about actual seasons also affecting the models in a park? Like, I was thinking so much about a potential new Planet game. I was thinking so much about a potential successor to Planet Zoo. And I remember that a lot of people have recently vocalized their concerns of having a successor way too early, which I kind of share, but I still believe due to all the restructuring at Frontier, we may see this game getting a successor earlier than we thought. But early is a relative word in this case, or a relative term, because the earliest I see it is 2027, or maybe 2026, depends a little bit on the release schedule that they're focusing. So maybe 2026 in November, which is still some good 2 years into the future. And considering we would get actually more than 2 years, it's almost 3 years. But looking into how they do this usually, we would then also have like another Planet game in between that has all the support and whatnot. And then I think one feature that would really interest me is actually the changing seasons affecting the foliage and the building pieces, the scenery pieces. Like not even speaking of weathering, but also things they have already started in this game. Things like, for example, the changing conditions affecting the temperature indoors and outdoors. How about making sure that these trees that lose their leaves, obviously, in the winter, then grant more views into a habitat, which eventually will lead to the fact that these animals don't have enough privacy anymore. And these kind of things would be super interesting as well. That the usage of foliage is not only to their needs, but also to the requirements of the habitat itself, like viewing opportunities, and also maybe how maintenance heavy a habitat will become. The more leaves these trees will lose, you have to clean it all up, or the whole habitat is going to be drowned in leaves. I mean, I know what I'm talking about, because having a house now and having a big garden with a lot of trees, that kept me busy for the last couple of weeks, always grabbing all the leaves from the ground to not destroy the grass, That was really quite a lot of work. And so that would be something I've never seen in a game like that. And I think this would add some great value. Obviously, they would have to bring that in as a potential job for the keepers and for the caretakers and stuff, because doing that yourself, that would be a very unnecessary micromanagement thing. But just in general, having this as an additional task and additional requirements for your staff members could be really interesting. But yeah, I think it's time to jump over into the real-time part and have a look how this all turned out, because that is one of these builds that has to be seen in the real-time part, because screenshots and the time-lapse doesn't really do it justice. So let's hop over. We begin our tour at the Swan Lake, so you can get a little bit of a glimpse how nice it already looks in this whole project, because I haven't shown really too much of the rest of the zoo, where I have done some stuff also off screen, but you can now tell there's the Wolverine habitat over there. It looks all very nicely embedded. There you can't really tell, this is where the little hut is next to the boar habitat. And if we go and turn around, there's a swan just running away from us into the bushes. We are doing a little sneaky shortcut here behind the house and to the other side. And this is exactly where we are with the recent habitat. This is like a big one. And if we look in here, there you can see our friend Willy. There is Willy in his wonderful habitat with his family as well. And yeah, as you can tell, it's quite a huge habitat and very overgrown, a lot of trees, very dense, and this is what I wanted to do this time around. We are going to go into the habitat in a second, but let me just look at that. I think it looks beautiful. And they are ginormous, like they are really, really big ones. This is Willy. Look at that, Willy is coming towards us. Look at that, shake that off. Okay, cool. Now, if we go over here, look at how that turned out. I really like how this turned out with this little
tree fallen over here, and this is the recent house. I quite like the style. You know, it's not overly overdone, but it's you know, easy, nothing too crazy, but it still looks good. It fits in the style. This is where our Christmas market build is, where we still need to do a bit of things. We need like a fence over here. We need something to connect to the Saigas on the other side. So really nice stuff. And also, let me just quickly do this. I just figured there's the menu. Oh, I don't know what that happens. So yeah, that's the habitat. Let's sneakily go up here, this little hill. There you go. And there you can see, oh, look at that vista. Oh boy, that looks so good. Look at how that looks. Yes. Simply, yes. Let's go over here and have a bit of, oh, I cannot say how much I love that. Look at this. Beautiful, reunited with its family. This is how it needs to be. This is how it needs to be. Oh yeah, let me just quickly take a photo of that because it just looks way too good. I just have to capture this. This is a moment, a family moment in our area. Look, I cannot say, this is just absolutely beautiful. This could actually be the thumbnail already, I don't know. But I really like it. Look, those two, are they just liking each other again? Look, Willy has been reintroduced, and they two just have a little talk. You know, they are speaking about the time in the US, and she's like, okay, I'm gonna head off here. Yeah, but this is the habitat. I love it. There is this little water feature that you've seen in the build itself. It's very lush, and I really feel like this time around at work, I was talking about this in some of the other episodes, that sometimes it just doesn't work because it's too dark and so on, but this specific area of the park just kind of felt good for it, and so I did it. Stop jumping on this thing. I mean, just look at that. It just really comes together. Yeah, see you later. Go into the water. I think I also found a good depth for them, so that they're not swimming, but they're like actually walking through it. And I think this is beautiful. I think them walking through the water looks really cool. Can we actually change the sun quickly? And I want to see if there's like a bit of a nicer morning look maybe onto them. Look, we can't really get it. Okay, I thought we could get the other one into the sunlight too. Yeah, like slightly over here. And maybe the sun from the other side? Can we get like a late night? There you go. It's like a very early shot maybe. Ah, look at this. Ah, I like it. I like it a lot. It looks really cool. Just turning the sun again to the other daytime. This is like evening condition. I can cope with this too. This looks really cool too. But as I said, this is what I meant. Like when you're in the shadow, it just kind of doesn't really look that good anymore. And I always try to at least get this a little bit in the sun. So this is, you know, midday is kind of the best day for this habitat too. Yeah, quite a struggle to build this. This is something I really do like about Prehistoric Kingdom, that you can change sun direction and sun rotation. Look, what are you doing, you two? Are you liking each other? No, you're not? Okay, cool. Ah, yeah, but I'm very happy with how this habitat goes. Oh, now they're liking each other. Look, they're having a good time. Yeah. And she's like, okay, what the heck? What the heck mom and dad are doing? I don't understand. I don't understand, mom and dad. I'm just, you know, shy looking away. So yeah, this is the habitat. I think it's the moment in time where we need to fly up and have a look how this habitat looks from above. Oops, not the explore mode. Let's go into the... Nope. My god, so many modes now. I just want to go... Oh, we are already in the free look mode. Okay, this is why I was so stupid. So yeah, from above, it doesn't really look all that fancy, to be honest. And there's a little bit of a open space here where I need to do still some stuff, which I wasn't too sure what to do because quite a big oak tree like that already covers quite something. Maybe we're gonna go with like an elm tree here. Just maybe putting that on this spot. And then just give the whole area a bit more grassiness and stuff. I mean, you know, it's sometimes when I'm done, I just need to kind of refocus before I do this. And yeah, I think, you know, this could actually be okay. The problem though is, and this is quite often the problem. Oh my god, this is where the menu is. The problem quite often is that the FPS suffer a lot from all of these grassiness. So this is why I naturally try to avoid doing it too much, but... There's floating over here. Can I just align this a little so it's not floating anymore? Wait a sec. It's okay if they sink into it a bit. It's not too shabby, but there you go. Now this is properly aligned. I like that. I like that a lot, and I hope you guys do too. This has been Willy's little story in the bison habitat, and I really hope you guys enjoyed that one. I certainly did enjoy making this. Oh my god, look at this vista over here. with them in the... Oh, this looks also too good. Can I change the sun so that the waterfall is a bit more in the sun as well? There you go. Ah, this is beautiful as well. Look, if we do it that way, and then we zoom in a little here. Ah, yeah, that all just looks so cool. Yeah, I'm a big fan of this habitat. I'm a big fan. I'm a big fan. Okay. I hope you guys had fun. I know I did, to quote a famous YouTuber. I will continue with this project as promised. I have so many more ideas. Not sure for how long, but yeah, this is Willy's sanctuary after he had a good time in the US, or even not that good time in the US. Hope you guys have a brilliant start into the new year. So all I can say is, yet again, Happy New Year to all of you. I hope you guys go nuts in the comments with commenting Happy New Year for everyone. And yeah, I talk to you in the next one. Would love to stick around with you together. So in case you like the stuff, make sure to subscribe for the new year. I talk to you in the next one. Have a good time and goodbye. Did you ever think about the seasons in Planet Zoo and what the weather is actually causing to the game? Now, today's episode is about the Arctic fox, and I thought that's a brilliant idea to talk about why seasons in Planet Zoo actually, well, suck, to be honest. But more about that in today's episode. So let's talk about this while we are watching me build this actually pretty damn cool Arctic fox habitat, and that's not only because of the temperature. There's a little trick at the beginning of the video that is gonna be a little segue into my mega tutorial. So if you haven't seen my 3.5 hours tutorial yet, you may not know this trick, but this, what you've seen on screen right now, if you didn't catch that, make sure to skip back. There is a little trick how you can create a connection between a raised and a lower area without free build or anything. Free build is not even activated for this build. And you can create a perfect ramp between those two by using the flatten to ground option. I found that out during the tutorial, the mega tutorial. And this is pretty awesome. So you can just easily connect two areas that are different in height and then just use the flatten to ground. And all of a sudden, all the restraints that the game usually has are gone. And so you can create some wonderful inclines. Now, but I labeled this episode why the seasons in this game are actually pretty bad. Now, I do love them visually, but this is where the story ends, okay? Now, this habitat over here is for an animal that suits the story pretty well. And if you know this wonderful Hirsch-Egg, you know that every episode we are talking about a different story about our animals. But we don't have a story for the Arctic fox yet, because you guys haven't come up with one, which is awesome, because now you have the chance to. And also I didn't ask you for that, because you didn't know that we will pick the Arctic fox eventually. So if you want to come up with a story, do that. But now let's get back to why the Arctic fox is a brilliant example. The Arctic fox is an animal that is usually very white in the winter, but different colored in the summer. Now, the cool bit about this is that this is a direct effect of seasons, you know? And I always thought about this the way that I felt like this game has such a unique visualization of the seasons, but yet they have not a single effect other than temperature. And to be honest, the temperature doesn't even cause too much trouble, apart from just at the beginning needing to put down a heater or a cooler. That's about it. It's nonsense, you know, it doesn't really change a thing. Just imagine, I mean, we do have all the different color morphs and special morphs in here for the Arctic fox, even with like the summer fur, but it's like you need to have different animals for them. It's not like that they change fur according to seasons, because the game doesn't feature actual seasons. The game features weather, and that's a huge difference. I think people, and including me at the beginning, actually thought about having seasons. Now, I could go on and talk about the trees and foliage and all that things, how they could matter if you have like a proper season. But I feel like that's not even the most important part. I think the most important part at least would be to go into the different behaviors of animals during different seasons, you know, breeding season and all these kind of things would actually change the way you play the game. And I think this would be very, very beautiful if this is something we could see in the future game. I don't really see that as a patch for Planet Zoo as a game. I don't think this is possible, because it would effectively change the core data of the game. It would change the core, how the game runs and how it's set up to. But the more I play the game and the more I experiment with weather, And I will have another hint at the end of the video, but this is just another little hint here. I will have some very cool videos planned for you very soon, guys. So keep your eyes on the channel, and if you haven't subbed to the channel yet, it's the best moment to do so. Oh god, I had so much fun in the last month planning new content, different content, Rudy type of content, and something about season is also included there. Now, as you can see how I'm going to go crazy here on the different foliage types, which we will talk about this habitat in a second, don't worry. But I want to finish the point about the seasons before we talk about this habitat, which I think turned out absolutely beautiful. And it also is the perfect finishing of this series in a way, but more about that later. Now, back to the seasons. Again, as I said, as stunning as this all is, and I want to quickly go back to Planet Coaster, just for making this point a bit more easy to understand. In Planet Coaster, we didn't even have weather. We didn't even have a snowy map at the beginning, and later on Frontier gave us with a Christmas update a Arctic map, at least to have some snow, and then we got some fake snow elements, fake snow trees, and we could basically fake snow, but nothing else, you know, there was no real snow or rain or anything like that. It wasn't even overcast, you know, the game was always sunny, bam, that's it. Which, to be honest, for a theme park builder at the beginning is kind of fine, but even the simplest thing, that rain would cause people to bring out umbrellas, like we all know from the beautiful Roller Coaster Tycoon, changes the gameplay. You could have made the umbrellas overpriced and so become a billionaire by selling overpriced umbrellas in a certain game called Roller Coaster Tycoon, which isn't really meant to be the way, but it shows how much of a difference is. And also, people already in Roller Coaster Tycoon, they did choose different rides according to the weather. You know, as soon as it's getting rainy, people actually preferred indoor rides over other rides. They didn't go on coasters because it's rainy, and not even to speak about maintenance issues once it's more rainy in a time. So seasons would actually have a huge impact already on gameplay in Planet Coaster, but we didn't have them. So hopefully in the Planet Coaster 2 we will see that as an actual effect. But even more important than that, you bring in the weather in Planet Zoo, and everyone was going crazy, and including me, and I'm still loving the effects. I'm still loving how snow is built up. I'm still loving how the rain and everything in the rain looks, and with like the little droplet effect and everything like from the roofs and stuff is exactly measured, and you have like a dry patch. If you put one piece down, it has created a dry patch below it, and it looks stunning. It's amazing. And then this lost potential of not having actual impact of weather in this game. It just kind of, the longer I play it and the more I play around with it, the more I'm like, why would you even do that to us? Like, not even like the fur variants over here. See, this is one of the coolest bits where you could experiment with that. Not even fur, you could even make like having grow the fur. You have a shader system in which they can make a fur more, you know, furry, or less furry, and very short and very tight and very long and very fuzzy. They have done a stellar job with this. And you could even use that in order to, you know, make fur in the winter be a little bit more plushy, a little bit more, you know, it's like that. And then in the summer it's less. So for example, little things like that. And then you could even have like a keeper who needs to take care of the fur. For example, some animals need to be shaved at some point, and all these kind of things, or at least a little bit. I'm not sure if you would do that in zoos, but like there would be so much just because of seasons, and everything is in this game. It's almost like ignoring, like you have a car but you don't drive it. Really, it's that level of I don't know, I just can't. So yeah, it's really something I wanted to talk about for a long time, and I really love that. So yeah, it's kind of, you know, I'm actually a little confused here what to say else, because the more I play this game with all these seasons activated, man, I'm just so much hoping for the future that we could see something like this in a zoo game, and that would just open so many doors. Anyhow, speaking of doors, this is the door I take to go into talking about this habitat. What a bad segue, by the way. Yeah, it was more of a simplistic habitat, but I like it a lot because it just transports the feel of Hirschegg I've, you know, settled now for. And it was also, the time lapse over here is relatively short compared to what I've done in this time. So this hasn't been done on a stream. By the way, I'll be back streaming rather soon. just been very stressful with my birthday and with Christmas, and my best friend's son had birthday and his wife had birthday. A lot of birthdays during these days. So yeah, it was a bit of a stressful event. So yeah, I'll be back soon, but since this hasn't been done on stream and I've been listening to an audiobook, I've been pretty quick in building. So again, this is a rather easy habitat. I used a couple of inclines. I made a little valley for them, for the little foxes. That was the idea, to make it a bit more secured for them. But yet again, this is a relatively big habitat. We've got 5 foxes in there, which will be roaming around in their wonderful habitat. And I'm using a couple of blueprints I've been using throughout the series, making it all look very natural and nice. And as I said, I think I have found a style now that I'm very happy with. Like, the foresty vibes are definitely transported, and I think I own this style now. As much as it was a struggle at the beginning with the first couple of episodes, now I have set the style. I'm a lot quicker in doing what I want to do and making certain things to look nice, and creating certain different ferns and using some trees here and there, being a bit more brave in using trees, yet not brave enough, I have to admit. I just don't like the shadow in this game. I have to say that every time again. I know that for a proper forest we would need even more dense trees and just a lot more trees in here, but you can see this in this area. As soon as you put down all the trees, it's becoming super dark and washed out, and I don't know, I just don't like it. I like the crisp sun, and I would even love to have a bit of a improved shading in the future. Like, these trees like create like a complete solid shadow, which usually isn't exactly this case. You always have a little bit of light blooming through, or like, shining through the leaves and stuff, so it isn't necessarily fully dark down there. I do understand why they do this. Obviously, performance reasons have it, so I mean, I understand this, but yeah. And last but not least, I included another little shop over here. Even though this is a temporary one, we have too many already installed. So we've got 2 proper food areas, including another visitor center and some other sheds here and there. We need to remember this is a forest reserve, and it's not a proper theme park or a zoo. So this is just a temporary little shelter in which they sell some easy stuff, It's not meant to be, I mean, it's burgers, but they could easily bring them here. I don't know, cold burgers, I don't know. They would at least need to have like a little grill behind them, like a barbecue grill. I should have done that looking at the burgers now. But yeah, anyways, this was the idea, to give them like a little temporary shelter here in which they could sell some goods. And this is mainly here to avoid them from being soaked in the rain and whatever, also being cold in the winter days. I mean, they would be cold, but yeah, they could at least have like these kind of heat mushroom thingies, whatever they're called in English. Could still put them there, like a little gas kind of heating, I don't know. But yeah, so this is mostly it for the time lapse already. I really hope you enjoyed this little talk about seasons. And if you are one of these skibbity-skibbidaroos and haven't heard that, make sure to skip back to the beginning. I talked a lot about the impact, or the, let's say, non-existent impact of seasons in this game, simply because we don't have seasons. So yeah, I'm gonna hand you over into the real-time Rudy part in a couple of seconds, but I'll take this opportunity to say thanks again to all of you for watching my videos, supporting me on the different channels, making sure to always stick around, and I wish you a good real-time part with this beautiful habitat. Alright, here we are in the real-time part, and we are starting our little journey here across the little lake. As you can see, there are some swans in the water, you can see the boats, and on the left-hand side, this is where it usually would go to the visitor center, but obviously, as we've changed a couple of things, you can see now there's this little shed over here where you can grab some stuff, I thought, that's just like a little temporary shelter under the oak tree here, and then you've got some cozy forest vibes, and you go a little bit further over here, you can see there's this little incline leading to the raised viewing platform. So as we go up and follow the people, by the way, over here, you can see the visitor center here in the back. Oops, what the heck is going on here? Sorry, I was just clicking something in the background. But yeah, so as we go closer here to the viewing area, you can see it's very overgrown in here. Like there's a little pit for the little Arctic foxes. They do actually have quite a bit of a huge habitat for them, which I thought was a good idea. I mean, at least we are a wildlife reserve, they shall have a good time. So you can see everything is like super foresty, very overgrown. A couple of trees have been shoved away in a way, or maybe by a storm or something. They've been,
or they actually fell down or so, just for making it a little bit brighter. You know, it's the same trick as always with this thing, because otherwise everything would look like this, being totally in the shadow. But you have to be a bit more brave, you know. Look at that one, playing with a little box here. I love that. So yeah, if you go down, you can see there are now a lot of different viewing angles, and everything came together nicely. So the lake is almost done. There are a couple of things that I still need to do, including doing the connection better into the old part of the area, but more about that if we fly over in a couple of seconds. So here's the look from the other side. Once you go around, you will be granted with a bit of a nicer view over here for the kids, you know, where you can actually look inside. There you can see them even walking around. Look at that, we have 4 in one view. How cool is that? And there's one going to play with the box. I really love it. Let's go closer to see how it's playing with the box. I really love that when they do this. Come on, do it for us. Just play a little bit with the box. Oh, look at the little wiggle. Little tail wiggle. Are you about to play or just looking at the box? Hello? Okay, it's just looking at the box. Okay, fantastic. There's the other one coming, the black one coming. Or actually, it should be blue, a blue morph. I think it's dark blue rather than black, but I like that. I really, really like that. Let's have a look in the sun. Yeah, it definitely should be the light blue one. Definitely like that one. I do like the fur variant. Super, super nice. I like that a lot. Super cool. And yeah, if we are out here, you can see this is where we are leading back to the visitor center. There's like a little chat for them on this side. Oh, by the way, I wanted to actually make something to... Actually, you know what? It's fine to not have something to look inside. They should have their privacy in there. Oh, I'm just jumping up onto that thing. Let's jump down here on the other side. It's again a little bit of a... Oh, there was one playing in the box again. Look at that one. Yay, there you go. Jump out of it. And the box is kind of broken. Ah, I love that. I love the animation. But yeah, this is the visitor center with our little kiosk in here. As they do work now, I could finally reconnect them after the fix. And then this is where we are back with the sloth bear. And I think this is the point where we can actually jump into the free look mode and fly all the way up to show you the finished area. So a couple of blank patches will be fixed, as I said, with the finishing touches. So yeah, the last bit that is actually open is this center area, but most likely it's about this. And there will be one more animal that I'm going to bring in, and this is going to be in this area. I'm going to take away quite a bit of the common deer habitat, because the common deer habitat is, in general, needs a bit of fixer-upper. So this entire area over here will be improved dramatically, and we're going to bring in the moose. Some of you have actually talked about this, and as already said, we definitely need a story for the moose, but also for the Arctic fox. We don't really have a story for the Arctic fox. So this is why it would be lovely if you can give me a story for them. Oh my god, look at the habitat. It looks like shape of a heart. Oh, how cool is that? Look at this. I didn't even make this intentionally, but that looks like a good heart. Yeah, so that's that for today's episode. I really hope you guys enjoyed that. I really did enjoy building in Hirschegg quite a lot, but I can tell you that with the next episode, fixing these things, I'm gonna call it a day for now. This is gonna be not a goodbye, but at least a little break to Hirschegg. Who knows if there can be... Good lord, the hard drive was full. Not sure where exactly the last recording ended. Anyways, I was about to end this video. So yeah, this is what you're looking at. Not sure if there's any potential in the future to do more about Hirschegg. So most of the stories have been told, but a couple of fixer-uppers here and there might be possible. And who knows if we're getting new animals, birds, for example, in the future, which I highly doubt, but you never know, could make a return possible. So again, it's not a goodbye, but at least just for the moment, a little break again. So one more episode, and then we're gonna move back into another project, which most likely is gonna be Sicily first of all, and then we see where it brings me, because I have got so many cool projects planned in the background. Most of them are already pretty far in development, so you're gonna see in the next coming weeks a lot of different styled videos in Planet Zoo. I've actually planned to do something more creative again. As I said, I want to be a bit more of the old style Rudy, so make sure to check out. And also one last little question. Yesterday was my birthday, so maybe it's like a belated birthday present. Make sure to check if you guys are subbed to the channel. YouTube has already done, or has again done a little cleanup in which they have been actually
well, desubbing people for whatever reason. I thought it was like a little myth and people were just doing that for the sake of subs, but then I figured I was even unsubbed to other channels too. So yeah, just make sure if you're subbed or not, and then if you want to sub again to be notified whenever my videos go live, make sure to do so. That would help me a bunch. And other than that, I can only tell you again that there are a lot of DLCs again on good value on Instant Gaming if you want to grab one there. Enough service talk for now. If you fancy a 3 hours tutorial, by the way, that I did for you, make sure to click to the top right where I put all the tutorials for you guys, including that 3-hour full tutorial of Planet Zoo. And yeah, all I can say now is have a great weekend. Thank you so much for your support. Stay safe and goodbye. One of the most asked questions on this channel is how do you turn boring areas into great areas? In today's video, I'm gonna guide you through step by step while I'm doing exactly this in Hirschegg. I'm gonna take 2 areas specifically, which I really don't like, and we are going to turn them into something really nice looking. So if you are here for getting some more inspiration and tips and tricks, this is exactly the video for you. But first of all, let's have a look at the message from our sponsor today with some really good stuff for you. And as you know, Instant Gaming is the sponsor of this channel, and there are mad discounts at the moment. For example, also on DLCs of The Sims or our beloved, wonderful Planet Zoo. You can check the original game is up to 80% on discount at the moment, and most of the DLCs are even below €5. So if you need any DLC you haven't already, make sure to go to Instant Gaming, link here as always in the description, and get yourself the DLC you ever wanted. And with that said, let's start with part number 1 of our video, the preparations. As you can see in the background, we are putting down a couple of things in the river. More about that in a second. But the first thing is, get yourself some inspiration. You can see to the top left now, there are a couple of images I just Googled, you know, that's like German forest and river, and then you come up with a couple of images I thought would be a good inspiration for me to go, and so I just had them by my side, you know, looking at them. I will have to do a couple of trade-offs, but more about these while we do so. Now, the first thing you can see over here, this is my river technique, I call it. I'm gonna always use a normal foundation piece, whatever, a flat piece, and then I'm gonna put this down on the riverbank exactly at the height where the water level is to start doing the the terrain work as if the water was already in. So I do exactly know where the riverbank starts and so on, so I can make these things like entries very shallow, making sure that the beaches sit well, and I know exactly where, where the land is connected to the water. This is super helpful in order to make some very nice shorelines and something really realistic, to really see how wide the river will appear. So I can only recommend doing this, because obviously in this game, even with mods installed, you will not be able to do anything with the terrain when water is in, so you always have to make sure that the water is out there, and also to ensure that you don't destroy the level of water, because sometimes, as you know, if you dig a little bit too deep, then all of a sudden you can't put the water back in, and this is something really annoying, because then you have to search for where this is going. And another thing I need to tell you, if you love detailing, then you must have the DLCs, the Aquatic DLC and the Oceania DLC. These 2 DLCs come with the best pieces for detailing. The Aquatic one comes with 4 rock pieces, which are our only FlexiColor stone pieces, and the Oceania pieces are amazing for detailing greenery, because they have some plants that are absolutely insane for detailing areas like that. So if you want to know that, here you go. They are very vital. More about these later. Now, part 2 is specifically for river builds. If you do water, it always helps to consider how water naturally would flow. So what I'm doing over here, as you can see, I'm carving out areas in which the water flow would realistically carve out the land. So if you've ever seen a river, obviously it's not always the same to all sides, because water over time will change how the waterfronts and the river bed in general looks. And what I love to do is really paint myself like a river flow through the river. You'll see that in a second even better. I'm going to use some texture painting to understand better where the flow was. And when you know exactly where the flow goes, you can put all your pieces accordingly, because Usually, when you have a water flow, in these areas there is not that much on the ground because there is like a strong flow, and then it pushes everything around. And this is very nice to create natural areas. A very simple and effective way to create that. And here's another detail to why the aquatic rock pieces are so vital. You can just quickly recolor them. It is absolutely amazing. It's absurd how cool these pieces are for detailing. So yeah, those two DLCs definitely are amongst my best ones. The European and the Twilight DLC come also with some cool pieces, but I think if you need to decide yourself, I would go for Aquatic and Oceania. When you are like a detail person for natural stuff, they have among the best pieces when it comes to these things. You can really do the most with it. Now, as you can see now, the riverbed, and this is exactly what I was talking about. I'm using some other pieces now to create a bit of a more heavy riverbed to the sides where the natural flow would have carved out the mountain, just to create like a bit of a difference in the color scheme. I think this is very important because when you look from above, these subtle things will make the difference later on too. This is really the difference between a great looking area and a boring looking area. Sometimes it's really about the composing and the way you put things together. It really helps to figure out where the water would flow. It helps to figure out how a riverbed would look like. And just a little thing about these pictures I showed you at the beginning. Obviously, I can't and I won't go in as detailed. I could do, and I know that the likes of, by the way, this is exactly the part I meant. I'm now painting exactly where the water flow would go. So you have a very good idea of where the water would push things. And so in these areas, I would rather not put too many other things, just to make sure that this is where the water flows, and then put all the other things to other sides. Now, I do know that a couple of folks out there like Haribo and Caesar, for example, they are insane when it comes to detailing, and I love what they're doing. My biggest issue with these is my parks are becoming super large at this point, and so the performance really goes down. And my computer, frankly, isn't that great anymore. It's really a little bit, I would need to upgrade. Unfortunately, I don't have the money at the moment. It's simple as that. And simply because, sponsorships are not something you get with the size I am. Nowadays you have to be 200, 300, 400k to get some sponsorings. But yeah, now we're making ground, as this part of the video is called. Making ground because once you figure out what you want to do, specifically in larger areas, you need to make ground with some blueprints. And it's a good point that I was talking about Haribo and Caesar, for example. Specifically, Haribo is someone I learned a lot from when it comes to these things, and he learned a lot from doing recreations. Now, I think Haribo is amongst the best, maybe even the best person in Planet Zoo when it comes to recreating stuff. He did absurd stuff with the pieces in game. Sometimes you don't even know how he did this, and it's so helpful to look at real stuff first and try to get it one by one done. Just do a carbon copy. By doing so, you'll learn how certain pieces go together. What I'm doing over here is I'm going to do some carved out mud / rock areas that I can put next to the river because, it's not always super shallow. Some things like that over time have been carved out. And I'm using these things specifically to cover some larger areas over here relatively quickly. This is super important because this way you will frame your area in a better way. You can then look later on into it and see if things work together. It's super important that you first of all make the beaches and stuff like that. So for the traversable area for your animals, that is vital because otherwise your animals will not be able to traverse. You've seen me doing this at the beginning. And now I'm just putting these things everywhere in, just, rotating the pieces a couple of times here and there. And once I've done the main part, I start to add in some other pieces to reduce the repetitiveness. It's always important that you do that. You can use the same piece, it's not really that much of a big deal, but then you have to really put in other stuff to make it look less repetitive. And once you've done that, you then can use some terrain paint and stuff to really get it in. I always recommend to check out which color scheme you're going with, and I decided to go with these like mud piece or mud rocks or whatever. I think these are the tropical rocks, but I think like they look very good for like a German forest too, because it's all like very muddy and stuff. I mean, it's not really the stone color you would have, but I imagine them just being dirty, and that's the reason why I used that. And yeah, effectively at the end, I will have to get this whole area a lot more lush to make it really look good. It's not everything included in the video, but at the end of the video, I will make some flyovers, some cinematic shots in which you can see a little bit of different things, a little bit of tricks and tips I'm gonna show you then in the flyover. That makes the most sense because there are some very tedious things at this point. I'm showing you the stuff that is very easy to do in the time lapse, but really, what is super important is also these little tedious things. There is no way to put that in a video because the camera rotations and stuff would be absolutely freaking hilarious because you need to look at various angles to get this done. And also, here's a little tip as well. Use blueprints. Use prefabs you've done yourself or some other people have done, specifically for large areas like that. There is no way you can always do something new. And actually, nature also does it. It sounds weird, but you will always see repetitive patterns in nature too, even though it's not 100% the same, but like, you know, everything changes over time. And once you started doing this, it's really important that you start compose your area. You have every ingredient is there. You have to imagine it almost like cooking. Once you know what you want to cook, you have to get all your ingredients ready, get some inspiration, what you want to do. If you have like a special recipe, maybe get your special ingredients ready. Then you have to chop like the vegetables and stuff, and everything is done at this point. Now you have to arrange the food, okay? And so this is what I'm doing over here. I'm starting to put in trees and stuff in areas that I haven't really detailed too much, okay? So these are always super helpful to cover specifically areas that you haven't touched that much. It's also fine to leave some spaces open. You always have to leave the space, as a very famous Spaniard once said. But it's also important to use the blueprints and everything else to just make sure everything comes together. And you will see in a couple of seconds now how much better this area looks. Yeah, bracken and ferns, as you've seen in the images at the beginning, you can never have enough of these in German areas. It's everything in the forest is overgrown with ferns and I don't know, bracken. And I definitely forgot about the nettles. I definitely need to get the nettles in as well for the cinematics. I just thought about this right now. Definitely forgot about those, but yeah, it's always super important to get these done. And maybe a couple of other tricks I've shown you in my 3-hour tutorial. By the way, just as a heads up, if you guys find this too quick and you can't really follow along, I've talked about everything in my 3.5 hours tutorial. If you haven't seen that one, check the channel. There is a 3.5 hours tutorial I made for you guys, which is pretty popular at the moment. I'm very happy about this. But here is one of the major tricks I showed in there as well. In order to get some control over larger areas, make sure that once you do certain things like detailing with rocks, keep them within a group. You know, you can see I'm editing one group right now, and the trick is to really make sure that this group only contains of one piece, because later on you can use this to, as you can see, move things into the ground, make things look better, and this way you can create this area. So everything I've done in this makeover hasn't even taken me more than 2 hours in total, which is, I think, a considerably nice time. Obviously, I have some experience. I had already quite a couple of prepreps already, but other than that, it was a relatively straightforward thing because I had my inspiration ready, I had my pieces ready. So definitely recommend that you do this the same. And look at how great Hirschegg is becoming. Now this area is almost ready. Let's move over to another thing that you guys have asked so often about. So riverbanks were the first thing. Now we go to connecting areas, and I think this is more than important because I can't even count the comments I got about this. Before I did the whole tutorial, I asked you guys what is most important for you. I didn't even include that in my poll, but you guys answered this proactively so often that I was like, okay, that seems to be a thing. Building a zoo, also equally to a theme park, for those of you who are already very much looking forward to Planet Coaster 2, which I definitely am too. And yes, I know it's not officially been released, but leave me alone. I'm very sure it is going to be revealed relatively soon. So connecting areas, connecting the dots is amongst the most important parts of any zoo. You can build a great habitat and you can build 3 great habitats, but if the part in between doesn't connect, it doesn't feel nice, the whole thing is basically lost, because then you have 2 areas that don't really go well to each other and they feel like not really connected, like literally not connected, but also into a visual way. My English is so broken today. I'm very sorry about that. I I have something in my mouth, like there's a little, I'm not sure what that is, but it hurts a bit. So I think I'm just, to avoid the pain, my mouth is doing weird things. So I'm sorry about this. I feel and I recognize that myself, but there's not really that much I can do about it. A little apology over here. But yeah, this is an important bit, because I think the biggest tip I can give you, and it's not even a trick, it's like something very basic, but many people don't do this. It's really copy paste. It's very important that you recycle things from your zoo that you already had done or had used in your other areas. This way you can ensure that things look similar, and also that you transition into different areas. What I like to do is I'm gonna take fences from one area and the other area, and I'm gonna use them both in the area in between. And I also try to use them for different things. This is a very simple trick, because that way you ensure that you have a similar visual style, and you kind of make a gradient between these two areas. Specifically when it comes to themed areas. If you did themed areas, it's even harder than this. And also one trick to make sure that you have something in between to connect things is always like food stalls or like a little recreation area. You can see I'm using, I think this is actually the, hold on, I think these buildings over here I'm using are actually the shelter I have used for the, some of the other animals in the old area. I don't remember which one it was, but it was the Ibex, genau. The Ibex has been, oh, that was German in there. Exactly. Now, I've used them for this, and so I'm reusing them in here, because specifically in forest areas, you see these little huts quite often. You know, when it's raining or so, people can still sit in there and grab their picnic and stuff. And I mean, this is just specific for this project over here. But usually in zoos, it's a lot more common that people bring their own food over theme parks, for example. And so it's a lot more common that you give them areas for them to sit down and, you know, get themselves a space for getting some food and so on. And sometimes even these wildlife areas are even completely for free for people, so they don't even pay entrance fee. So it's sometimes just a nice, like, recreational stroll that they are doing. And so you can see I'm using these recreation areas here to connect this whole area together. I'm making like a huge picnic plaza for them, putting down a couple of trees, roots, and all these things. And as you can see, I'm like reusing a lot of stuff that I've already used in the zoo. This way I can ensure that, you know, it looks similar. And then I'm using some extra bits here and there, like using some other trees and using some other pieces, just to break with the pattern a bit, so to make it not exactly the same. And in no time, and this was really in no time, I think this whole build over here didn't even take an hour to really make things look good. And you can also play around with the ground texture. In my case over here, simply because it's a forest, I decided to go without even a proper ground texture, because that's like a natural area for them to walk through anyways. I just ensured that I used the dirt to, you know, just get it all together. And now the last thing, which is not really a tip that I need to get out there, because everyone who has played more than 2 minutes of Planet Zoo knows that rocks are essential. Rocks are life. Rocks are what we need to get some little bits and areas covered. And you can see I'm doing exactly this over here. The last bit I'm going to show you is something that I've seen some people do, but not too many do. You can use also inclines on a natural ground that maybe are a little bit too steep, but then you put in these kind of wooden pieces over here to break with the steepness a little. And you can see these specifically in areas that are wet, and in the winter maybe some slippery areas. You can put these things in. They are very, very good when it comes to making sure that your people don't fall over. And so this is what we did over here. And obviously, as the very last thing that you need to do is putting down a lot of foliage to cover areas that you don't find looking good. Use the bushes, use some of the trees, make sure that you cover these areas. And that's all I can get to you, because that's frankly already the part 2 of our little inspiration help video today. And now we do some flyovers through these 2 areas, and I'm gonna give you a bit of an idea. Now we fly through this area, and to the left hand side you should see in small how it looked before. I couldn't do the exact same flyover, so sorry for that, but here you can see the new area, and you can just tell how much of a difference that is. By adding all these things we've talked about, it looks so much more realistic. You can now see the deer swimming through the river. Look at how the little beaches, the little shorelines look so much more cool. I put some nettles in, as said. I also put some of these dry leaves in. The dry leaves always make like a huge difference when it comes to these areas. Always make sure that you put the dry leaves only there where you also realistically have some trees around, so don't put them in open areas because that is just kind of unrealistic. But other than that, look at how beautiful that is, and also it makes so much more sense now. The deers don't really feel that much lost anymore in this area. They really feel like as if they fit very much in here, and this whole huge area here to the background is now completely covered, so the people don't see it. It's now a very private area. And yeah, this is just here how I kind of sneaked in the rest of this habitat. I just took this left-hand turn and everything is just kind of hidden away by it. And yeah, turning around and flying up, you will now be able to see the huge difference in a sec. I really think that this area looks phenomenal now. With these little tweaks we took, you can see, I mean, just look at this vista with the deer down there just running out of the water. What a perfect sight. Look at that, just how it is wiggling its head out of the water. I don't know, it just makes such a difference by using so many trees, also making it all overgrown and lush. It just all came together very nicely and I love it. And as promised, we are also looking at the transition area between the new and the old part. Now flying over here the staircase, you can see how much more natural it looks. All the trees are already hiding the new part, so there's a bit of excitement still left. You can't see everything right at the badge, but then you can see this little village over here almost with a recreation area. Looks super inviting, and also the staff area on top of that little hill there in the background is hidden quite nicely. You've got a lot to sit down, and yeah, it just looks so much better. So I hope you enjoyed today's video, and I hope you enjoyed all these tips and tricks. If you need more tips and tricks and even more help, I again really recommend watching my 3.5-hour tutorial. Yes, I know it's long. You can put it on as a podcast or do it in steps, whatever. It's linked to the top of screen right now. And if you find all this stuff helpful on my channel and you want to see more of it in the future, please consider subscribing to the channel. I know that YouTube is again actively unsubscribing people. So yeah, if you feel like they have unsubscribed you without you noticing, please make sure to resubscribe. And yeah, if you're new here and you like this stuff, I would be madly happy if you can tell the algorithm you loved it by clicking on the subscribe button. And now watch the 3.5-hour tutorial. It's to the top of the screen. Bye! I wanted to give you this tour already past weekend, but the recording crashed. So I had to completely redo the recording. But then I noticed that the flyover I've provided is actually not working correctly. So I had to redo the entire 500 camera positions. But then I noticed this is causing some lag on my computer, and I had to redo the whole thing over again. However, I managed to finally get you the tour, and this is why you now get the most cozy and amazing flyover of this wonderful Hirsch Zoo. And I really hope you guys are going to spot some very cool little Easter eggs and also some very cool little animals running around. Let's dive into it. And with that, we start our tour in this German-inspired Black Forest Natural Reserve. Just as a bit of trivia while we go into this turnstiled entrance over here, I'm still a big fan of the entrance sign over here. This is the original entrance, and as you can tell from the overall look and feel, this is very much the space that used to be the natural reserve, like a hiking spot. There's like a restaurant in the middle where people used to go after they've been for a walk or for a hike. But over time, you know, more and more animals were, you know, secured over here, rescued, and also taken care of. And so this is how the whole thing developed as an animal wildlife reserve. To the left hand side, this is the first biggest habitat we did at the very beginning 2 years ago. But now this is one of the bestest ones we have just fixed a couple of days ago. So if you haven't seen that episode, I highly recommend this. Very natural, and it's very hard to see some animals because they got so much privacy now. Anyways, this is where the common deer usually lives. On turning around, This is where we may potentially see a badger, or maybe not, because they're very shy. You very rarely see them in here. Maybe up there I can... No, that's just like the water tap. But they are very often in their burrows, as they realistically would be. And this is like an area they can always go back into the wild. There are some little gates, almost like these little cat openings indoors. Oh, there's one badger on the left hand side. See, there's one just coming out of the little burrow. That is so cool. Yeah, I'm still a very big fan of this solution, because they just have that tiny bit of space over here for when they're getting cured. But once they want to go back into the wild, they can easily go into the commandeer habitat and just enjoy their time. They better should not go into the habitat to the right hand side over here, because this is our lynx reserve. It's a very small chance that we see actually some lynx, because they are also very shy, and super often they are just in the back somewhere hiding away, because this is one of these few habitats which actually is a habitat. Oh, there's one. Look at that. There are two sleeping just in front of us. So good. But while we're turning around and have a little bit of a closer look to the wooden framework over here, this one over here is one of the single ones which is really meant to be a habitat, because lynx usually do not really live in this area. So this is just really a rescue situation, and maybe to repopulate the area with the lynx, because in the very past lynx used to live there way more often. But they should better not go together with the commandeer and stuff like that, because obviously that's food, you know. But yeah, all over I really loved having the lynx in, because it's my favorite cat in the game. I gotta say, I think it's by far the best model. It's super cute looking, but also at the same time it's the most realistic looking cat in the game. I'm still a big fan of the habitat itself. I think it looks really cool. You can see there is like a mom and their kid in the back, in the far back to the right hand side. You need to skip back actually to see that, because as I said, you need to really see that. And honestly, with pre-filming all of this, it's a little bit hard to catch things. So we are now on a tour ourselves, you and me, and we cannot control what's happening. This is the restaurant what I was talking about. There's actually a restaurant in there, and the whole interior is done. I really highly recommend checking out the episode as well. There's also like a little terrace over there where you can have a better look into the commandeer area. But just as a little bit of pinch around, you can see how much focus we put on making everything look super natural and focus on the nature. So while we're going up this hill over here, this is where we go to the ibex habitat. You can see a bit of the back side or back area of the lynx area. And then there's just like a little bit of theming over here, having just a tiny bit of a wooden frame, nothing crazy, nothing fancy, because it's a frame, not a fence. Okay, sorry for that. But yeah, I thought also making this flyover will make the whole camera movement so much more enjoyable for you guys. Hopefully get me some feedback down below in the comments if you like it. It was just an immense pain to do it, but I do that for you. It's fine. Oh, look at that. There is one of the male ibex just in front of us. Are you going to use this rock now for us? That would actually be amazing if you do that. But look, it's doing it. Oh my god! And now we are pinching away the camera. I don't believe it. That is such a stupid situation. But yeah, this is where like the little river is going down with a waterfall feature from the ibex hill down into the area of the commandeer. Like a very little peekaboo in there, but you can see actually some moving in the background. If you take a very close look, you could have seen some of the commandeers. And now we rotate in a different part of the park where it's not actually as lush. And this is also the one of the small parts of the park which needs a bit of fixing. As you can see, the pathways and stuff are a little bit jagged, a little bit unfinished at this point. But that's just the last very bit we are going to do next time around when we go back, potentially next winter, I guess, into Hirschegg. But yeah, so this is the raccoon area. We have some very nice raccoon concrete domes, or not domes, it's kind of circles in which they live. They can go via tubes from one to the other, also via bridges from one to the other. There you can see on the left hand side there's a bit of a water area for them to get a bit of cleaning done and a bit of swimming if they fancy doing so. And on the other hand side, left to our side, where the keeper is just in there throwing some food at them. Oh, look, there's actually a raccoon getting via the bridge. Oh, that is a good timing. Oh, it's turning around and going back for us. So yeah, we fly over here. You can see they're moving down here. You can see a little bit of the pipe where they can actually go down. There was a baby coming out of this pipe. and this pipe then leads down here into one of the other ones. But what we are going to focus now on is the red deer area, still one of my favorite areas, very mystical, very nice looking, and you've got this wonderful vista over here into the area. Look, there's actually the male red deer on the left hand side. The episode of this habitat also is very much almost at 60k views, which still amazes me. I really love doing this. It's super natural, and I thought that was one of the next level natural things. Speaking of next level, we also kind of glitched a little bit of a special in here. As you can tell, this is the burrow from Harry Potter. While there's, look at that red fox playing in the waterfall. Oh my god, that looks so freaking cute. I haven't seen that at all before, but I put like a little playground in there for them, hidden in the waterfall, and it actually works now. Well, we're flying from there over the wolf reserve on the right hand side, which is a tiny bit broken, so don't mind this too much. Maybe we're gonna spot some wolves in our area actually, because they can technically break out. I wonder why they do this in sandbox mode, because I actually have deactivated. Oh, look at that! You've seen actually, look at that on the left hand side. If you had your eyes peeled on the rock, you could have seen one of the eBags using the rock enrichment. Love it. Yeah, now we go to one of the focal points of the park, which is this wonderful modern looking viewing tower on the left hand side, and we actually also have some little vending booth in here. Bit of trivia, these were done once we got the update, the free update of the boxless shop counters, and these were amongst the very first things I did with them, and I still believe they sell the ideas so super well of how much better this all looks. So yeah, to the right hand side, this is the wolf reserve, yet another of these habitats which technically isn't a habitat, so the fence is not here to fence in the wolves. It's actually just to secure the people from the wolves, because the idea is that the wolves are living in the free wild and they can actually go back into the forest whenever they wish. So that is part of the idea over here. So this is a security fence for the guest and not for the wolves. But we have actually changed a couple of things, so that is why certain things have changed over time, also in terms of how the storyline is. But still, this wolf habitat remains being a reserve. And then between the common deer reserve and the wolf reserve, we go down these newly introduced almost staircase. It's basically just like an incline, decline area with some wooden things in between to make it less slippery. And people, you know, help people not to slip down. And now we get into one of the transition areas of this forest, which is just like a forest area without too many animals. We have repurposed some of the huts over here into some actual guest areas. We still have some more vending booths over here, and we are going to have a little rotation around this wonderful tree. You can see in the background, this is where the staff area is, because with this whole park growing, there is a bigger need for staff, and we actually have a backstage area, but super well hidden in the park, super well hidden behind the trees and stuff, so it's not really bothering the people having a wonderful stroll through the wildlife reserve. And this is now the connection from the Hirschegg original area into one of the newer areas claimed by the park. And if you've been with me in season 2 now of Hirschegg, you know that every single habitat is driven by a storyline that you guys came up with. So a big thanks to all of you contributing all these stories. I'm still madly in love with every single story, and once this is fully finished, every single habitat will, as promised, receive a little plate on which the whole story is written down. I have all of you guys, all the stories are saved here on my notes book, and with the names who provided them. If you want to rediscover the stories at every single episode, we have the story at the beginning or closely to the beginning. I read out the story behind every habitat. So to the left hand side, there's the lake where the mute swans are roaming around. I'm just still such a massive fan of this area because it literally looks so realistic with the swans on the sea, on the lake. And honestly, the habitat just works beautifully. They have like a huge habitat which is in between all the other habitats, and they just roam around, and I've perfectly hidden it in the whole context now. And this is over here on the left hand side, the Wolverine Hill, super nicely enclosed, super secured, because this is on the backside of the wolf area, so we don't want the wolves to jump in here, and we also don't want the wolverines to jump out of the habitat into the wolf area. That wouldn't be too well for either of both. Yeah, unfortunately we haven't seen anyone. They are very good at hiding anyway. So yeah, rotating further, There's another hut over here. I placed all these huts in between because if you live in Germany or in Europe, you know that some of these strolls may end up in either a complete rain event or snow event, or in the summer, the less lush it is, the more hot it can become. By now, you know, climate change also didn't stop here, so our summers become hotter and hotter too, and sometimes it's very valuable, even in forest areas, to have some shade provided by a hut and not only trees. So that's that. And now on the right hand side, we have one of the most realistic habitats I have ever done for our friends over here. So just these piggies have the bestest time ever. I just kind of put a couple of commandeers in between just to make it look more nice, and I just really enjoyed that. It's a bit of a pity that this episode was either hidden away from YouTube again, or maybe wasn't too interesting for people. I also noticed that I seem not to have enough toilets in this zoo. People seem all to be prone to peeing. I wonder why they don't go, because we do have, I'm a German, I put toilets everywhere, so I don't know what they're having as an issue. But yeah, this is our sloth bear recreational area for them, I should say. Big fan of this. This was the first habitat we did in season 2 next to our souvenir shop. I love how this little lowered area over here turned out, where you have this nice glass viewing. They also have like a little bit of a enrichment item down here in which they can have a bit of a good time. This kind of a beaver dam pool which they can use. But yeah, I can't really see any of the sloth bears. What a pity that we don't really see that many animals. It's a bit of a bummer. But oh, I've seen one up there. As I said, they're good in hiding. All the animals are good in hiding. But yeah, oh my god, these people are super annoying. And I don't really know why, but they're like all the time I'm recording, they're stucking somewhere or they have a need to pee. I thought I fixed all the issues because we had some issues with the souvenir shop whilst they were having issues at Frontier. So I never deleted that one from this file. Luckily, it never got corrupted, but still people get stuck in there, which causes them to annoy the heck out of me. But yeah, now we fly over to the next habitat, which is the Arctic fox one. It wasn't a DLC animal, at least not one of the latest DLC, but you guys also asked me to do it, and I'm still very happy with this sunken small one. They have a wonderful, realistic, overgrown habitat, which I guess they really do enjoy. Super realistic over here. I think this is the area where I mastered the forest vibes the best, because it was also very much to the end where I figured out every single piece that works together beautifully. So everything looks super natural, super lush, super foresty, very European, not too boring. And to the right hand side we have our Saiga area, which uses this very nice sphere thing in the middle that I found from one of the concepts of a German wildlife reserve. I've forgotten what exactly that was. In the episode I talk more about this, and I also have the concept art in the videos, so if you're interested to that. But yeah, you can tell this was meant to grant enough privacy to our animals, because the Saiga is a rather shy animal and requires enough privacy and also calms, and doesn't like loud people too much. So this is why I built this area for them. Look at them, they're also like, where are the animals? I've never seen the gesture, but this obviously is the gesture for when they can't see the animals. That is actually pretty cool. I would do the same, like and just like having the hands to the side. But yeah, so we didn't see any Saiga over here. It's a pity. As I said, I tried this 2 times and I recorded. This is actually the 3rd recording I'm doing right now, and it seems to be the one working. The frame rate is super amazing. Everything seems to be smooth, but we don't see an animal. While in the other 2 tours, we had the bestest animal encounters. Really, there were some really, really dope animal encounters from animal actually coming together. But look at that, the Tarkins are here to save our day. This is so cool. Look at the 2 Tarkins over there strolling around. Yeah, the Tarkin area, guys, is a very special one because people... Actually, the reaction weren't that... Well, I can't even say what the reaction was because there were very few reactions to the Tarkin habitat. But I personally love this. It may actually be my favorite one of the newest habitats we did, because it looks... fantastic. The placement of the habitat is great. Also, by the way, there was a Saiga moving to the right hand side, so at least we got a little peekaboo. And the hill in the middle is so cool, gives them like a bit of an interesting up and down interaction. They have a very cool shelter, like a very natural one. It's hidden in here, but they have a lovely big shelter in which they can get some privacy as well and security in winter's time. Just in general, I'm a big fan of this, and specifically because the Tarkin is not necessarily an animal that you would have naturally around this area, so it would be one of the more special animals to visit this park for. So I was a bit confused to why. But yeah, this is also where we have our little, not Christmas market, but typical German market scene over here with this huge bar in the center and some barbecue stuff around, and also these typical German standing tables. And yeah, this is wonderful. You can have a lovely look over here to the Tarkin Hill, where they can roam around, and there's like a big oak tree throning on top of it, and yeah, they just have a wonderful time. Look, they really don't have an issue showing themselves off. They're all over here, and I love it. Super, super cool. And now the last question is, will we see another Wiesent? Because the Wiesent habitat was potentially the biggest challenge of them all, because they usually have like a very open, blank, boring area, like from their requirements. It's not really much you need to do for them. They just need a lot of space and a lot of dirt and a lot of grass, and that's about it. So I tried to make this as, interesting as possible to the right hand side over here with a very natural fence. But yeah, as you've seen, we couldn't really spot anyone, so we actually do fly to this second bigger restaurant we have over here. This is our lake restaurant, from which we have a wonderful view over the entire lake area. Everything is super lush over here, and this is also where we use one of the coolest tricks, abusing the little tables we have in here, like the restaurant tables, to actually put people in the boats. But I really feel like something is broken over here, because usually this restaurant is super overflown and a lot of people are in here, but there's actually no one in here, because otherwise they would be sitting in these boats, which is really, really, really wonderful to see. And yeah, usually you can see a lot of swans roaming around here on the lake. But yeah, it seems really like animals didn't care for me this episode. Oh, there is one actually. Look at that. There is one in the grass, and one standing on this little island, some floating in the background. Yeah, and oh, look at that. There's one coming. Okay, I didn't say anything. They do the job, the swans. Makes it all, like, they are the perfect ambience animals. And I don't even mean that any way bad. I think it was a positive thing to say. They are a wonderful ambient animal. I really also would love to get some squirrels in here, so why not? Or like pigeons, or like give me animals that just fill the entire area with ambience, give me this would be so cool. But yeah, that's been it with this wonderful fly through, and I hope you guys enjoyed this. I'm gonna fly over now with a bit of a nice ending scene, and I really wish you guys enjoyed this Hirschegg. So as I said, this is going to be the sign-off for now, not forever, but for now, because I want to refocus on Zoo Sicily and other wonderful areas, which I'm looking forward to quite a bit, because I've got so many ideas. There's also some very special planned for a realistic habitat I'm working on right now. And you better keep your eyes peeled on the channel. There's a lot coming in the coming weeks, and I'm so grateful that you guys enjoyed this series so much. So yeah, let me know what was your favorite of season 2, or maybe you're new to the channel and you haven't even seen the whole Hirschegg thing, so please make sure to watch the entire playlist. And if you need any of those wonderful typical Europe animals, I highly recommend not only getting the Eurasian animal pack. If you don't own the Europe pack yet, first, what are you doing? And second, go down to the description, use my Instant Gaming link, and get this Europe pack for way under €5. I'm not sure what exactly the price is at the moment. But I've done the tier list too, and I put this very much into grade, because the Europe pack may actually be my absolute favorite of them all, despite being very negative about this at the beginning. But hey, this was Hirschegg. I really hope you guys enjoyed this to the max. I did, and now I wish you a wonderful hump day. And I talk to you again on the weekend, so see you there in the next episode. Until then, have a lovely time, and goodbye.